Might
And
be
we're
yours.
live.
No, that's Dre's mic.
How you doing there, guys? Welcome back to Debating Woes. I'm your host, Judge Dre.
That is my
Late Night Free Fall. Thank you guys who are still up at this late hour watching the show. Please hit that like, share, subscribe, and definitely hit the donate tab down there because that's what keeps the show going down there. I will go ahead and open it up so that anybody can come in. If you have any questions, the free for all. How you doing, SGK? Long time no see. Are you going to come in and did you want me to invite you to the fun? That way you can stop sitting there watching on the sideline. It's a free for all, so you know we're not going to have any problems. We shouldn't have any problems here tonight.
I'm going to say it again. Dre, you want to either start over or something? Because I know your quality of the mic is kind of sketchy.
Oh, you sure it's me?
Yeah, because I clocked out and clocked back in and still hear it. And I rewatched the video, so I heard it too.
Oh, okay. Well, I want to. That's what I would say. If somebody said I just unsubscribed, well, I'm sorry that you left here.
That's stupid to say.
SDK, it doesn't matter. Anybody is welcome to the show. You don't have to worry about that. You know, why did you do terrible? You hear static? Somebody say, is it me? Oh, here, let me go ahead. Can you hear me now, or is it breaking up?
It's still breaking up.
Yeah, you got a lot of static going on.
I guess Dion's just messed around, I guess.
Yeah, Dion, I don't think I ever saw him.
If he was serious, then that'd be something stupid to say. Like,
Dion RBG, I don't know.
What about now, guys? Can you hear me?
Sound great.
I sound great? Good.
Yeah.
Do I look great too? No.
You look great, Jay. Look at Felix.
I'm not going to say anything.
Listen to that.
Laughing at Felix.
Lethal. There we go.
What?
Go ahead and add SGK. Come on, SGK. You can come on in here. Come on in here.
Somebody
laugh at us. It's late night free for all, so it's all cool. I just added you, so come on in here.
Dion said there's too many videos.
What?
Hey,
well, he said there's too many videos.
Oh, okay. Well, good thing. I mean, sorry that you feel that way. Too many
on the
videos.
panel.
I sit there and laugh. There's too many videos. Why don't you go ahead and hop on the panel and then you lose interest? What? I mean, we only do about 4 a week. I mean, think about it, we took a damn near 2 weeks off.
Oh.
Why don't you come on? You want to come on the panel, Dion, and explain to you? Explain what you feel, or are you just a troll?
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. No, just
yay, come on, Dion.
I'll add you right here. Put your email address and I'll add you.
So
that's how we do it here to keep all the
hop on. SGK is talking to Josh. You can't.
Yeah, but he's such a pimp. Like, he's got all the females.
Oh, Josh got it like that? Go, Josh.
Come on, Josh. Share the wealth, bro.
Josh hit me with a couple of memes tonight. He got me a couple times.
You have been added, Dion. That way you can just come on in if you want to. Josh here. I can add Josh. Tell Josh you can come on in.
Yeah.
Yeah, tell them both to come on. What are they talking about?
There you go. Dion, you have been added. So if you want to come in and express your opinion and what you think or how you think the show should go right ahead.
So Zelix, your question was how are black men perceived?
Oof.
Yeah.
Right? From a black female perspective? From what perspective?
That's a hard one. So I kind of want to say
from a female perspective.
I don't want to say that because that's not even fair.
because I'm going to give you a balanced answer, but you know I try to be balanced about everything. I can't be.
I want to
the right or left. No, that is real. No, that is real.
Okay,
how I perceive. Hardcore. Okay, hold up. How I perceive black men.
Let's go with that. Yeah.
I mean, I have to give you a balanced answer because I know some scrubs, and then I know great black men.
What's your overall assessment?
I mean,
So
you
I'll
know,
tell
but
you one thing. I know about a couple of good black women, just a couple, but I
right,
know a lot of ungood ones, if that's even a word.
right,
So
right. So
I'm gonna give a
okay,
biased opinion.
no, no, no. How society perceives black men.
Does it match up
Just
how
look.
you perceive them?
No, no, no. I said how society. Look at how President Obama is treated.
Okay.
That tells you how society has and has always. I think the black man has always been a target. And I hate to say back, so since we've been here, black men have been a target, and you're still a target. Even though I know he's mixed or whatever, but trust me, he holds the highest office in the land. What president has? I mean, just look how America has treated him, whether you like him, his policies, or whatever. But
Right.
I mean, there has never been a president most disrespected
Mm-hmm.
in office. So society, I think, looks at the black man as a threat,
Mm-hmm.
slash animal, slash savage, slash
Mm-hmm.
criminal,
Right.
and that's what's portrayed in media. So okay, but if you can't see past that, then that's just a level of ignorance that you have to have an open mind. Now, in my life, my father was not a good father. Okay, does that mean I think all black men aren't good fathers? But if I took a poll of all the black men I know, I think I have a balance. I know a lot of good black fathers, and I know a lot of sorry black men. So I mean, I'm being real. But I'm 47 years old. I've been here a while, so I've seen a lot of things. There are no absolutes. But I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure where you were going with that. But like I said, as far as society, like I said, you're viewed as a threat. You're viewed as a criminal. And you have to do. It doesn't matter if you're in a suit or if you got your pants hanging down.
Okay. I like that you said that.
A
That's where I was
woman,
going
yeah,
with it.
yeah,
That's where I
yeah.
was going with it.
Right, and I got it doesn't matter. Martin Luther King, those guys in that generation, they got hung in suits. They got shot down in suits. The brothers now out in the street looking like they need a tailor. They get it's the same thing. It's the same story. So I mean, I know I kind of gave a broad answer, but I mean I don't know how
Okay.
else. You
When
got to give me a
said,
more pointed question if you want like a specific,
well, I mean, I kind of like
Hi,
the word. I
Dion.
like how. Oh, what's up, Dion? What's up, man?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I want to hear your opinion, Dion. Before I go on, let me hear your opinion.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about black? Like, what does black man represent to you, Dion?
What does black men represent to me?
Yes.
Well, first I want to ask, thank you, Dion, for coming to the show.
Thank you.
I said that you're the one in the chat. You said too many videos, huh?
Yep.
Did you know that you could come online?
I'm glad you accepted me. I just happened to be, browsing through the videos, and at first I was kind of overwhelmed with all the videos. I didn't really understand it.
Okay,
First I saw you on your dig, and it's overwhelming. I just started to give it up. So that's why I said I'm subscribed.
Well, this is what we do. This is what we do here. I used to be back on that show there. I'm not affiliated with them anymore. That's a long story short there. Basically what we do is we probably try to run shows about 4 nights a week. The first show is usually scripted about a topic, and then what I do on the last show is a free-for-all afterwards. So basically that way, if the last show is always going to be a free-for-all afterwards, that way the people who watch the show can sit around and talk about whatever they want. Everybody's welcome on the show. The only rules we have is we will attack your opinion on the show and a point of view or whatever, or your way of thinking, but we will not attack you personally. So we're not going to be like, you know what, you a dummy just because you're a black man and niggas don't know shit. You know what I mean? But we will attack opinions saying, well, I don't believe that you should think about it that way. That's basically what it is.
Okay, so did you have a question for me, or?
Well, technically, the show is actually whatever you make it of. So basically, like some people may say, well, I'm bored of the show. Well, if you're bored of the show, why don't you come on and put your opinion in? And so you can actually take the conversation a way you would feel, engaged in.
Oh, okay.
Because basically the show is not about me. And this is what I try to tell people. The show is, I'm just the host. The show is for the people, composed of the people, by the people. So basically, everybody has to say. Just because it's my show and my name's on the show does not mean that your point of view is not considered.
Oh, okay.
That's how I run things over here.
Okay.
So I mean, you know, literally, like perfect example. If you would have said, "Oh, you don't like the this show," over there, you'd have been cussed out for that.
Okay.
Literally, I mean,
Okay, but
some episodes you may not like, some episodes you may.
all right, okay. Well, basically, you know, how I feel about black men is like basically um just the image of a black man has been so destroyed, man, by media over the years, as the other caller said. It's ridiculous, man, you know, and I feel black men can be strong, they can be confident. I mean, you know, to say a few positive things about them. They can be strong-willed. Um, and it's like, it's kind of sad that you really have to prove yourself to somebody. You're like, I'm going downtown Chicago, and I know I'll be around thousands of whites, and it's just, I know I just stick out like a sore thumb. But you know, I learned over the years. I'm 45 years old. I learned how to really cast them out. You know what I'm saying? Because it also feels like being a black man is like, it feels like everybody's always watching you. Latinos, Asian, whites, it doesn't matter. It's like somebody's always watching you. You know what I'm saying? It could be for a good thing or a bad thing. They're always watching you.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that I don't like about being as a black man in America. And I say in America because I wasn't born in America. I was born in Guyana. And, you know, I've been to other countries and I see how other countries treat black men. I've seen how black women treat black men in other countries, you know, in South America and the Caribbean. And it's totally different. I'm not going to get on that right now.
No, actually, talk about that. I was going to actually ask you a question. How do they treat black men? You know, because, I mean, most of us over here, we've only been exposed to how we're treated over here. So I'd actually like to know, how do they treat black men over there compared to how they treat them over here?
Well,
That's something actually I think our viewers would like to know.
Let's say Guyana, for instance, is about, it's got a population of about 1 million people and about 300,000 of them are Indian. Now the Indians, they've been there since after slavery, and they were slaves at first, and that's where they came to the country. And they had the option of going back to their country in India, but some of them stayed there. And the Indians, you know, as you see in other places, they have their own businesses and they hire their own people. They don't go to school. There's only very few schools in Guyana that they can go to school. They don't go to beyond grade school because they know they got a job for them, so they don't have to, you know, really further education.
Right.
And as far as the women, how they treat the women, they don't treat the women anything remotely how they do in America. They don't disrespect their men. You know, they don't curse at them. You can't even curse in public. I mean, it's entirely indifferent. It's a high level of respectability that the women have for the men. If you work or you don't work, you're still a man. So that's what, you know, I realize in other countries as opposed to being in America.
Okay, well, sorry, go ahead.
But more respect actually over there, huh?
Yeah, it's more respectful. You know, it's very, you know, it's not you're not under a lot of stress. Like you constantly have to prove yourself to somebody. It's not like materialism. It's, you know, people don't go around wearing designer clothes all the time unless it's a holiday or a celebration or something like that. And so it's not like the women are going to judge you because everybody's pretty much on the same, if not the same economic level. You know, it's a third world country, and you know, unemployment rate is high, but you know, you do whatever you gotta do to survive. And you know, but it's a nice country you can live in. You can live there, you know, if you homeless, you can still live there comfortably. And I would rather be living there than living here right now as we speak. But I mean, thinking about bringing some of my family members from there to here because you know they really want to work and can't find work in the country. But I'm thinking about that. I don't know, but it's a lot of respectability there, you know, and it's not a lot of pressure of being a man as it is, you know, with being a provider or, you know, not living up to the stereotype, you know, like she said, of being a criminal, you know, being lazy, being incarcerated, anything like that. It's being a man. Same way it is in Venezuela, same way it is in Brazil. And, you know, I've been a surname. So I've been about 4 or 5 countries. America is like my 5th country that I've been to. So, you know, and it's a big difference. And I just listen to how black females, so-called African-American females, they treat their men over the last 35 years that I've been in this country. And it's just horrible, man. It's sad. I mean, they treat men like they don't know how to treat men, and then they turn around and they want us to protect them. You know what I'm saying? And be good fathers and stuff. I'm not saying all black women, but the ones that I've encountered in Chicago is where I'm from. It's horrible, man. It's not even worth it no more. It's not even worth the hassle anymore. That's just me. That's all I got to say.
You know, I hate to say something. What's so bad? You're saying something that actually a lot of people say here. I will admit, considering that, you know, what people go through, it's damn near impossible. They're damn near impossible standards for black men here in, you know, in the United States. And what's so bad is the younger generation, were most of them were raised by just women alone. So they just put even more impossible standards on the men. I mean, literally. I mean, there's sometimes where, you know, before you even think about it, well, say, I think that I'm going to talk to this woman here. You might feel, well, you know what? I probably don't meet up to the standards before you even think about talking to her.
Yeah, right. So there's no high expectations of being a man living in a Guyana, because, like I said, pretty much everybody's on the same economic level. You know, every day is a party. You know, people don't walk down the street smoking cigarettes. There's certain places where you got to go and buy alcohol. It's not a huge drug problem there. The crime is increasing because unemployment rate is like 50%, almost 40% for the whole entire population. So, you know, a lot of robberies been going on in the last 10 to 15 years. But other than that, it's a pretty okay country to live in. But I still say, like I said, I've met women from Jamaica. I met them from Trinidad, you know, St. Kitts, and it's they don't act Americanized. You know, I don't know. It's like if you got to meet one, really realize how they treat you, and they treat you with respect. You know,
Right.
African American women, you know, they just been, man, I don't even know the word for it, but you know, it's gonna
So
be
here's the
better one of these
question. Now, you
days.
said there's no jobs over there, right?
You know, I mean, it's jobs, but a lot of jobs in the private sector are working for the city or something like that. Hard to come across. You know, it's a corrupt country. It's corrupt. I said, but you know, it's not like you don't feel you live in a black country, and it's good to be around your people in a way, but it's like you don't feel like you're a target. Like the white man's out to get you, or you know, because there's no white people that live in the country at all, except for the tourists.
Okay. That's what I was going to ask you. Was it a racially diverse country or its place?
It's 700,000 black people out of 1 million people, and it's about 300,000 Indians. The only white people that live there are tourists, people that work for the embassy, or missionaries or something like that. So you don't have a lot of white people. White people that live there, they really don't own land. They might rent a house or something like that. So they struggling too. But it's not like the white man is out to get you there and he's gonna hang you in a tree or something like that. I mean, it's a good feeling to be living in a country where you turn around every day and you see your own people. It's a good feeling, man. You know.
Right.
And do you feel a camaraderie? And then when I say that, like not so much sympathy or empathy, but do you feel a camaraderie there? Like when you talk to people, do you feel like they're on your level? You guys can share, similar stories or even different stories and kind of relate to each other, or is it more of a language issue?
Exactly. That's also the biggest problem with African American people, you know, in this country, is that they have no collective conscience about them. They can't collectively identify with anything. You know, Mexicans can identify with Mexico, Chinese can identify with China, Indians can identify with India. Everybody's got their own country and identity. We're the only people in this country that, we can identify with anything. You know, we have no collective conscience. So when somebody goes out and commits a crime, they say, well, my life is messed up, so therefore your life's going to be messed up too. So I don't care about myself, and I don't care about you. That's why so much black on black, violence. And it's real rough in Chicago, man. It's real bad in Chicago. Real bad.
Yeah, it is. I used to live there. I'm from there.
So
great point.
And Dion, I want to say, don't make yourself scarce, man. I hate to say something. It is nice to hear another perspective, man.
I agree.
I mean, literally, that's one of the things. Maybe I don't express that enough on the show, and we need to maybe let other people know that the show is for the people, composed of the people, so everybody has a voice here. Even if your
Dre
voice is 100%, like 180 of mine. If I say you should eat on Monday and you say you should eat on Tuesday, you're still welcome here,
All right.
And
Hey
you, I
Dre.
mean, and you have the right to tell, hey, Dre, man, I don't think that opinion's right. I think you're wrong right there. That's not going to cause any flack over here. We're going to
Hey,
debate the hell out of it, but other than that, that's it.
hey Dre.
What's that? What's up, man?
All right. I wanted to piggyback on something because I just got on this panel. I was listening to Dion speak.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I can definitely agree.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't been to other countries, but as far as how it is in Chicago, because I moved from there 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Because I was born and raised there on the south side of the city. Uh, I lived on the northwest side as well. And see, this is a thing that tripped a lot of people out when I came here. It's like in the I live in, of course I'm in Houston, so it's a little bit more diversity here. And I was telling my girlfriend because she's from Virginia, and you know, she didn't believe until her cousin told her, like, yes, Chicago is a segregated place.
Wow.
Chicago is very segregated. I'm sure Dion can agree with me on that.
It's very polarized.
Right.
Like it's only certain little areas. Like last time I was in Logan Square because I used to live over there in that neighborhood for a few years, for about 3 years. It's like the northwest side of the city. Over there, they've started to clean it up a little bit, so you're starting to see, it's more geared towards like artsy and
Yeah,
hippie
well,
people.
it's yuppies now. That around the area you're talking about around diversity in Milwaukee.
Hmm.
It's like it's a lot. They started to evict a lot of people and turn the buildings into condominiums. So I mean, it's raising the
Yeah,
rent high. So it's starting to clean up as you write it. It's starting to clean up.
yeah. Because I used to live on Diversity in Pulaski, and I don't know what state it's in at this point. I just know last time I lived on that in that area, it was horrible because you had them damn gangs over there, and me being a black dude, just by default, I would have problems when I first
Mm.
moved over there. I got attacked. I've had run-ins to where I had to keep a knife on me, man. I'm like, one of these dudes put their hands on me, I'm gonna cut somebody. Like,
Yeah, I had that problem. Like I had that problem because I was actually I was waiting on a bus stop at Diversity in Pulaski right there. Right by the currency exchange there, and I was
Golden
going.
Nugget.
Yeah, but Golden Nugget. I was going eastbound on the First Street bus, and all these cars kept slowing down. I know these guys are gang bangers, man, but they ain't. Sometimes they look at you and they can tell you ain't in a gang. You might get lucky, like I said, you might get lucky. But I'm waiting on the bus, half an hour for the bus, and then you got to pass by the projects on Diversity and Damon, and I got to go all the way, and I get to the yuppie neighborhood, which is probably around Diversity and what the hell is this? Halsted Street, some doggone where. I don't know what the hell it's at over there. And it's all changed, man. And the white folk, like I said, it's a very polarized city. Sometimes, like I said, I'm not imagining things, but you can actually go some places in Chicago and you can actually just have the feeling like, man, why the fuck is these dumb white folks looking at me? You can tell that, you can feel the heat. You can tell that somebody's looking at you, man. I
Yep.
mean, I'm telling you some real stuff, man.
Yeah, I remember one time I went into a smoke shop over there on what was that, Broadway and damn, I know it's down the street from this record store called Reckless Records.
Yeah, I know what you're
And
talking about. So up for Belmont.
yeah, I had went to there because I was looking for some I was looking for some, just looking around looking for some vinyl. And when I tell you, I walked into this smoke shop. I went in there, spoke to the guy behind the counter, and he just looked at me crazy. So I asked him, I said, "Hey, let me get a pack of Newport 100s." And he's like, "Can I see your ID?" I'm going in my wallet so I can get it. And he's like, "Can you hurry up, please?" I said, "You know what? I do you one better. You could take your shit back and fuck yourself." And I walked out of there.
Right.
You know, like you have places that's like that in the city. Like Bridgeport for the longest was a very like blacks wasn't allowed over there. As a matter of fact, there
It's
was a hate.
still that it's really still that way with a lot of Mexicans over there. You know, a lot of gangs and stuff. I mean, anybody in the right mind, black person knows not to go in Bridgeport.
Yeah,
Anybody in the right mind knows that.
yeah, because it was a hate crime that took place there in the '90s. Um, in that area, and the mayor, not the current mayor, but the mayor before, Rahm Emanuel, you know, that's
Come
where
on,
he's
Daly.
from. Yeah,
Daly's from Bridgeport, yeah.
yeah, that's his neck of the
So I
woods.
mean, yeah,
Yep.
yeah, you know,
So
but a lot of people don't really realize that. But you just can't really live where you want to live in Chicago.
nope. Because, dude, the crazy thing is, it's so fucked up. Like when I moved from Diversity in Pulaski, I was looking for apartments down there on Milwaukee, and like Milwaukee, Spalding over there by the McDonald's, by the Blue Line.
Yeah,
I'm like, oh, this is a cool, it's very sketchy. Like once you go down go down Diversity and hit Kimball and all that,
yeah.
then it starts that you be like, okay, this is like night and day. Like, okay, you see
Mm.
people shopping is a little bit more cool or whatever. But the problem is when you try to look for an apartment, I mean, at that time, they was a lot of them complexes over there was privately owned, and I had spoke to a lady. I had just got off the phone with her. Soon as I walked in the fucking office, I shit you not, the woman told me straight up that somebody just fucking rented the place. And I'm like, how the hell did that happen so quick? She's like, oh, the person from New York just, put a deposit down. I was like, how the hell did this happen? I was like, okay, I already know what this means.
Right.
See, when you talk to me over the phone, you didn't think I was black. When I came in, and you noticed I was black. You decided to do that because you don't want my kind in your shit. I'm not gonna fight tooth and nail to do business with you because at that point, what that lets me know is all it takes is one false move, and you're gonna give me a hard time.
Mm.
And what
Yeah.
I'm like, if they don't want you in that crap, sometimes it's best not to be around because basically, like I said, they're gonna make a life a living hell.
Yep. So if somebody make one false fucking complaint about you, even if it's not true, even if you have a neighbor that just wanna have an issue with you, you know, you got to worry about being kicked out on the fucking streets because these motherfuckers is only catering to their own people.
Mm.
Now, when I came here to Houston, now I would say, from what I've experienced with being here, uh, there's definitely a mix because a big portion of the people that live here aren't from here.
Yeah, definitely.
Like I met people down here in Houston that was from Virginia, uh, Chicago, uh, other parts of
Mm-mm.
Texas like Dallas, Austin,
Okay.
people from California, people from Africa, people from Jamaica, people from Florida, people from like you fucking name it. It's people down here from everywhere. So sometimes, you know, um, the culture here, I can say this for the most part, people are very much more friendlier because, and Dion, I'm pretty sure you can attest to this. Up there, if they don't know your face, motherfuckers ain't speaking to you like that.
Mm. Yeah, pretty true, man. You got to really go out of your way to be nice to somebody in Chicago. I say, at least it's rough. I mean, I like that way in a while because some ethnic groups I really don't even want to really even deal with unless I have to on a professional level, like working
Yeah.
with them or something like that. Like where I live on Northwest Side of Chicago. I'm off Pulaski and Armitage, and primarily
Oh,
it's a Hispanic community,
yeah.
and I get all types of looks, man. But I'm thinking like I know deep down they want to say something to me negative, but they think twice about what they say. As opposed to living in Texas somewhere, it's a large Hispanic population. They might say what they feel, if you want to fight them or not. But in Chicago, like, man, I don't know. I say something to this nigga, he might blow my brains off. You never know who he is. Not saying that they're scared, but you know, a person knows their boundaries in Chicago.
Well, see, what I've encountered here, um, I haven't had like in the like for example, the complex that we live. There's people of different nationalities that reside here in this one, you know, in this neighborhood. Period. So it's definitely, and it was pretty cool to see because when I first came down here 2 years ago, I was working. This was I came down here in September, and I was working this job. It was like about October, and I remember I was walking down this one street in this residential neighborhood, and there was a dude who just spoke to me like he was like, "Hey, what's up, man? You good? How you feeling today, baby?" I'm like, "What the fuck?" I'm like,
Hmm.
"I'm good." And it was weird to me. So of course,
Yeah.
as he's walking, I'm kind of like looking behind me, like, "What the fuck is this about?"
Yeah.
And
Yeah. Yeah.
I experienced that more, like people like down here, how people s- greet each other as they throw up the peace sign.
They're
They
like they're
call it
more
chuck.
hospitable. They're more hospitable, and you know, country people are more hospitable. Use that word, man. That I
Hmm.
noticed.
Yeah, like they are like I just cross paths with somebody and they just throw up the peace sign, which basically what they call it here is chucking the deuces. And that's basically like, you either give a head nod or you chuck the deuces. It's like, hey, what's up? You know what I mean? That's how they greet each other here. And I'm like, shit, I can't chuck deuces in Chicago. They mistake that shit for a gang sign.
Hmm.
Yeah, you know, like I said, it's about this being around, being around a diverse group of people is good. You know, it's good for it's good for the body and soul. But you know, like I said, I experienced being around a lot of different people. You know, like I said, I experienced some good things, some bad things. But like I said, I feel the same way I feel about African American women, and it's also African American women that I've met that they been for the rest of their life trying to find a black man to marry. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying they're all like that. I'm saying, but I've dealt with a lot of them just talking about this city alone, and it's real bad, you know, because I lived most of my years on the south side of Chicago, and I just know how they are, man.
Yeah.
It's not even worth it no more. It's not
I
even worth the
mean,
hassle no more, man. This not even worth it no more, man.
for the
That's
most,
my opinion,
see,
man.
the thing is with a lot of them, it's like mm, what I've learned with a lot of these women, they come from fucked up environments, meaning that they come from a upbringing where they never had a man in the household.
Right,
So
right,
they don't have a situation in place where, okay, if a person has a two-parent household and that I don't care what nobody say. You have to have a man in there to pretty much maintain the balance.
right.
The
Maintain the
man is
balance, right,
check what I call like checks and balances. Like he's the one that's going to be stern with his son. You know what I mean? He's gonna be
right,
stern
right,
with his
right,
daughter. Like he might spoil her a little bit, but he's supposed to live by that example.
right,
Set a
right,
standard, set the standard of okay, when she gets out there into the world and get to dating, she knows what to look for. A lot of
Hmm.
right,
times
right,
they don't come up under that, so they don't know what to look for. They find shit that's just like totally fucked up,
right,
and it's like okay, they get around the wrong people. They see all these chicks, all their little girlfriends dating these thugs and these jailbirds, and they like, oh shit, I need to be a part of this because they want to be able to fit in somewhere,
yeah,
you know. So it's like when you come up from that, you pretty much don't have there's no standards being set. So of course, when they become an adult, they fucked up. And the thing is to talk about the Brazil thing, or the other countries. I was watching a documentary on YouTube maybe a year or two ago, and it was about these guys who went to I think they went to Rio and they went there on a vacation and winded up fucking moving there. And they was like, dude,
They've been doing what?
they moved to like they went on vacation to like I think it was Rio de
De
Janeiro.
Janeiro.
Yeah, I think they moved over. They went on a vacation there and liked it so much. The atmosphere was so different. They started fucking around and moving up there, and it was kind of funny because of course you know in this documentary they had to get the opinion of black women on this shit. And of course, black women was up here like, oh, that's sad that they got to go all the way over there. That's desperate and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, well, look, the thing is, I'm all for people. If you have to go outside of your fucking radius or your element, I'm all for it. Because I feel like this. Why would I just limit myself to one group of people just because, okay, this environment and I'm just going to be stuck here because this is all I know when there's a bigger world out there?
I feel you.
You see what I'm saying? There's a bigger
All
world of
right.
people out there. There's people, and this is where this is where they are losing because if you look at it, I don't care what nobody fucking says. Every woman of any nationality, not every woman, but there's at least a woman of every nationality that probably wouldn't mind, you know, being with a black man. Now, on the other side, black women aren't that desirable like that because of the stereotype.
I don't know about that.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of like what he said right there.
I can understand, but I still think that black women are still. They may not like the stereotype. May get them to where people don't want to be with them because of all the drama shit. But I think that they're still attracted to them, but they just don't ain't attracted to the drama, and
Right,
that's
that's what I'm saying. Like,
To the
I mean,
physical.
I'm not gonna, like, I would say, yeah, black women
Don't city for that one. What?
are very, there's a lot of, I mean, for the most part, yeah, there's black women beautiful, but where it fucks up is, of course, the extra shit. The this whole um trying to run me raggedy just because something happened between us and you want to keep me away from my children or some shit like that. That's just an example. That's why when these incidents be taking place with these racially motivated incidents, and they go out there and they say, hey, well, we the ones riding for you, and I'm like, bullshit, because if that was the fucking case, and since y'all want to always talk about the white man and this and that, if that was the case, that wouldn't be your first place of defense when you try to make an example out of me. You understand what I'm saying? The first thing these motherfuckers will do is they gonna go straight to the fucking judge because they know that the law is on their side and that shit. And then now you have a man that's being railroaded. So I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's hard for me to say like, okay, a lot of these as a collective are down for us when I know that that's not the case. Off the strength that all it takes is for you to do some shit that they don't, like for example, y'all don't work out. You say, look, let's just be had a communication for the sake of the child, so I can see my children. Oh no, it don't never be that easy. Cause see, the thing is, I've seen this happen with a lot of people that got kids by different women. Once everything is all good as long as she's a baby mama and she can still fuck you or you can fuck her whenever you want. Everything is cool. But soon as you pull that away from her and you start, you move on with your life, this is when all bullshit goes down. Because it's like, oh shit, I can't get the D, the equation of DNA. I can't get the D right now from this person. It's like this attachment deal. So then they just decide to be very vindictive and unscrupulous and get to doing crazy shit. Now, I'm not saying that this doesn't happen with other cultures, but see, the thing about other cultures is, for the most part, a lot of them, especially the women that come from other countries, they are a little bit more um, docile, submissive, however you want to put it, because they know their role as far as the hierarchy is concerned. So it's not a situation where you have all this tug of war, this tug of war of,
Right, right.
you know,
Yeah, gender wars. Yeah, I know you.
exactly.
Yeah,
It's
gender
like,
wars. Yeah.
oh, I want to be the man in the relationship, even though you're the man, but
Right,
I want to be the man. I want to control the shit, and
right,
um,
right. That's
it's
what I was
like,
trying to say. It's the way it is. Like I said, that's how the women are in Brazil, Venezuela, Suriname, Guyana. But they're not that way in the United States of America. But like you said, they don't know their role. They never had a father in the house. They don't, never seen their mother get married, their auntie get married, grandmother get married. So they don't even know what a man is. I've met some women recently, 24 years old. She admitted to me when she started crying. She's like, Dion, I got to admit to you is that I don't even know what it's like to be a woman. And I felt so sorry when she said that, but she just said, she came down, broke down, and told me that. She says, I don't know what it's like to be a woman, so I don't even know where to start. And I don't even know what to do with her, man. I mean, I met one the other day, 20 years old, means I work for the CTA, and she was like, I never had a boyfriend in my life. And all she had was just a bang, bang, thank you, ma'am, and that's it. So it's kind of sad, man. I mean, you got some women in their lifetime, they've never had boyfriends, and only thing they had with men is just sexual
yep.
relationships or a boo or whatever you want to call it, friends with benefits, and they're grown to accept that.
Hmm.
So I mean, hey, can I say, man? I said it's pretty sad out there. The women are sad, man. It's
The thing is, what I've learned, with not, of course, not all, but with a big chunk of the ones that I've encountered, um, if you look at the patterns, like what you were just saying, women who don't, who's never had boyfriends, never had an actual relationship with someone, on a serious level, when they're used to all this being, whether they're a side piece or a head, a secret, they're being used for sex, and the dude got another chick at home.
hey, that's kind of got all this fucking piece over here.
A lot of times, when they do come across a situation where someone might see, like, okay, you know what? I like you. I like you got your head on straight. Let's see if we can get somewhere, over time or whatever.
Right,
A
right.
lot of times they don't even know how to adjust to that because they're used to just being the one that be called and, hey, what you on tonight? Oh, okay. Can I come over? You know,
Yeah.
bang, 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 and then put on my clothes and get the fuck out. When they're used to that, a meaningful relationship sometimes it's like something that takes a lot for them to actually make that transition mentally.
Right, transition. Yeah, transition to us. But see, but in a situation like that, I'm too old to be teaching, and teaching females and waiting around for females to transition, at their own pace, man. I mean, like I said, I'm used to dealing with females being trained from preschool how to, the hierarchy in a relationship and, a man in the
Right.
house. So that's what I'm really used to, man. So
Mhm.
I'm not gonna go against what I'm not used to. I mean, I tried it, but
What?
it doesn't really work out, man.
No, it does. And here's the
That's me,
thing.
man.
This is what I learned. Like right now, I'm 31. A few years back, you know, I had got to a point where I was like, you know what? I'm not, every time I reach another year, my age limit increases. So it's like now that I'm 30, 31, I wouldn't even date a chick that's under the age of 28 maybe.
Yeah.
Now, the reason
Yeah.
being is because what I learned with a lot of the women that's um, under that age
Yeah, all right,
bracket,
kid. All right.
they they're
Well,
not. what I've learned is they're not. They're still at a point where they're trying to find themselves. They're trying to figure things out. They still trying to get settled in their careers or whatever the case may be. So when you come along, you know, 24, 25-year old, and you're a 35, 40-year old man, you're thinking about settling down. She's not thinking about that. She's thinking about turning up every weekend, drinking Ciroc and posting pictures of her drink cups on Instagram. That's what that's what she's concerned with. You, on the other hand, you probably done been there and done that. So you like, look, those years are behind me. I'm trying to actually build something here. But you can't build with someone who has that mentality that just clubs and drinks all the fucking time. It's eventually the situation is gonna crumble.
You got some females, you got some adolescent adults out there. You got some females my age, 35, 45, 55, think they're in their 20s and want to carry like they're in their 20s. So I don't know.
You know what? I agree with you on that. Yeah, I know. I've come across some of those as well.
Gotta give it up for the Cougars. Yep.
It's disgusting. Like it's like, what the fuck? I can't, not the cougar thing, but but I'm saying it's disgusting when you have people that's at that age and they trying to fit in with the youth, and it's like, what the fuck, you know? I mean, I guess they try to stay young, and the thing is, people fail to realize that you have to grow the fuck up at some point.
Exactly.
Or they try to go back. They probably did, kind of was growing up, and then they thought, well, hey, I'm missing out on all this fun when they already had all the fun.
Yep, you're right, Z.
Or they got kids and they want to, do it with them. It's like, no. But the guide the kids. You don't join them.
That's the problem, though. But see, that's what I'm saying. And the scary thing about it is, you look at the shift that society has taken. It is extremely fucked up now. Like, I can at least say that when I was coming up, there were some things that were just not acceptable. There were some things that, when you did certain things, there were penalties. Discipline was implemented. You had this whole concept of, it takes a village to raise a child. You had the neighbors and you had teachers at school when you misbehave. You didn't see, like, I don't remember when I was younger, I don't remember seeing people my age just like walking up the street with their pants sagging, using all types of profane words while there's old people, coming up the street. It was just.
Yeah, I don't remember that either.
I don't remember it. So, of course, I mean, it is even more jacked up off the strength. Like, I remember one time I was on a bus because I used to live in South Shore. I lived over there for a couple of years before I moved here, and I was on the Jeffrey bus. This is back in 2013, 2012, maybe 2014 before I left, and I was on a bus, and it was a handicap. The seats in the front is for the handicapped people.
Yeah, well, seats in the front,
Elderlies.
Yeah, for elderlies or people with disabilities. Or expected mothers. Now, do you know there is a woman in a wheelchair? The bus driver tells these girls to get up so that they can, put the seat up and, get her on the bus and strap her in or whatever. Mm-hmm. These motherfuckers had the audacity to cause a fuss. They're like, why we gotta get up? Why we gotta get up for? We paid our money on this bus too, and blah 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 blah. And I'm just like,
they're not even embarrassed by their actions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's fucking ridiculous, man.
That's kids are that are being raised by absentee parents. Are getting raised by this government propagandist video game MTV lifestyle, man, and that shit ain't got anything to do with reality. Not the way, not cohesive reality. Not where everybody can, you know, remain healthy.
No,
you can't stay
if that
healthy
was
in the
me,
mind or the body or anything the way you know,
if that was me
get
at the
raised
age of
these days.
14, if that was me at the age of 14 and did some shit like that, well, first off, I wouldn't even thought to do nothing like that because chances are, if my mom found out, I have a problem on my
You
hands.
didn't even want to do nothing like that.
Exactly.
That's the point.
You knew better.
There was
you knew
nothing.
better.
You know, you didn't. It's not even like it wasn't even a thing that you would be caught dead doing. See, it's a whole
Exactly.
different flip. It's like you
Yep.
know, they're not embarrassed by the shit. They're turned on by it now. You know what I mean? Blood used to be gross. Now they're like, ooh, it's sexy. That's all you see. It's just like this flip mentality going on.
I mean, think about it. There was a video that went viral that was on World Star of a girl who was in Chicago, and Dion, you probably know what I'm talking about. She was on a red line, and some dude stabbed her in the neck.
Whoa.
Damn.
Stabbed her in the neck. Stabbed her to death in the neck.
Yeah, that was a baby daddy. Happened earlier this year. Stabbed on 47th Street there.
Yeah. Do you know? They, of course, they shared this damn video.
Yeah, on the internet, Facebook.
No one actually said it. No one even bothered to even call 911 or get help or nothing. You know what these motherfuckers did? They pulled out their phone while you just see her laying in a puddle of blood.
Yeah. That's
because I mean, really, we don't care about each other when it comes to that. Is everybody?
But a lot of that
minutes
was like
pain.
shock. Sometimes it's shock because, like, I was on Pulaski on Roosevelt, and I'm in the back of the bus, running my own business. Somebody said she just got slapped. A Mexican girl just got smacked, and I'm like, what the hell is going on? I couldn't even believe it. What are you talking about? Who got smacked? Yeah, like, sometimes you can't believe what's going on. You're in shock. You're not looking for stuff like that to happen. So, you know what I mean?
Okay, but to actually.
But then you got the cognitive to pull out your phone, hit the record button.
That's what I'm saying. That's when there's a problem.
Where you're at. That's a problem.
See, you
that's
figure
apathy on a whole nother level.
Exactly.
That's a whole nother level of apathy, lack of empathy, apathy.
Exactly.
Shit, right
because
there.
I mean, yeah, you could be in shock, but if you're in shock, you just sitting there in a state of confusion. But when you can whip out your iPhone, and actually just record this shit and say "World Star," it's like,
oh shit, yeah. I hate to say something, man. I that's the worst thing that's ever happened to black people. World Star.
And you know, remember when
I don't support the
Can
site
I say
no
something real quick? It's not to. It's
no,
not.
Go ahead, man.
I'm gonna
mute myself.
No. It's to everybody. Remember when it used to be like, you would be embarrassed if you fought a dude who wasn't looking or ready to fight you. You would think of yourself as a pussy for hitting a sucker punching somebody, a sucker, right? Yep. See, now it's, well, not just now, but for the past decade and a half, kids been running around knocking people out that ain't even looking at them. I'm preaching to the choir, but I mean, but that's that type of mentality. Like, they don't even think of themselves as pussy for that.
Yep. Hey, that's how I got attacked. That's exactly how I got attacked years ago. Like, somebody just fucking said something to me. I turned my back. Next thing I know, I had two dudes that got me down, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
Yeah, and you know
what?
You
had to wait till my back was turned. That's why
I don't care what people think. I always guard myself when it come up on people in the dark alley or anywhere. You know what I mean? I'm always on guard. I'm never not paying attention. And if I jump the gun, then oh well, I'm safe. You know what I mean? That's just the way I look at it these days. It ain't got nothing to do with nothing but self-preservation. People know that. What's up? What's up, Jay?
That happened to me. I know how it feels to be sucker punched, man. It was a young dude too in his 20s that did that shit. He got on my ass. I couldn't even get one lick off because he sucker punched my ass. So
oh yeah, you fucking dazed already, bell rung and shit. And it's like, god damn it.
Yep, bell's already rung already, man.
See him making that video all proud of themselves and shit. It's like, proud.
Man, it's pride. I got pride issue, man.
It's gotten that way.
It's the pride.
This is their accomplishment.
I'm badass too. They're so quick to, instead of fighting too, nobody fights anymore. Everybody always talk about pulling out a gun.
Exactly.
Me, I'm
I hear you. Man, people don't like to fight me. They know I grow weed and shit. They're like trying to be my friend for real.
Yeah, that's one. Hey, you know what? You
I
never
got
see
hella
the weed
bodyguards,
man.
and I don't even know
You
it.
never see the weed man get in fights. I noticed that.
Oh,
Never.
dog, I got protected at the grocery store, man. I was about to get in a fight, and I knew I had it too. You know, it was one of those. I was like, finally, I was like, fuck it. You know, you just came up, you know, did all this banging on my car window and shit. Didn't see me in the car. You thought you was gonna beat up the girl in the car because she fucking pulled in the parking spot before you did, or whatever. Didn't see me in the back of the car, jumped out, and then my boy's like, "Hey, what's up? Oh, this motherfucker did that." I was like, damn, I didn't even get to do nothing. I appreciate that, man. Stop by. Let's burn one when you would back. Drop you an eighth, man. Keep looking out for me. No, seriously though.
I can relate all this stuff we're talking about to the original subject that I brought up in the end of the last video, because I talked about. I know we're all not African American here or whatever, but I brought up black men.
How do you know?
Well, shit, you know what? You're right. You're right. These days, you just don't know. You can be blacker than me as far as I'm concerned.
Oh, no, I'm just playing.
I see what you did there, right? Anyway, so I mean, if you think about it, though, the subject matter and just, I mean, think about it. I mean, okay, I'm gonna ask Dion and Lethal. People that attacked you, what color were they?
Black.
I can't hear you.
To be honest with you, I was a white guy.
Oh, okay, well, I can't really link that subject.
I kind of understood the way that he was talking, because he was kind of like he was losing it. He wasn't dealing with a full deck, so I knew he was going to try to pull something, go for my legs or something. And before he can think about swinging me, I ducked, and my response, and I laid his ass out. You know what I'm saying? Hit him hard. And the fight before that was with a black dude. Like I said, I got my jaw fractured because, it sucker punched my ass. So I don't have a lot of fights, not counting the fights I did when I was in IFL and Hour in the International Fight League. So I played around the martial arts circuit for a while, but those fights they don't count those fights because, they're sanctioned. But I had some fights in the locker room, so I had a few of them, not a lot of them. I try to pretty much stay to myself and, keep my circle very small. So I haven't had a lot of fights in my lifetime.
Okay, so let's just narrow it down. Okay, so obviously you guys got attacked by younger individuals, and majority tends to be black. What I'm trying to say is, what?
Haha, that didn't work for you, Zelix.
No. Hold on, Jess.
I was trying to see where you're going with that question.
Somewhere, okay. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So the majority of them were black. The point is, I mean, I said young black man originally when I brought the subject up. And I think myself, in fact, me and I want to say Alita were still considered young black men. So in that sense, I mean, the way society judges us based on how others act, the majority act. Do you guys believe there's a majority issue in terms of young black men? Because you can go back to like the whole, Black Panther days and whatnot, and a lot of them had a right to be as aggressive as they are. Because there was a deeper form of oppression, in my opinion. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me go ahead and sign back out. Hold on.
I think the whole thing with young black men and the whole black crime issue is so overblown. Because I looked it up the other day in Chicago, and we were talking about Chicago here, and everybody likes to talk about Chicago and how rough Chicago is. There are 887,000 black people in Chicago, right?
Right.
If half of those black people were out committing crimes, there would be no Chicago left. There would be no stores. Everything would be closed. The place would be burnt to the fucking ground.
That's true.
If half of those people were just out doing dirt. So the amount of the percentage of people that's doing dirt has to be minuscule. A minuscule percentage of people are doing this.
Okay, well then that goes along with
I was going to break it down. Yeah, I was going to say something too to break it down. Even though this is my perspective on it as well. But like what he said was right, exactly right. And because that's why I was going to break it down too, because I was like, I think we're relating black people to crime, and when it's really like lower income, uneducated people, and it's all different kind of colors. It's just, these areas are, when black people are the minority, you know, they will
Go
tend
ahead,
to,
yo.
like any
Go
people, right?
ahead.
Will want to stay together with each other for community, you know, but then that gets used against you in ways where they'll, you know, fuck up the tax system so that the schools and the education are bad and that in lower income areas. And it seemed, and all of that was in the beginning in the US, that shit was all racism right there. When they were trying to, like, you know, make sure that there was like a two different type of slave, right? There was the white slave who pays into the system willingly, thinking that this is a free country, and he rides like he motherfucker to do the best he can to be a good citizen, and that's all bullshit because a servant he's basically paying taxes to a system. But then there's another kind of slave where it's like an underprivileged, and the white gives that white guy that feeling of, you know, back then, because that shit don't fly like that anymore, not even with any of us. And I even if they lie to themselves, it shit don't, because there's no laws on the books, there's nothing, you know, to create actual racism. It would be a prejudice at this state. So the best they could do is be prejudiced. They couldn't be racist anymore here, you know what I mean? But the best they could do is be prejudiced, because they can't, like, you can't win a case in court that says a different race can get a privilege over another race. So it's not racism, you know what I mean? It's a prejudice, because it ain't a whole race of people doing nothing anymore to nobody. And I don't think it ever was, because if you got to think about it from a simple economic point of view, white people didn't want slavery. Most of us were employed by someone else. So we would actually lose a lot of jobs and a lot of, you know, wages. And that's what happened. And so, like, the Jew oligarch and the British Royal Empire, because we're still running under that system today, British Royal Empire, they're just doing it through proxy. So we think we're still under this illusion, because 1776 was a fucking hoax. I mean, I've got all this fucking documentation, and I've done it before with Dre, seen a lot of it, where I talked about all that, even down to the 1997 new amendment that the Queen made to our Social Security Act of 1997, and people aren't paying no attention to this shit. But yeah, so anyway, make a long story short, they played a game. They try to make ones, you know, because this human psyche will accept, since it's not the worst position, accept its role and position, you know. And they had us on the majority, so they had to make the majority be the actual machine. So, you know, they played a lot of bullshit on us. But the royals are of all colors. So it was like we all did it, you know what I mean? They all did it to us and ourselves and themselves as well. But it's not, I don't know how to explain that, but yeah.
I've been telling these guys for a while that racism is a thing for the little people.
Yeah, that's the trick for us.
It's fucked up for
Yeah,
them.
you see Romney's daughter. I mean, you see Jim Carrey, John Kerry, whatever the fuck their names are. You see these fuckers, they got daughters marrying the people in Iran, but we're going to go to war with Iran, but he was running for president of the United States. It's like, they're all in bed together.
Yeah, they're billionaires in China.
Oil,
They're
the trick
billionaires in
is
the Middle East. They're billionaires in Mexico.
They want us to believe
billionaires in
oil is a
Africa.
fossil fuel. When we prove that it's not. See, they want us to believe oil is a fossil fuel so that they can keep on creating the illusion of artificially orchestrated energy crisis and shit.
One at
So
a
that they
time,
can keep
guy.
on invading. Oh, I didn't even hear anybody else talk.
Yeah.
They can keep on invading countries and shit, you know, with even though they're not really, but it's our rationale, so they can keep actually just depopulating the communities everywhere. See, when you go to war, they take your best and your brightest, right? And that, don't they always say that? Give us your best and your brightest. And then they keep all the dumb people back at home, no offense. And then they keep pumping us full of fluoride in our city waters and shit so that we lose our IQs and we stay dumb. Then they hit us with them vaccines, ruin our immune system for the rest of our lives. And then we get sick all the time, pay into that medical situation. And that's why they got us locked in, because they have us thinking that we need that medical situation because everybody gets sick now. But why does everybody get sick now? Just the other day, like, nobody was getting sick. Now everybody gets sick. Everybody's got cancer. Everybody's fucking autistic. Everybody's got ADHD and shit. Everybody, you know, everybody's getting prescribed medications when they're kids and shit. Amphetamines, no doubt, right? Adderall and all this Ritalin and shit, you know? So, I mean, they're fucking us up the ass, and they're fucking, what it is it's not even a real government. It's a proxy government doing it to us, making us think it's our government. And then we vote. The votes don't matter. Has anybody heard of the Electoral College? That's where it's since the beginning of our voting. 11 people outvote 5 million on average people in each state. So it's really a board. There's no vote. There's no like me and you voting. We just get to feel good and do it. It doesn't mean nothing. They pay those boards out. That's a board on each state. It's ridiculous. It's just like a monarchy. Actually, the damn presidents are all fucking related. Sorry, I'm going to be quiet for a minute. I think I pushed out enough.
See, when I say shit like that, everybody say, "No, you're being a conspiracy. That's a conspiracy." See, when I say shit like that,
it is a
but you see what he just said?
It ain't a
Because
theory.
you're black, Carlotta.
It is a conspiracy.
Oh yeah,
though.
exactly.
Precisely.
Oh,
and a
How are
woman.
you, Carla?
No.
You just gotta let them go.
And
I start
female.
doing that shit when I smoke.
Well, Josh, you have
No,
white supremacy.
No,
dude.
I investigate this shit for thousands and thousands of hours, man. This ain't no joke. Like I know it's. I just drank a cup of coffee, so I know I sound
You ain't
jacked
the
up.
only one.
But I'm still drinking it. But yeah, I'm talking about things like reading peer-reviewed articles, not like crazy conspiracy theorists, YouTube channels and shit, but the peer-reviewed articles, where they were trying to hide things and with certain wording, and then I'll uncover that wording and find out things like I've discovered that they were using fetal stem cells to give people GC-MAF, which is supposed to be Big Pharma's next big cure for cancer. Yeah, and I found out they were doing that just through the wording in their Dr. Yamamoto's papers in the efficacy studies, and they didn't realize they were leaking the wording like that. So
all that shit has to be happening because you got to figure we have the technology to do it.
Look, Planned Parenthood, that's what the
somebody's
hypersexuality of our youth and everything is all about. More abortions, so they got more material to work from. And they got to sell that material because they are. Planned Parenthood makes hella money off of the transportation of the fucking dead babies. And then they want them in second term, and everybody knows second term is a baby. I mean, full-ass baby, man. They crush their brains, and they try to... Man, they're really bad. I mean, this place is really bad. And they want you to think it's evil, like it's the devil. And then, because then that ties your mind into that pharaonic religious paradigm that they already created the whole thing of. Thousands of years ago, they created this whole paradigm. So if you believe they're the devil, that so fucking confirms your belief in the God. And they know that. It's a trick. It's a trick of the mind. This shit was all about electromagnetics and the planets and the regular cosmology of where we used to be and how we were with Saturn, and the reason why that we have black and we have whites and all the people in between because of the electromagnetics and the way that we all went through that phase out from Saturn to the sun, because we were trapped by the sun, get into the sun's electromagnetic field, the heliosphere, but we were with Saturn before. I mean, and we got like ancient from all over the world, and even our own religions and shit that have been molded and twisted and shit, they even all allude to the shit that we're talking about now. But we got archetypal evidence like from before religions and shit where they were writing, drawing of things that they saw in the sky, which were actually plasmoids and plasma configurations. And that we know this for a fact because we can replicate them, because plasma is a scalable science. We can replicate it and we can enlarge it to that exact same shapes, even if it's a million miles tall. You know what I mean? In the laboratory, we can make through frequency and amplification and oscillation do this. And then so that we learn things like from the Sapphire Project. You want to give me coffee? I got a lot.
I need some of that coffee to keep up with you.
We're learning about all our science that they've been trying to tell us is a lie, but we're doing it through people like the Thunderbolts Project, the Sapphire Project. If you want to type those up, and you learn so much shit about the actual electric nature of our universe, because they left that shit out in the sciences. They scrubbed electromagnetism and they threw in gravity, which gravity is dielectric acceleration, EMR, electromagnetic retardation. So that's what gravity is. It's just gravity could change if the voltage were to change, like from the sun, the current that we were having, the gravity could change as well. Just like,
I would know. I'd have to do some research.
That's where they talked about the dinosaurs couldn't be as big as they were because the gravity that they had, that we have would crush them. So that debunks dinosaurs. Like, no, actually it just means that gravity was different because gravity was less at that time because we had less voltage from the Saturn than we would have had from if people know about Saturn, it's borderline brown dwarf now, borderline brown dwarf star right now, gas giant, so they're like, oh, it couldn't be, it wasn't warm. It's still warm. There's so much stuff that's going on that people aren't being taught. I mean, we learned through the light spectral analysis from Comet 67P that hydrocarbons that form oil, oil is a hydrocarbon, complex hydrocarbons are being formed through electromagnetic processes. That's Dr. Franklin Enariba from the Thunderbolts Project. If anybody's interested in trying to check that out, it's called The Electrochemistry of Comets. The Electrochemistry of Comets by Dr. Franklin Enariba, if my memory serves. Arriba! That's it. Yeah. That's why I remember.
The way you said Arriba, I'm sitting here thinking Arriba.
I know you are. I can hear it. I hear it through the field perturbations in the ether.
I'm sitting here thinking. I must be having a.
Jamie, what are your thoughts on all of this?
Oh my gosh! You finished changing, Jeff? Have you finished changing?
What are you talking about? Changing what?
You didn't see the message.
Oh, okay.
She's supposed to keep the cameras on while she's doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm still in the night. Fuck that.
So you guys are up on this GMOs and shit, right?
Pretty broad subject.
Yeah, you got that right. How about glyphosate, which is a major problem with the GMOs? One of them. Well, glyphosate is it's like a synthetic amino acid we've come to discover, and it said Monsanto said that it had no cellular permeability, no way to.
Well, one of the things I always said is this is the thing. If you just pay attention to, it's got to be something making us sick, because this is how it works. And this is how, if you just pay attention to anything, you don't remember when like, especially when we were in school. Remember, like, now you say, yeah, some of these kids that are in special needs, half of them probably don't need to be there. But when you were little in school, how many kids were in special needs? And then now when you go to school and see the kids, how many kids are in special needs?
Way more.
Well, yeah, they used to have the shortest bus. Now they have the longest bus.
Right. Like literally, right. And then on top of that, just think about this.
That's true.
Remember, when you think about it now, like I remember too back in the day when you say, oh, you heard of somebody having cancer, right? And you say, well, okay, whatever.
My friend knows a person who knows a guy who might know a guy who has cancer.
But now it's like literally, when I sit here and think, my grandmother got cancer, my mother's husband got cancer, my son's mother, she has cancer. Her mother has cancer. Her father is diagnosed with cancer. It's like back in the day, you would hardly know anyone who had cancer. My granny had cancer. And it's like, damn, hot. Where back in the day, for you to be able to know two people and know them by name that had cancer was like, what, weird.
Oh, yeah.
Where now you got to sit up here and say something must be going on. I'm not saying that every conspiracy theory is right, but something has to be going on if so many of people have had cancer cells mutate.
Well, the easiest way to find out if a conspiracy theory is right is to really look into it yourself.
Check the numbers. Something has to be going on. I don't know what it is.
I've been telling you about
sometimes what some people think are like fanciful theories and so far out there are very easily verifiable if they look at the right place. Like, holy shit,
way too much goddamn sugar.
But there's also a level of understanding that I think that they have to come to.
You think sugar? Wait, Josh. You think sugar causes cancer?
Yeah,
I think basically anything.
Yeah, for sure. Sugar
can cause cancer.
When you learn what cancer is, the mutation of your body's cells due to chemical imbalance, and your pH is changed, and it's actually your cells that are mutated. Your cells. It's not coming from outside the body, right?
I understand.
So if you feed the body a particular lack of nutrient. Like if you get it with sugar.
Wait a minute. Like I understand what both of you are saying. Like he's saying that, like you saying, I understand that your cells are the ones that can cause cancer, and Josh is saying, well, too much of anything can cause the cells to mutate. But I mean, like if you had to pick one item, everybody that you think that is really making us sick, what would you think?
Sugar.
Everybody pick one thing. What
Sugar.
item would you? Sugar. You say sugar.
Sugar, 1,000 times sugar.
Your vaccines, because your vaccines are attacking your immune system where you're able to accept viral attack in the first place. You couldn't even accept a viral attack or a bacterial attack in your body if it weren't for those damn vaccines.
I think there's stuff being put in the food.
But all of us are right. None of the one thing is one. They know this too. See, they are all
one at a time. Let's
together.
get something in too, MJ. But go ahead. What were you saying, Jeff?
Yeah.
Oh, so yeah, we're talking about all this stuff. So like, somebody has a cure for cancer, right? But I don't know if you guys have heard about this physicist. It's a young physicist, and she's been doing research, right? Of course, research in mice, and she basically had a cure, a cure for cancer, less invasive, using lasers, etc. Right? So there's a nice clip. I put a link out there. I don't know if that clip's out there, but she was talking about how her advisor told her, hey, nobody is interested in a cure that does not involve a drug. There's no, you know what I'm saying? So he's like, your research is not going to see the light of day, because if people can't make money off of it, so that just emphasizes, right? Exactly. So I put the link out there on her, but it's just sad stuff, because there's no way we shouldn't have a cure for cancer right now.
Over 100 years ago, Ron Rife made with the Rife technology, made a radio a transmitter that would hit the tumor with radio waves and destroy it and not harm your healthy cells. He would find the resonance frequency of the tumor, like finding a resonant frequency of this glass and going until it smashed itself. That's exactly what he was doing with these tumors and things, and not just tumors, but all types of various bacteria and stuff.
Yeah, I know who the first person to do that was Nikola Tesla.
I was getting ready to bring up Tesla.
That's my boy. I hate to say that's my boy there, so I had
Tesla versus
no, but Edison. But he was the one who first did that. Know about the frequency. What is it? Resonant frequency. Whatever. What are they?
Oh, yeah, no, a resonance. No, he wasn't the first one to know about it, because he even said, I never introduced wireless electricity. I never invented it. I only reintroduced an ancient technology that he got from Sanskrit and what they were doing with Giza Pyramid using irradiated pink granite. Right. He got all of that from over there. That Knob Hill shit. Yeah, he used to write back and forth with his friend.
Right.
And they would discuss that. And I'm sure,
And how come you don't hear? How come we're not taught about Tesla? I know I wasn't taught about Tesla in school.
No. Well, because you need to be taught about Edison.
Right.
Edison.
They skimmed over him. I remember they skimmed over his ass.
Edison, I hate to say something. That would be like if I could go back and meet certain people.
Debunked it for you in the.
If I met Edison, I'd probably slap him in the face.
Tesla was.
Most people probably would.
Talking about wireless.
Fan, I would just slap him just for Tesla.
Well, why? It's the same reason.
Person. I just slap him anyway.
It's the same reason you didn't know about him, because it was about money. Tesla wanted to make everything free.
Right. A lot of people don't know that. Tesla wanted to make the world a better place.
Right.
It's more than money, though, because the same people who wanted you to think it's about money, well, they print money out of thin air.
True.
So it's a fiat currency. So it's really about wasting our time, the rat race, for us to stay busy and head down and working on a goal that isn't finding out our true history and getting out of this fucking bullshit.
It's a fiat currency, but unfortunately, that's the system we work under. So
you understand what I mean? Like the people who they don't touch money. Money doesn't matter to them. What's his name there? Rothschild and the Rockefellers and shit. They never even touch money with their bare hands. They got commodities. They got businesses and land and all that kind of shit. They're worth amount of money, but they're not like the money's for us to run around and fucking scramble with. That's a big joke.
They have real wealth. I forget which comedian was talking about it, but he put it really well. He's like, some people think they're rich because they have a gold watch. They don't understand that people own gold mines.
Yeah. Not even that. They own countries that, and through secret societal connections. And the secret societies are already run and own these damn countries because they all split up us. We're the commodity. So the amount of working, it's not even it's not even a theory. It's like obvious. You open your eyes and you see it. Look, there's millions of diamonds in the diamond mines, but the De Beers family spends more time keeping the diamonds in the mines than pulling them out. Because if they pulled them all out, then the world would think that, of course, diamonds are just this fucking, they come like water. And then same with oil. They always short us. Same with the food. So they can try and tell you that you need Monsanto so they can get another excuse to poison you and keep your populations down. Monsanto's never made your yields crops go bigger. They only claim to want to do that. It never, ever happened. Every farmer who's ever made their records have always noted that has never been happening. And they don't use less weed or herbicide and shit. They have to use more, and it's Monsanto specific. Yeah, and so it's like never ending.
Don't you think it's something wrong when you're putting this stuff on the crops and you have to be covered from head to toe? Don't you think it's something wrong if you put that on my food?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
I'm like, what's wrong with that picture? Come on now.
Sure.
Yeah, it's true. It's true stuff.
That's
It's scary
why
stuff.
I only eat organic shit.
If you
Yeah.
can find it
I
these
take
days,
mushrooms once a month. Keeps me good.
for the mind and the body.
That's true.
Keeps you good. I'm telling you.
Oh, and
I've been
she came
trying
back.
to get them on. I've been trying to get them on the mushroom tip. No, one of them will do it.
I love
Get out of their
mushrooms.
mind.
Zelik, see what you started?
I didn't start a damn thing. I went on MG.
No, yeah, I know MG went.
Man, he was talking truth.
Yo, MG always takes
I'm gonna show you where it all started. This guy went.
Yeah, MG always
It
takes
was the
the
beginning of time, for goodness sake. I'm like, hold on, I was talking about today.
What kind of mushrooms you talking about, Josh?
He's talking MG.
Kind of make you silly.
Yeah, you sound a lot better than Carlotta when she says it.
No, that's just because she's a woman. That's all. Because she's a black woman.
Right.
Carlotta, that's okay. Girl power. High five, though.
Right.
I want to hear SG.
Right.
SGK.
Yeah, we're waiting on SGK. She snuck out.
Oh, okay.
There she is, the lone wolf.
Girl power, right?
She's shy.
I get disputed like a mug.
Hey. Carlotta, did you win some money?
Oh yeah, what happened, Carlo?
Yeah, I won some money. And they won it back.
You was good when we were in the line earlier. You were making.
Yeah, I should have stayed online with y'all. Because, I mean, for some reason, the whole time I was online with you all, I was winning.
Become even more
I was winning the whole time. I mean, winning like ridiculously. And then all of a sudden, I dropped off and I made a phone call. And then I got like focused on what I was doing and really screwed up.
See?
Uh-oh.
I took $20 and ran it into $450.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Right.
You were doing good. And then you lost it.
From there.
Oh,
Then I lost it.
There's a but.
That's when y'all dropped off.
Uh-oh.
So that means to tell me y'all some good luck.
That's why you had us.
Y'all must be positive energy.
Thunderbolts Project. I never heard of that. I gotta check this out.
Oh yeah.
I like to ask the
Sapphire
guy
as well.
I don't know that guy's name. They got the cap on his head.
NG.
Oh, NG. I want to ask him. Does he know the name of the chemical that seems to reduce the testosterone levels in fetuses? Male
Bisphenol
fetuses.
A, yeah.
That's what it is?
BPA, yeah, just type
Yeah,
BPA.
BPA. That's right. Okay, got you. Thank you. I appreciate it. Because I got into this argument with somebody about people are born gay. They're not born gay. There's something that happens in gestation.
Yeah, it's an endocrine disruptor. So it would if you were predominantly going to be female and your hormonal development would be trying to produce estrogen, but it would switch that to make it testosterone. So the girls feel more like boys, and then the boys feel more like girls.
Like girls.
It's like trying to putty us all up into one mutual unisexy kind of,
Yeah.
you know,
Man is trying to fuck with man. Right.
Yeah. So, and then the people, it's upsetting because it's like, it's hard to tell a person who's, you know, gay that there's a possibility that that's really not really natural, that it didn't naturally happen to you.
You're a chemical fuck up.
Because they've been taught gay pride and all of this, so they don't want to look. They don't even want to look into it, you know. And it kind of so it's part of that psychological trap to keep that hidden in plain sight. I mean, literally, I think these guys think of everything. They got millions of, you know, ideas that I keep uncovering one of them every day. You know, it's like, holy shit.
Yeah. It's best to stay outside the box, as I say.
Yeah, stay away from, you know, loaded shotgun and keep them from coming in the door to give you that vaccine. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah.
Right,
You know?
and that's another thing. You know, the flu shot and all of that. My kids never had that. They never had the flu. You know, I never had it. They went to school with inner city kids with the sniffles and the green bugs.
That's colloidal silver.
You know,
right?
it's really weird. I didn't feed them oodles and noodles and juice. You know?
Yeah.
So their immune systems.
Yeah, I used to get the flu shot all the time. I had to, but
because you in the nursing.
Well, no, I was military. Yeah, so you know they try to goose us up with all kind of stuff.
Yeah, they do. You're the guinea pigs on the front row right now.
Oh yeah, that's a true thing. There was a lot of stuff I was like, no, I'm not doing that.
You see guys going and getting paralysis and shit after their shots. You know, having like and paralysis sometimes in the arm or leg that they were injected in too. Yeah, I mean, I know.
I just think there were excuses.
Yeah, they would tell y'all secrets though, good secrets, like drink sodium bicarbonate and shit. At particular times. A lot of people don't know about that shit, so you know it's real. The military is telling people to do it, but it has no scientific value in the EPA, if the CDC or the, you know what I mean, FDA, or they tell you how it has no scientific value, but the military is telling you, oh yeah, when you're around them depleted uranium and shit, you should do that.
Right.
And, it's other things.
Oh yeah, because you know they're doing all
kind of. I just said more than
die.
Most people know about, but yeah. So,
when they gave him that smallpox vaccination, and they had him quarantined for like 10 days.
Yeah.
And I thought he was going to die. He was like,
he's quarantined because he's contagious, and he's contagious too. And that's why you don't even.
He was like, it's a big sore on my arm, and I was like,
oh my god!
I said, put your sergeant on the phone. You want to come on?
I had the smallpox vaccine. Wasn't that bad?
Anthrax vaccine. Yeah. That's like but the population is 300 million in America, right? And if you got like even 3% of those people, that's 30,000 people are being irrevocably damaged. You can't turn that back around. It's just neurological damage. That's way too many. And for the simple fact that shit don't even exist the way that they're trying to produce it. I mean, promote it to you that it exists anyway. The measles and the fucking polio and all that shit was all but eradicated before the scheduling of the vaccines. See, and then when the vaccines came around, all it did was spread that shit around with different variants. And, now you've got tenfold in some areas paralytic diseases that we ever had then. Tenfold? That's fucking ridiculous. The population didn't go tenfold, so where's the fucking shit coming from, right? The vaccine.
But I like what you just said about it having a neurological effect on people, because I notice a lot of people that get these vaccinations,
ticks,
all of a sudden they don't act right no more. It's like their mind ain't right.
See, I
was wondering if that damn vaccination got something to do with the damn their mind and shit.
It's proven now. It's already proven too. Payouts have been going out. Italian courts have been doing $2 million payouts because of vaccine damage. The Tdap vaccine. They've known since 1991. I've got peer-reviewed papers. You guys can ask me for articles on this shit anytime. I got scientific peer-reviewed publishing papers about this Tdap vaccine since 1991. Them emails from the CDC back that have been uncovered from the FOIA Freedom of Information Act, FOIA documents have uncovered the fact that they've known about this since 1991. That's the reason for that. What you think is Zika, that microencephaly with a shrunken head.
Oh, that's Zika. Yeah.
This is the Tdap vaccine doing this shit.
Oh.
And similar
Well, yeah, it's
chemicals
always
that are
funny
used
how they just
in-
pop up with stuff.
Yes, exactly right. And
To-
similar
to
chemicals
create
that are
a
used
scare.
in pesticides.
Yeah.
That-
Well,
Right.
because what was it before the Zika virus? What was it before Zika?
Ebola is bullshit.
Right. Yeah, you get
And it's
thrown
in your
something
nuts.
out.
Oh yeah, so nobody is having sex now again. It's the new AIDS, right? So it's the population control. First, it was AIDS. AIDS. They kill you
I heard
with
that they
AZT.
found. I
ain't
heard that they
AIDS.
found gold
Ain't no such
underneath
thing as
that
fucking
land
HIV
over
like
there in Liberia, and that's why they made it such a big deal about the Ebola or whatever being over there, because they found something over there. Excuse me.
Yeah, why do they make chemotherapy a fuck? Sorry to interrupt you. Damn it. I'm
Go
bad.
ahead, honey.
No. I'm punching myself. I have to learn not to interrupt.
Yeah, I gotta learn too, honey. Don't feel bad.
My grandma took chemotherapy. It didn't work. I tried to get her to get that, what is it, CBD oil? She was not having it. I'm like, Grandma. And she's like, I'm not taking those drugs. I'm like, they're literally injecting you with irradiated chemicals.
Exactly.
Shooting uranium into your veins.
That's what this is. It looks like a needle, but it's not. It's a hypodermic syringe. Well, it's just a syringe, but it's got Rick Simpson oil in it, which is 67% pure fucking THC.
Yeah,
Rick
I'm
Simpson.
Simpson oil.
Yeah, it's just that RSO.
I'm
It
like,
came
you
straight
won't-
from the.
I'm like, you won't take CBD oil, but they can inject you with fucking uranium, and you're cool with that? Like,
I know it's sad because
Some
it's
people
a
don't know the
brainwashing.
difference.
It's that damn doctor, right? It's the way that they've been programmed that the doctors knows a lot. And even the doctor, if you start doing your own research and you start asking a doctor, hey, do you know anything about colloidal silver? And they say no, you're like, holy shit, I can't believe this idiot doesn't know anything about nature's number one antibiotic that beats out, it kills MRSA, even when their number one top antibiotics can't kill it. All right. And it doesn't harm the human cells at all whatsoever. It's just slow acting and it's hard to get into the blood. Right. Because it tarnishes in the stomach acid and it loses its charge there. But if you can let it absorb into the blood through your thin layered, the osmosis of your mouth and your throat, and when you do that, you actually get a lot of silver. Like I hold it in my mouth for a while and like use it for like anti-fighting cavities type shit. Keeps everything at bay.
Okay.
It kills any kind of fucking decay.
I need that.
Tooth decay.
Would
you can
be
even
the
reverse your
malfunction of
cavities.
that.
If you have
Wow.
cavities from sugar from
Right.
a long time and it's just a little guy and you can reverse that. I've got one turning filling up with white now clean it's all clean and shit and filling all the way up. It was kind of going in and it's reversing. So
What would be the side
Wow.
effects of that by any chance?
there's no side
But I
effects.
heard fruits and vegetables was
used to
good
try
for
and
like
they used to try and tell you,
cancer.
oh, it'll turn you blue and da 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 da.
Uh-huh.
That's Algeria, and that's
Okay.
nothing to do with colloidal silver itself. That's with copper poisoning, and you got people are actually putting the copper leads down into the silver when they run the electricity through it, because that's how you make it through electrolysis. And if you put your copper leads down into the water, then yeah, you're going to get Algeria because you're actually putting copper in your water. That's silly. You don't want to do that. You know what I mean?
So
And
is that the cause of the blue people up in there in West
Yeah.
Virginia or Kentucky or whatever?
Yeah,
Is
blue
that-
guy, the one blue guy. Yeah, he did it on purpose to himself too.
Oh, okay.
And he tried to tell everybody, oh, it's well accidental. No, he did it on purpose. He's a shill for the government. He's a big pharma shill. Those kind of people, man, all they're doing is one guy tries to make the rest of everyone in the world through one story that it's highly promoted, right? Because I've been drinking this for 6.5 years now. This is what it is right here. It's right. I drink a little every few fucking hours, and I am not blue.
Oh my god.
I mean, my camera right here.
Dude.
Yeah, and so it's really highly it helps
Wait a
rejuvenate
minute. That was the Rick
damaged
the Rick
neuron
Simpson?
passageways.
That was the Rick Simpson oil?
No, this is the colloidal silver.
Oh,
It's
okay.
colloidal silver.
I got you.
Yeah, the Rick Simpson oil. That'd
Damn.
be fucking like sleepy time tea on that shit. That's why this still exists right here. Actually, I was trying to like.
Oh my god.
I've had it for like a month there, and I can't even. Yeah, that's too much. It's heavy. Like that's only for like if you have cancer and you want to start shrinking a tumor, and then you get on a regimen of that Rick Simpson oil. I mean, my opinion, because that's so heavy. I'm gonna tell you that's
My
heavy.
grandma wasn't having it. I really tried to get her to go for it. And she was clearly dying. I mean, she died. Like,
That's
she was
sad,
done.
man.
And I'm like, what? Why not? Like, even if you don't think it would work, why not give it a shot?
Right. You know how hard it was for me to finally get my aunt to give my uncle colloidal silver? I mean, because I'm not right there. I'm pretty persuasive guy, and I'm not real little. So, I mean, I could get up on people and be like, hey, let's get this colloidal silver on him, damn it. And people would be like, oh, for sure, okay. But now, 3,000 miles away, I'm like, hey, put the colloidal silver on. I don't know. I don't want to do that. Oh, okay. So, anyway, it's my uncle. So, and he's like a dad to me. So, motherfuckers had to understand my
Man, people are real
my
sick.
vibe.
Like,
So I
why
put it out.
not?
Anyway, they got the colloidal silver on him. Now the oncologist is saying, I don't know why he's healing. Because they gave him this is what happened. They gave him hospice to go die and said, put him on morphine. And then that was the end of his treatment. They canceled everything, everything. Right. And then I was like, fuck that. Go pick him up. Don't let them give him another shot of that morphine, because that's what's shutting his organs down. That's what's shutting him down. They're killing him. So if I don't want that to happen right now, I've got another idea. I want you to finally believe me about the fucking colloidal silver. You guys, I said, what have you got to lose? You've exhausted all your fucking options, right? Now, now you and I both agree that now what they've done is set him to go die. So what are we going to do from here? We're going to go get him out of there and just make him live. And she was like, what? You know what I mean? Like, she really couldn't believe, because I was so adamant about how I knew that this was going to happen. I mean, I've seen it 100 cases and she hasn't. Yeah, and that's the problem. So, you know, finally, because we've been so far away for so many years, and she's a fucking, you know, little here and there, and not paying attention to reality all the time. So, put it that way. And, you know, love you, Aunt Lorna.
So, MG, did you follow or familiar with Dr. Sebi at all?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Diet, nutrition, pH
balance. Right.
Very wise.
Yeah, where he claimed like he cured AIDS, cancer, diabetes, all that stuff.
A lot of these guys found the secret that shit really doesn't exist. And what it is a conglomerate of 29 other already existing diseases. And the AIDS test itself, the HIV test, pardon me, my vernacular, because you got to be particular. AIDS is something totally different than an HIV. You know, HIV is supposed to be a virus that no one's ever seen in a laboratory. All you've ever seen are artificially composites, computer composites of what they suspect it would look like. That's why the test is not right. And that's why when they do test, all they're looking for is a particular protein that shows up. Even if you've had an ulcer for over a month, this protein shows up in your body. So that you would have to be asked a strand or with a random set of questions now at the same time in order for criteria to be possibility. And then they say, yes, you have it. And then if you do, even though you don't, they give you AZT. AZT, they quit using on the leukemia kids because it killed 100% of the children that took it. Let me say that one more time. It killed 100%, fully fatal. There's no surviving AZT medication regimens. So it will kill you. All right. And that's exactly what they do. And then they force you to take it as well, so that they can also remain keep it the 100%. They can keep it that the HIV is the deadly disease that it is. And because they can kill you with that AZT. See, what happened was my mom was murdered by the government by AZT. And that's why I've been researching this for 2 decades. That's what got me started with knowing that there is a real conspiracy to depopulate and kill some of the best and the brightest people on earth.
Right.
And that's why I knew there was the independent ones, the ones that won't be bought out, the ones that won't, make like I have an IQ high enough that I could go out and make 10 million losers off of my one winner being a winner. Because it's just a capitalist system. Making big winnings, putting it all in the stocks and bonds and doing it. I could make lots of. So could anybody, right? you could make all a bunch of losers off of you being a winner. But see, if you're not into that game, you don't want to make losers. You don't want to hurt others, and you don't want to be that in that club, the Club of Rome type club. Then you're gonna be targeted and shit and squashed out as soon as they notice you.
Wow.
So I'm at that stage where they thought they squashed me. Now I've disappeared hard enough to not be noticed so much.
Gotcha.
I don't monetize my channel. I don't really do a lot of shit. I run through multiple VPNs.
What's your channel?
Mr. Grim V or MG. Yeah. I got a t-shirt company, Informatees.com, where I could print anything on shirts and shit and mail them all over the world. Pretty fun stuff.
Nice.
But mostly that's just basically just to get by, not to make the world of anything. Usually I just use that company to back up other friends of mine on YouTube that would like t-shirts so that they could give to people who donate to their channels. And any donations over $25, you get this amazing t-shirt and it's got all this shit on it. It's so cool.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
I said that with a lot of enthusiasm.
I got you.
It's so cool. It's like, wow.
Everybody's got to hustle.
So there you go. And
come up with some t-shirts too.
But that's and I don't do it for money because obviously I don't make much for the price that I give people this stuff for. Like, ask people who have worked with me. You know what I mean? They'll tell you they don't even know how I could even get the shit that cheap sometimes.
Wow.
But, buy low, sell low. I'm just kidding.
I pulled up some of that
that's not my
stuff.
generator. That's not how I make a living. Is off the, you know what I mean? So that's how I, make contacts and try to do this thing with the truth movement.
Is that your movement? Truth movement? I never heard of that.
No. It's everybody's movement.
You mean okay? I see.
Yeah, I just help people connect and network, and
gotcha.
I feel like that's my little contribution to getting the word out. Something I can do. It don't take a lot of my time. Yeah. It's taking time at times. But anyway, more about me. Let's enough about you.
I think everybody rolled out.
You talking MG?
Yeah.
That's I know MG.
MG went to sleep?
Yeah, MG is
oh no, I mean Drake went to sleep. Who are you talking to, Drake? Oh, somebody.
I don't know. I hear
he's talking to somebody.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he cool. I know. I don't know him for a minute. I know who he is.
Yeah. My little avatar changed. I change my avatar sometimes.
Yeah. I feel.
I was like, where'd Carlotta go? Carlotta, this your type of hype girl. I was like, where you go?
Oh, my phone died and I had to plug it up because I just got in the house.
Yeah, I pulled up the Sapphire stuff. I got to read this at another hour other than 2 o'clock
it's nice, right? Oh,
there's a lot of stuff, man.
I can go ahead and give you a quick breakdown, though, just off the top of my head. What they're doing is they're showing that the sun, and they're demonstrating in a laboratory that the sun is actually a double-walled cathode, double-layered cathode. And what they're because they've taken low-pressure environment, like a big old tank, right? Glass tank, and they fill it with a particular plasma that we actually know exists out there in the colors by the hue and the light and so everything, and they ignite it with the not even the very high voltage that you would expect them to ignite, and then all of a sudden it starts to amplify on itself and it creates a double-walled layer of plasma. And the plasma behaves on the surface as it would on the sun, and you can see that the electrons speed up as they accelerate away from the cathode, just like the ones in space do from the sun that they can't explain. They're showing so many things, sunspot activity from solar minimums and maximums, and they're getting those minimums and maximums not by changing the voltage, but by changing the gas pressure, lower pressure in the so the sun is really not in a vacuum, it's in a low pressure environment. right? And then when the pressure changes, it creates I don't know if that's what's creating it or if the voltage is actually creating the pressure variance. So there's a the chicken before the egg question still going on. But anyway, it's proving that the electric nature is real and that that's what it is. And it's not just gravity force or whatever alone. And that's why, you know, the comet tails jet away from the sun and all of that stuff because they're stripped electrons getting pushed off exactly away from the sun. You know what I mean?
Okay, so this is a basic question. So from this project, so what are they trying to
Oh, they're trying
prove,
to teach science that the standard model of the solar system is incomplete, not completely wrong,
not incorrect, but just incomplete.
Right, exactly. Yeah, you can say wrong as fuck in a lot of cases, but that's if you look at particular things. But for the most part, incomplete because what they're using gravity as like something that's consistent, and it's not. It changes all throughout space in different environments. It's not the same. It's regulated by voltage, and that's what they've left out of the equation. Yeah, and if they say that space is supposed to be a vacuum and there's no electrical interactions going on, but now they have to admit that there are, because you can actually see giant Birkeland currents, which Dr. Christian Birkeland 100 years ago discovered these electrical currents that go from planets and that go from galaxies to galaxies and shit in some cases. So for, you know, hundreds of millions of light years, you know, crazy shit like that. So anyway, we've also discovered that that the red shift and the blue shift that they use to determine distances in the stars is wrong. It's really an induction rate, and it has to do with electricity. Just like a 5-watt light bulb, you know, you can barely read a book by, but a 5-watt laser will burn a hole in your ass. It's about the coherency of the light, how it's structured, basically, and it's induction because light is a coaxial circuit. This is all science. It's not really taught yet. But it needs to be changing. We need to be changing it because light speed isn't a constant either. Light speed is it's determined by its medium, the speed, and it's not a speed, it's an induction rate. So the vernacular needs to change. All kinds of stuff's got to get worked with.
That's not going to change for a long time.
But a lot of that thinking there comes from the work Kenneth Wheeler did. I got to attribute this guy real quick because I just spouted some of his work. Kenneth Wheeler, what's his Theorius Apophis is his YouTube channel name. If you guys want to check him out or sub to him, actually, I might even have him on my preferred subscribers list or something on the side of my channel. Check that shit out.
What was that name again?
Theorius Apophis.
Okay.
It's Greek for God, theoretical God or some shit. I don't know. I don't speak or read Greek, whatever, Latin. I don't fucking know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I need some of your coffee.
Greek or Latin or something. I don't know.
And she's all over the place.
What's the difference?
What do you
it's all Latin to me.
Harp?
Oh, harp, yeah. Well, that's kind of like a long story. But yeah, I'm not, all right. They can definitely use harp to, you know, move weather patterns and do things like this. But a lot of, I think what they do with harp is heat up the ionosphere in particular areas so that they can use their ground-based radio telescopes to tell us that they have pictures of certain things from a satellite. Because then all the background radiation, water is a background radiation. It's absorbing gamma rays and it shoots them all over, and our atmosphere is full of water. And so you got what they're calling background radiation from the Big Bang, which is really all the water in our atmosphere that they're looking through. And they're telling you they're looking from Hubble and all of that shit. And I'm just not a big buyer in all of that, to be honest. I think they get a lot more out of those radio-based telescopes that are on the ground than they ever do from any of those other little tiny instruments they're fucking with.
That's true.
Yeah. But so they would have to, when they heat up the ionosphere, all the water disappears out of there they make a big vacuous area up there, and then you can get a crystal clear shot of anything from whatever you're trying to see, and we'll never know about it. That's why those places are probably deserts.
True. I mean, but when they do that, it does affect the weather.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, you're damn right. You're damn right. Well, and like you said, that they, you know, if they have like you know, laser technology that they can heat up big areas of the ocean at a time, like, and I say big areas, I don't mean like you look at the globe and see a lot of water heated up. That would be a pinpoint on the globe. You know what I mean? But that's all you need in the eye of the storm is one mile circle or quarter-mile circle getting heated up at a time. You know what I mean? And then that would create the pressure you need in order to create that cyclone effect. And it would warm the waters in that area just 1 to 2 degrees more, enough to create that effect. Just like that's how it happens.
That's right.
So they could pump them suckers up, man, superstorm them. But those are all. I've never seen actually any of that. And
they say it's 7 of them that exist. The main one that I know of is in Alaska, and they said there's one there like.
Yeah, I've posted some shit about the multiple hearts all over the globe. You know, from from you know, Indonesia
to, me,
to
like,
Africa.
You know, people trying to play God. You know, but okay.
Yeah.
It's something up there.
Yeah.
Somebody's doing this shit.
Science versus religion argument.
Well, I mean, we know it's. I don't even know if it's that, because we know that the human resonance, like we react to particular frequencies, like ELF waves, right? So that they can Schumann resonate us and then have us all subjected to a particular wave, like anger, or you know, to have everybody like fighting each other. I mean, that creates plenty of you know, or docile. See, and it could switch you to docile too, and then that's even, you know, more of the effect. Like they do that with the fluoride.
That's scary.
The fluoride, when given in minute, I mean 1 part per billion to the minnows forget about covering themselves from danger and swim right out into predatorial range without even thinking twice about it anymore. So what does it do to us? It makes us swim right into the predator without reading the label.
Do that by,
give me the vaccine.
I wonder if they
tell
could
me what's in it.
I wonder if they could do that based on your income. In other words, if you have a higher income that you live like, but yet and still you're considered middle class, but you are higher than the lower class, would they give you more?
Well, yeah. Think about this.
You more, you know what I'm saying? Fluoride.
When I was on food stamps, I couldn't even buy the good food. When I was on food stamps, I mean, some of the food that was non-GMO, I couldn't even get. I was like, oh, damn. Okay, so only with, you know, we have to eat the processed shit. We got to eat the garbage and the processed shit and all the prepackaged monosodium glutamate type shit, and everything else costs, you know, 3 times as much. There ain't no way I could even afford to spend the food stamps on that shit.
But did you see the glue? Did you see the meat glue that they make the fillets with?
Not when you got a big family and shit, you know what I mean? It's like they know they're getting you.
Hey, I think they test overseas first. Like they go to those third world countries and they'll infect the whole fucking community. They'll infect the whole city.
Oh, test on them.
Like I've seen like in different countries, like in Vietnam, you know, different places in Africa, different places.
Sierra Leone, I was just gonna say.
Yeah, you know, and what they do is like they'll put like a bacteria either in the water supply or the food supply, and
formaldehyde too in the whales.
Yeah, and they'll put something in there that will affect the birth rate. And what I mean by that is you have a lot more deformed children. You have children that, you know, that come out underdeveloped. I mean, I know a lot of us now have seen those videos. I even had one on my channel where a girl basically was 19 years old and she lived her entire life on the inside of a bowl. Like
autoimmune disease, like a motherfucker. right?
Right.
Couldn't breathe the outside
I
air.
saw
just
that.
any-
I
And,
saw
and
that
look,
video.
they'll
Yeah.
turn around and the doctors and the people in the country are telling them, well, okay, well, you know, a demon did it. And then they'll just leave it at that. They'll just say, well,
man.
they'll just leave it at that. Like,
Yeah.
if the doctor can't, like, fix you, right? Well, you know, then they'll just go to the supernatural, like, quick. They'll say, well, listen, man, you know, you got hit up by a jinn. So, you know, there's nothing else we could do. You know, we gave you some penicillin. We gave you some penicillin. We gave you some Tylenol. None of that shit worked. It's probably a gin, dog. You know, did you do something last week? You need to check on yourself. That's how the doctors do.
We're gonna leave it up to God and come bring in an exorcist.
You know, I mean, I've seen that in other countries, like so many other times. Like, you know, the family. It was another incident where a family, you know, was going through sickness and illness, and their children's. All of their children would go to this witch doctor. So one of the like American news reporters, I think from CNN, like went over there, right, and seeing these children being tortured, right? So he goes to the local government, like, hey, you know, these people are getting tortured down here. And the government looks at him and says, well, hey, man, if your child is born with brown eyes and a big stomach, then it's probably possessed by a demon. That's what the government told him. That's what the African government looked at the news report. He said, hey, man, you know, they're like real calm, like this is normal. Sometimes you got to take your child to the witch doctor, all right? They just got to go. they just got to go. I said to myself, like, wow, okay. And then you have a whole community. So if you don't take your child to the witch doctor, guess what? You know, you're going to be the one that looks suspect.
Right. Yeah, but spirituality existed before all this technology that we know it today. I mean, the scientific breakdown technology. I'm talking because you know you had science back long time ago. But the way it's broken down today, you know what I'm saying? Spirituality existed before that.
Well, you know, one of the people, and it's funny because I did some research. It was a movie. I forgot the name of the movie, but it was a movie where a movie that was about Jack the Ripper, and that said he was some type of doctor. I can't remember the name of the movie. I think Johnny Depp.
For him to dismember people the way he did, the real Jack the Ripper, they said that it could have been a possibility he was, and they think he might have been a real.
Well, no, Jack the Ripper basically was, you know, carving up prostitutes, all in the name of science, like that his literature on the human anatomy.
Sherlock Holmes.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think that was it. But his like his information on the human anatomy was the original. Like he was really like just saying the hell with it. You know what? Let me just grab a living body and just start cutting on it, and I'll write down what happens as I go. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like you know, like that he was one of the.
How long did it take for them to die after bleeding out from a kidney removal?
Right.
You know,
documenting this stuff because somebody had to do it. Right.
Because like the Sherlock or I think it was Mr. Holmes, he said, look at all the precise surgical, you know, like this isn't done by a monster. This is done by a surgeon by the ways. Yeah.
Like everything that was being done like for a purpose. Like he just wasn't doing it.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, I think somewhere at the end of the movie, like the Queen ended up having him put in an insane asylum. Like, he didn't kill him. He just put him somewhere and made him look like he was crazy.
No, I haven't seen that.
And in real life, what they did was they gave him another job, and then he changed his name, gave him another job, and then he popped up again later. His name, he was Dr. Kevorkian. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, but think about even Dr. Kevorkian. All these people, like I think I heard Bill Gates say it one time, talk about a death panel. You ever heard that?
Well, for sure. You're talking to the choir right now. I teach this shit. You're gonna love it. Hell yeah. You're right about that, 100%, man. The death panel. It's a bigger thing than just Bill Gates, though. But it's a eugenics effort that's been going on for a very long time. We've only been aware of it openly, and so that our conscious will actually, believe it or not, many of us will agree with it. And they knew that by the way they would present it. So they waited before they decided to talk about and they don't call it what it truly is a pharaonic death cycle, where they can keep all at low enough populations. And it's really about the intelligence. All right, if they can keep a larger population less intelligent, then they'll allow a larger population. But they really can't always, without this new technocratic fucking scientific control devices that they're implementing, then they might be able to. But they really couldn't do that before, because the human population gets exponentially smarter as the growth populations get bigger and spread out, though. And they don't seem to get smarter if they stay stuck in the same city. That's the weird thing. They have to spread out.
But do you know what, like, you know what they do for America now? They'll do something like 9/11. They'll say, okay, since you don't want to bite, okay, we'll just pick a spot where there's about 50,000 people and just kill all of them at one time. You feel what I'm saying? Like, if you notice now, the government's more cutthroat. Like, they'll go into an area and drop Ebola just for the hell of it. And then, look, after they drop it and kill enough people, they'll say, you know what? It wasn't even Ebola. It was the flu. You know what I'm saying? Like, America, like the way they cover up shit is, like, amazing. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, it's not even America. That's the whole trick.
Yeah,
we're still looking at the hand when it's the other one's punching us, and it's really it's that British Royal Empire. It really never stopped. I mean, that's Rome, which is still the pharaohs. You know, the pharaohs. Remember that the pharaohs ruled the world. No handful of Jews threw them out of Egypt, threw them off the whole world. All of a sudden, the whole world got lost by all of their armies and pharaohs and shit. No. The pharaohs ruled the world.
I found it interesting.
They disappeared on purpose in secret and allowed new rule that they controlled already to arise as the opposition to them, so that the people would succumb to being happy for another 2,000 years, until the age of the Aquarius, which is now.
Right. This is what I found really interesting about the Romans. Okay. Is that when the feet of the Sphinx started to decay, the Romans brought their materials from Rome and repaired the feet of the Sphinx. And you have to ask yourself, okay, the Sphinx is in Egypt. They're all the way in Rome. Okay, they're running Rome. They don't really have to do shit outside of Rome. Why all of a sudden would they pay so much respect to see the Sphinx falling apart and say, you know what, we need to fix that? You see what I'm saying? Like at the time that it was done, and you can look at the history of this to see the Romans repairing the Sphinx for some odd strange reason.
Didn't they come over and trying to put a face on it?
Well, they were repairing the feet of the Sphinx.
I know.
And that was the thing. And you're saying you have to ask yourself why. Like they had no connection. Like as far as benefiting, they were on top already. They had no need to go to Egypt, a desert, okay, to go fix a statue that
if it didn't have nothing to do with them. Yeah. And that's their family heirloom. You know what I mean? That's
right. You're gonna say it right. There's a connection that's not talked about between Rome and Egypt.
Oh,
there's a serious connection. And
it's right there. If you think about this, in the center of Africa, right in the heart of Africa is where the Giza pyramid is, right? And in the Bible, it is also the heart of Africa is the Temple on the Mount.
And you know, just from now, this is just a theory of mine. Okay, just a theory. Just from analyzing just certain things. Because I had a debate once upon a time, and the debate was this. There was a guy that I know on social media. His name is Black Jesus. And you know, he goes around and he swears up and down Jesus Christ is black. He goes to prove it. And I argued that point to him because I said, well, it's impossible to say Jesus Christ is black simply because he was created before man. So you can't put a color on Christ. He just came down and took a body and went back up. It's not the same thing. You feel me?
That's a
So
spiritual way to look at that
right, you feel
metaphor.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So look,
I'm not a religious guy myself, but I appreciate the way you thought that out. That would be an interesting aspect for them to have to.
Well, yeah, because see, in the Bible, right, the Bible is very, very clear and direct when it talks about this description of Jesus Christ, and a lot of people like to confuse it, but it said it's in black and white. Okay, it's in black and white. So look, it says this. It said that now listen close to what I say.
I'm here.
It said that his feet were the color of brass as if it was burning in a furnace. Now, when you take brass out of a furnace, it turns black. But the verse did not say that.
Red and green makes brown.
No. Listen, but the verse didn't say that. It said that his feet was the color of brass as if it was burning inside the furnace.
Glowing, red glowing through green would be brown, right? Red and green makes brown.
The thing
I
is,
visualized it.
Look, you can go and look at any brass as it comes out of a furnace. It's actually a chrome or a platinum-like color. That's the color of grass.
What about dry? You're talking about dry grass, though.
No, grass, as it's coming, as you're pulling it out of the furnace, right?
Vic, I don't know. Vic, don't try.
Oh, boy.
I have no way to tell you, brother.
Now check this out. Now here's the funny thing, right? It talks about the Bible, right? Satan being draped out in gold and diamonds and all this other shit, right? Like he was, like, perfection.
Okay.
Now, if Satan is gold, right? Wouldn't it be obvious that Jesus would be platinum? He would be that color, brighter than Satan. I'm just saying.
Satan is an infinity, and Jesus is a Maybach.
Now, look. Now the Bible talks about Satan falling right to earth.
Maybe
right. Now wait. Now Satan fell to earth, right? Crash, bam. Okay. Now, out of the 7 continents of the world, which country is the one that produces the most diamonds and copper and everything else outside of platinum? Where do they pull all of
Uganda.
These jewels? In the Congo of Africa.
Okay.
And they have,
so Satan fell in Africa?
Uganda.
Now, I'm just saying, think about this logic. For some odd strange reason, no matter how much you dig in the Congo, man, look, those minerals just keep coming out the ground.
They sure do.
Now look, any one of y'all go try to plant some copper in your backyard, see if it grows. Go plant some diamonds in your backyard, see if it grows. But for some odd strange reason, no matter how much you dig,
it actually does, man. In a way, if you think about it, electrochemical processes.
So he fell beneath the equator.
It just don't grow like that, but it grows because of the way that the mineral.
But wait. But I'm just saying, the nature of it is, look, we as Americans, we have literally pulled every piece of gold out of these American mines. You follow what I'm saying? Every ounce of it.
No, that's a lie. They want us to believe that, man. Hey, Vic, they want us to believe that because it's supposed to be a shortage. That's really a lie. They got more gold in the Grand Canyon than 300 times more than all the gold mined on the planet. They don't want it out.
But look, I'm just saying, compare the dirt of the Congo. It is something about the dirt in the Congo that is unlike any other place on the planet. Is what I'm saying. You just can't dig in the dirt and pull diamonds out like that, and pull copper out like that, and pull brass out and pull all these minerals.
Yeah, it's a giant electromagnetic center on the planet over there. And that's why a lot of those very hard and dense and less abundant everywhere else elements exist, because there's a particular invergence of the dielectric plane at that area.
Now check this out. On top of all that, right, it is also the most violent place on the planet. No law exists inside the Congo. It is under like tyranny.
Because people try to control it.
No, it's done on purpose, so that the fucking elite can control it.
Bro, the last known ruler and king of the Congo was King Leopold.
What?
Oh yeah, he claimed shit from, what was it, Spain?
Think about that, right?
The Spain gave it to him though, like it was nothing.
He did some foul stuff to them black folks over there.
And listen,
that was the conquer. That was the
black people
crusades and the conquering of the fucking, indigenous peoples and all that crusader shit,
Bro, and this
they
is what
couldn't
I'm
spread
saying.
that shit hard enough over that way.
And look, now,
fuck you, Jesus. That's a Roman construct, man, as a control position. See,
now
black
listen.
people, even
Now
then,
you got Europe, right? Europe
just as smart as anybody else.
Yeah, look,
you're right.
It's supposed to be the superpower, right? They're the superpower. Yet the Congo is 1,000 million times more richer than any other continent. I mean, look, that area is richer than all the other places in the world.
You mean as resources
in the world.
Yeah, well, yeah, richer, but yeah, richer in a way that
look up the Congo, the horror stories
society would never see,
But this is what I'm saying. If you look up the Congo in Africa and start to look at the stories, like literally, it'll be the most horrific thing you ever see in your life. And then when you find out that every single diamond, the diamonds that you probably have on your hand, the diamonds that, your grandmama had, all those diamonds come from that place.
Oh shit. Like, what was it, 15, 16 years ago when I first read my first thing about Sierra Leone, and I was like, oh man, these kids get about 16 stones a day on average. And they're big stones, they're good stones, they're keepable size diamonds. And then they get a bag of rice a month for payment. That's total slavery, right? And then on top of that, if they get caught like trying to take one little diamond, because it ain't nothing to them, they know that shit shouldn't be that much, right? They're everywhere. They feel like it's mine anyway. But one little diamond, you get your hands chopped off and shit.
Right.
14, 12, 14 years old, get your hands chopped off.
That's right.
So
That's right.
we never went with diamonds or precious stones for anything anymore after that. All done. I don't even like jewelry like that no more.
But you know what? But that's the crazy thing. When the Bible talks about Satan falling to the earth, and you look at the size of the Congo, the area, the size. If we're talking about an angel hitting a planet, you feel me, and having an impact.
Well, when they spell archangel, they're actually talking about an arc of electricity.
Well, this is what I'm saying.
Electricity hit the planet.
Like you said, that pinpoint, those rays, like everything is aligned right there. You follow me? And it hasn't changed probably in over 1 million years. I mean, probably longer. Because I always put the question on people's minds is this: who told us that a diamond was more precious than a rock? You follow me?
Yeah, somebody who owned the damn mine, the Beers family or somebody.
Like who pointed, you know what I'm saying, to your gold necklace and said that the gold was more expensive than the silver? Who told us that?
Black Lives Matter.
Government media seems to promote it pretty hard too.
You follow me? It's like it was like
who runs all the television that we watch, and which one of our actors is really not a CIA?
Synagogue of Satan.
No, just a CIA agent trying to propagate fucking bullshit, even if it's about the CDC or gun control or anything, man. They propagate bullshit, and then they become politicians after that. I mean, we got
if you notice,
the Terminator.
That's true.
It's
We got
very
Reagan.
different.
We got all these actors
Like,
that are politicians because they don't change their role. They're just still actors. That's all. They ain't
well,
doing
yeah,
nothing. Like
like
none, Hillary, there ain't no difference between any one of those
different
candidates. All they
than
do is. Sorry, Vic, I
knowing
keep
the
stepping all over
difference.
you. Bro.
Yeah.
Oh
No,
no,
you're
no,
right, MG.
yeah, no, it's all good. No, I was saying knowing good from bad is different than knowing a good materialistic thing from a bad one. You see what I'm saying? It's like the programming started long before television. The programming, you know what I'm saying? Like started
Radio, boy, that was where Reefer Madness came out the hardest, was on radio and all that kind of stuff.
but you got to think about
Telling you the
like
idea that
before.
cannabis
You
is
got
an
to think
evil.
about before we had
Mexicans come
technology,
take over
right?
America.
But before we had technology, gold was still gold and brass was still brass. You
Yeah, but
follow what I'm saying?
the pharaohs are the ones who idolized gold and everything.
Yep.
To us, made
But think
us
about it.
use it.
Not only the pharaohs, but
Before
the
the pharaohs,
Aztecs.
Yeah,
And
but
then
you're getting
yeah,
into
but
the book of
the
Enoch.
Aztecs were copying the pharaohs who left.
There
The
were
Aztecs
20
the pyramids.
angels. There were
Listen,
20 angels that came
pharaohs
to
left.
earth
Let me
and
tell you some
showed
history.
motherfuckers how to do shit.
Most people never uncovered the pharaoh. Remember how they say they don't know because the Aztecs they weren't smart enough to build those damn pyramids. They just weren't they didn't have those type of tools. They none of that. The pyramids was there.
Nephilim
The
built them.
Aztecs just took them over and did sacrifices and dumb shit on them. But the pyramids were something totally different, much more
Okay.
complex machines than that. But the Aztecs didn't know how to use them. And that's what that was. But there was no, like I said, we moved from Saturn. A lot of shit changed. But that wasn't the pharaohs. Really,
if you
the
notice the
pharaohs
Aztecs,
themselves, they didn't even build the pyramids. They make stories
well,
about how they built the pyramids, but they
Aztecs
didn't.
did more of what you would find in like the worship of Moloch. That's
They had
what
light
the
bulbs and shit. They had electricity. You know, the Giza pyramid was a wireless electrical
Read
generator.
the book of Enoch.
Still generating power. That's a Freemason story actually to cover up the fact that humans are millions of years old and we're not. It's not aliens. They want to bring you into a state of learned helplessness, which is a psychological state where you think that there's nothing you can do about
think
this.
about this.
See,
The
there is something we can do,
Aztecs
and it's humans doing it.
Aztecs, wait, the
That's
Aztecs
true.
said
Believe it's
that
aliens
they
and
saw
gods and shit. I
aliens,
swear to God.
right?
I don't
They
even believe in
said
God.
they
I say
saw
that all the time.
aliens. The Egyptians, wait a minute, the Egyptians say that they saw gods. Okay? So now we
Right, on
have
purpose.
two
They sold
different-
you that story. They're the ones who sold you
now
all
wait.
the creation stories.
But wait, now here's the common thing between both
That's
of
what
them.
Buddha and Christ, everybody's got the same fucking story about how they were 2 days old when they looked at their mama and said, I am the greatest among men. And then, you know, how the fuck is that happening?
Like this. You take, wait, you
The
take two
Nephilim.
different cultures, right? And you have the Egyptians and the Aztecs. The Aztecs say
as the sun,
that aliens
Jesus
came
and Mary,
down
maritime law, the sea, Jesus coming from
assisted
Mary, the
them.
sun coming out of the sea. That's the sunrise.
Now, but wait, now the Egyptians say that they saw gods and gods assisted them. Okay?
Right.
As far as human beings going, okay? All they know, as far as the Aztecs and the Egyptians, what they have in common is that they both know that they saw something that was not human.
No, that's the historians.
But wait,
Yeah.
they saw something. They had no knowledge of each other whatsoever.
They don't.
The
Here's where
Aztecs-
you're making an assumption, Vic. This is where I didn't fall into it, because everybody makes the assumption that they're not human because they're in a Vermana or a flying machine. But if you see the ancient Indian descriptions of what was inside the Vermana, they painted humans. They didn't paint some magical gods or anything else. They painted humans that are inside of these things. Humans that look like them as well. Not even outside of their own shit. They're not. You know what I'm saying? So, but what I'm trying to say is that we're making an assumption that because they had technology, if I had a cell phone back then, people would think I was a god, especially if there was a fucking projector on it or something, one of these new ones that people got. You know what I mean? You would think I was a god like a motherfucker. They had technology. That's not a lie. No one's denying that. But they were humans. We had that technology before the great planetary catastrophe. There was a great planetary catastrophe that I need you guys, if you want to understand where I'm coming from, at least, to look into at the Thunderbolts Project, Alien Sky, shit like that, because Walt Thornhill and Dave Talbot and some other guys uncover architecture and archetypes, which are like drawings and cave things from millions of years. They're so old. I mean, not millions, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Tens of thousands of years. right? And as far as they can tell, at least, and that they out predate the religions and the things like that, but they all tell the similar story of creation, and just like the dawn of man story in the Bible and all of that, how that's a particularly paralleled story to, like, how could man be telling you about the creation of man as if he was there, as if then there was light and da 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 da, right? Because he was there when that went down. It wasn't the creation of man, though. It was the light from the sun finally bursting through the great discharge of plasma shields, that when Saturn's plasma field hit with the sun's heliosphere, it created a bright light of discharge, and then we could all of a sudden see the stars outside of the plasma sheath, which would mean that we now had the stars to see at night, other than the ones that we did see when it was the purple dawn of man, when we were under the purple dim, very evenly lit all the way around the globe, purple. That's why we had all the infrared type plants and the big crazy leaves and the stuff in the prehistoric shit that wouldn't work in today's sun and today's gravity and all of that stuff. This links so many of those mysteries of the world together that people keep missing, because those mysteries have been mysteries for so long that people gave up on them and said, there's no way that we could figure them out. But see, I put it together in my mind. I'm like, hey, listen, I think that we need to, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to.
I feel you now. Well, now look. Now, when I read the Bible, I saw something different. I didn't notice. Like, the creation man story is there.
But I noticed all the cosmology. When they said Jesus was a man of 30.
But it was something else that was there. And that's what I went looking for. And I think I kind of found it.
I know. Well, listen, that's already, that's already there, but it's not because
it was the line that talked about you having an enemy. And Jesus wasn't it, nor was it God.
They wanted to give you that war rationale. Yeah, because you have to have in your mind that we're all separate. There's bloodlines separate. The Abraham and the blah, blah, blah. It's all about.
The enemy that you had was Satan himself. Because, like, basically, to give it to you in layman's terms, Satan put a bet out, okay, with the rest of the angels. And the bet is this. The bet is that simply, he can get as many people out of.
Who wrote the book, right?
Well, no, I'm just saying.
You got to understand that.
No, wait a minute now, because we're talking about a different entity now. See, because when you get into an enemy, okay,
we're talking about a same story told over and over again throughout history.
Well, no,
one of the newer versions of the same story, as if it's the OG story. And you believing in it. That's what I'm trying to say. That's not the OG story. That story is the older. That's a newer version of the same story about the same thing in cosmology, even Horus and them. Listen, why would Jesus, as a man of 30, start his own ministry at the age of 33? And at 30, I'm sorry, start his own ministry and then end it at the age of 33, right? And when the sun enters each of the 12 zodiac or tribes of Judah or whatever you want to call them at 30 degrees and exits each one at 33 degrees, if we're not talking about cosmology. See, we're talking about things like that, and there's a typology that used to be a type of science in the writing, that there are two meanings to a thing that are being spoken, and one of them will parallel like other people's lives, like the lives of Caesar, Titus, and things like that. Josephus Flavius wrote the gospel stories.
Satan is pure.
When no one can find out who wrote the gospel stories, look up Josephus Flavius.
It's not really a gospel story. It leads into politics.
Well, Jesus was a controlled opposition for the Roman Empire, so that people would jump on the Jesus train because it was good.
But if Satan is on the ground,
the money changer tables. It was.
But if Satan's on the ground, Jesus ain't on the ground.
No, again, you're talking about Satan, and Jesus. All right, Set and Horus. Again, you're talking about night and day. You're talking about light and dark.
Different individuals.
Yeah, you're talking about separate. No, to sin. Sin is left. Sinister. That means left in Latin.
Well, I'm talking about more or less the manipulator. See, wait a minute.
I'm just saying, like, there's a duality to everything.
Okay. In the Bible, it talks about him giving you the authority of the kingdoms of the world.
I know, but for some reason, when you say in the Bible, that gives me no affirmation of something real.
Okay, so wait a minute.
That might work.
the table. Well, let me lay it
Because
on
I'm
the
trying
table.
to tell you that the Bible was fed to you by,
Let me lay it on the table.
especially King James.
If we're talking about power, wait a
An
minute. If
old
we're talking
Jew.
about power that's greater than money, that's greater than the cosmos, because you are having the power.
Why would you need to?
in the
Why would
world.
God need to fucking have crusades and murder millions of people in order to push his religion on people? If he was so
Well,
fucking smart,
now,
you got to think of it like
now that's a
that,
good
man.
question.
Politics, man.
Now, wait,
This shit-
no, wait. Now, look, now that's a good question, because through
There ain't
the
no answer
Old
for that.
Testament, right? It like God was like fucking
Which is a
like
copy of the
Batman with an
Torah,
attitude.
right? It's supposed to be word for word of the Torah, which is a
Well, no,
second hand, which is
listen.
the
No.
second hand
I mean,
Talmud.
look, I can give you the layman's terms. I'm not going to take
It's
you
all
into,
about
I'm not
slavery
gonna-
and condoning slavery.
Well, no,
I couldn't see
well,
any
let me
black man
hold on.
in the
Let me give
world
you the
being a
layman's terms.
Christian.
Hold on. Let me give you the layman's terms.
Oh,
I
I'll give you the
can't.
layman's
I mean, in my mind, it was because of what I know about it. It's like I couldn't understand it from that aspect. Just a simple,
Right. So wait.
I
Let me give you the layman's
it's a
terms.
racist fucking slavery type fucking manual. It condones
Well, okay.
slavery. It tells you where
Okay.
I can go pick my slaves from as long as it's outside of the
Well,
community.
wait a minute. Okay, let me ask a simple question then. Do you have children?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, isn't
I
your
don't mean to
child?
say of course like that, but
wait a minute.
I
Isn't your
thought you
child
knew.
somewhat
Yeah.
of a slave? Is it not?
No, that's not it at all. We're not talking
Yes,
about
it
that.
is. Wait
They
a minute.
actually
Wait,
no,
wait,
it
wait,
isn't because I
wait,
can
well, yes, it
flip
is.
the
I'll
verse and
tell you
everything
why.
where it tells
Because
you
when you
where I can go
look,
pick from outside of my
if
family
you mean your
my
room,
slaves.
you're not.
They're not talking
Whoa,
about my slaves to my family. No, they're talking
Yeah,
about
see,
me going and picking somebody else's family against their will and never
okay,
letting them go.
but you
Especially if
understand the meaning and the terminology is different from back then than it is now.
no, you
Words
can't
and terminology that we
metamorphosize.
use
Yeah,
now
that's the
are
problem.
different.
That's the problem. You're taking a book that actually was
No,
all
I'm
about
saying,
that
look,
and then
my
trying to in your
animals
mind
are slaves.
because it has some good
Doomsday and
aspects to
Twilight are slaves.
it.
Vivi is a slave to a certain extent because she
No,
has to
that
go
is
to school.
not.
She does
Listen,
not have a choice in that matter.
that
When it's
same
time for her to
religion.
eat her dinner,
You're
she
trying to
has to eat
smooth
her
it out
dinner.
for yourself.
She doesn't
Why
have
would
a
you do
choice in
that?
that matter. No,
That
I'm
just
just
logically
saying.
doesn't make sense. Why would you try and make that smooth?
No,
Why would you try to
listen.
fix that fucking problem? They do
Okay,
that shit to
now let me
everybody.
break it down.
And they condone
If God
slavery
made
like a
Adam and Eve, and this
motherfucker.
is
And then you
hypothetical,
let them get away with it by
but hear me out.
rationalizing
Hear me
it
out.
as meaning something
Wait,
soft and
wait.
smooth, like you would
Okay,
have meant it.
wait. Let's
When in
break it
fact,
down.
that's not how it was used, and we know that through history.
But wait, look, let's break it down. Okay, and we're speaking hypothetically. Hold on, we're speaking hypothetically because we can't prove anything. All right, so look, hypothetically, okay, God, He makes Adam and Eve. Pow, pow. He made them, right? Okay, boom. Now they fuck up. Okay, they fuck up. Now we
Remember
have
the
to.
rules, though. Before that,
Slow
listen.
down.
Wait, they
Look,
didn't fuck up because
hypothetically,
there
right?
was no right
Now
from
look.
wrong at that
Now
time.
wait.
So there was no being able to fuck up.
Hold on. So
Adam
we
could
know
not
about
have known he
that.
fucked up because he did not know
Hold
right
up.
from wrong.
Stay with me now. Stay with me.
End of
Look,
story.
they fuck up, right? Then Cain comes, right? Then Cain comes and he kills his brother, so he really fucked up, right? He really fucked up. So now, from the fuck up to the really
Now
fuck
you just
up.
learned about racism and bloodlines and have a brown and a white fighting each other right there through your Bible, and you rationalize it as a
wasn't
necessary
brown and
regular
white.
thing.
That was Cain killing his brother. That was his blood brother. He killed his
Right.
brother.
This is what they're doing, though. This is what they're doing.
Hold up now. Let me keep going. You got to hear the whole story.
Yeah, that's why he's a different color now, right?
Now, look, as the families get born, right, all types of crazy shit starts happening. Angels fucking women, giants being born, all types of crazy shit. So God says, fuck it, and pulls the plug with a flood.
Humans were big too. And
right?
Saturn, like when Saturn had our gravity lessened, humans were also big. Like dinosaurs are big.
Hold up. After the flood, right, Noah's family comes down, Noah dies, right? The Canaanites take over. The Canaanites say, fuck God. We're not going to do any of that shit he was talking about, not like Noah was doing. We're going to do our own shit. Build the Tower of Babel. Okay? So God steps in again. We says, oh, no, I don't like this shit. He put his hand down there and swivels some shit around. All right? As time moves forward, Pharaoh comes along. God says, hey, just tell him I don't want to fuck with him. Let him go ahead and do what he do. Just let my people come and pray. That's how that whole thing started. It was more or less
That's
a
the
touch and go.
story of the
It
whole
was a
mess
touch and
right
go
there.
situation. Hold on.
Yeah,
In the Bible, it talks about, look,
that's the
Sodom and
story the
Gomorrah.
secret societies put on us.
Sodom and
So we
Gomorrah.
believe in the things
The
that we
Bible
believe.
talks
That's
about
exactly.
God sending two angels
I
to
knew what
wipe
your
out a whole
rendition
city.
was.
Hold on, listen. The Bible talks about two angels wiping out a whole city. Two, just two, wiping out a whole city. Now, from that point, the next like big fight that you see in the Bible is Job with Satan himself. Okay? Now, Satan at this point is showing you exactly what he
Wiped out
can
a whole
do.
city with electrical arcs of electricity, right?
No, it was no
Yes.
electricity.
Okay. Well,
Because
anyway,
God
those are
turned
thunderbolts from
around and
planetary
turned into a pillar of
discharges.
smoke. That's how the story goes. But
I
stay with
know,
me.
but
We're
those
moving
are
forward.
thunderbolts from
Look, now
planetary
look.
discharges that they
Satan,
have to
right?
add into the story
Wait,
because
wait,
it's
wait. Hold
known
on.
throughout
Satan
history already that
attacks
it occurred.
Job. Hold on. Satan attacks Job with 3 different tribes. I think it was like 3 to 5 different tribes, right? And then he also killed his family with something known as a great wind or a tornado, however you want to break that down.
Which is also
Okay?
an electrical vortex. That's how
So wait,
tornadoes
the next
work.
time you see Satan pop up in the Bible is in the New Testament.
You know, it's amazing
Now,
how similar God is to electricity and electromagnetism. Even in the
now,
beginning, the Bible says, right? In the beginning, there was the
I
sound.
mean, I
There was
want
the
you to
word.
notice
That's
I'm talking
vibration,
about
right?
Satan.
And all matter
Wait, wait,
vibrates
wait.
at a particular
I
resonant
noticed,
frequency.
look, but I'm talking about Satan. He would be more like the black hole. He wouldn't be any of this electricity or all of these positive things that you go
Why
through.
would you think
More
that?
like the black hole.
What? His name is Lucifer, which literally means the light bringer.
Okay, so wait a minute.
So why
Like
would
you
it be
said,
the
he's
black
the light
hole?
bringer. Wait a minute. He's the light bringer, right?
No,
So the
is
people,
referred to in the books as the light bringer.
but
I
hold
don't,
on. The
I don't.
people on the earth
Yeah, let's
that,
stop twist it like
worship
I
him
think it
are
exists.
the richest people in the world. And there's no explanation for that.
No, I don't. What
There's
did you
no
say again?
scientific explanation on why the people that worship Satan are the most powerfulest people in the world. There's no explanation. There's no
That's
scientific
exactly right, because
explanation
it isn't
for
true.
that.
Because it isn't true.
Oh,
What you think is
okay.
worship is
Okay.
not that at
Now,
all.
let me ask you a
They're
question
actually
then.
worshiping. They're actually
Who are the
worshiping
richest
nothing,
people in the world? Hold on.
celebrating.
Who are the richest people? Who got the
You,
most money?
like I'm saying, you don't know who the richest people of the world are.
Oh, sure you do. Who are the
You
richest
think you
people in the world?
do. You think you do, but you don't.
You do know.
You know the puppets that are you're supposed to think are the Rothschilds and the
The
Rockefellers.
Jewish people are the richest people in the world. Not all Jews, but a certain set of Jews.
Oh, you mean? Oh, yeah. I'm saying on a level like that. I thought you were trying
I'm
to go
talking
Satan
about on a
worshipers.
global scale.
Yeah, they're definitely not Satan worshipers. They actually just
Hold up. Hold up.
they're
Let's
worshiping
back
the
up.
same God
Let's
as the
back
fucking
up.
Christians
Hold on.
do.
Let's back up. Like I said before, now you understand what I'm talking about. It's a certain set of Jews, not all Jews, but a certain set of Jews that are the richest people in the world. Now, let me ask you a question. What does the Bible say about who killed Christ?
Yeah, but Christ didn't
Hold
exist.
up.
The Jews
Who
make
killed
themselves to
Christ?
be the
Hold
Jews
up.
make
Who killed
themselves to be the
Jewish people,
persecuted
right?
ones
Now,
on
hold on.
purpose.
It wasn't
I know
all
you're
Jews.
falling for
It
the
was a
trap
certain
though.
set of
The
Jews.
Jews want
Now,
you
the
to say they're the
Bible also, wait
persecuted
a minute,
ones.
hold on. The
That's
Bible
what gives
also
them the
tells
power
you
they have.
that Satan
Yeah,
has
you're not
the
listening at all.
authority. Listen, Satan has the
I've
authority
been listening for a long time.
over the world. So why do you keep begging God to intervene with something that Satan has control over?
No, I hear what you're saying.
That
Right?
makes sense? If
Yeah, I
Satan
hear what
is
you're
the
saying, but
ruler
that's
of the
not the
world,
rationale we're dealing with.
why are you trying to skip over and act like, well, you can do what Satan wants and run to God? That's called you can't serve 2 masters. You got to go with one.
See, that's not the thing because the God says to do the same bullshit, usury, all of that stuff is fair.
No,
Fair
God
play.
gives you a
Read the Old
choice.
Testament one time,
No,
man.
listen,
Before we
God
go
gives you
through
a
this.
choice.
I know you have read a lot of it, and I
Well,
think you might have
I've
selectively
read it,
missed
but
some
I'm just saying,
some
the
parts.
power of free will is God's gift. Eve had a
Yeah,
choice when she.
wait. What is free will about? Believe in me, love me, or burn in hell for a fiery eternity? What is free will about that, homie? Nothing. It's a psychology trick, man.
Well,
It is.
no. Wait a minute. Okay, just think about it differently. The Bible says, okay, believe in me, or turn into atoms, not
I
really
don't want
burn
you
in
to think
fiery
that
hell.
because I don't believe in religion that I'm a bad person, though. Because
No, you're not a bad guy, but
it's got
no, I'm
nothing to
just
do with
saying.
that. And I don't like ridicule goodness at all, not at all. And I don't ridicule the people of the religion, just the religion. I want to make that clear because I love the people. I love everybody because I know we all got
Yeah.
growing
See,
to
me,
do,
I
and we
look at
all
it as
do
an enemy.
different
See, I
things.
look at it
We're
as a
all different,
source. Everything in
as
life
was
has
the
a
saying.
source. Okay, everything in life has a point of a source. Like okay, science can explain the universe, but can't explain the purpose of the universe, why it was even created.
Yeah,
Okay,
but evil
can't
men,
explain it at
evil
all.
crooked men who want to keep suppression, right? Don't let the
But no,
science be told
what I'm
correctly.
saying is, even you say
Half
those
the shit we
evil
think we
crooked
know is
men,
bull.
right? These evil crooked men are using manipulation. This is something
Yeah.
that Satan talked about having the power to do, to manipulate a generation, to manipulate a whole individual field. Now you look at
Right.
society, hold on, you look at society right now, and you can go up to any
All of
18
these things
and 19
existed
year
before the
old.
Bible,
Wait a
though.
minute, hold on.
Okay.
You
When
can
you keep
ask them.
saying like Satan didn't invent being crooked. The Bible was written like sometime recent in our manhood's history,
Look, in
out of other
all
stories from
seven
other.
continents,
Listen though, from other
every
even Greek
belief
theology,
system,
you got to
think
listen
about
because some of the same
it.
rationale was
Everybody
taught
has a
then as well.
name for the
You know, a lot of
evil. But listen,
every time I
everybody
try
has
to
a
make that
name
point,
for
I
them.
never get it out.
But no, I'm just saying, listen, everybody in every continent has a name for a demonic force or an evil spirit. You in your world might call it a level of a negative charge, like even trying to explain a black hole, something that is pure destruction. There is no purpose
That's an
for it.
invalid theory too, but we'll get on. We can talk about that later.
Well, yeah. I mean, I like to see you try to defer and say the black hole is a beautiful thing. It literally destroys.
What if I say the
I mean,
black holes don't even exist?
what black
How about
holes?
that? Not what they're saying that they're black holes. They don't exist. You're looking at a black hole, which is by definition, no light can escape it, right? The velocity of light is slower than um, uh, the magnetic field or the gravity pool they call it of the black
Okay.
hole. There's no way that light can escape, but the only way you see it is because of this beam of light that's coming out of it. So that doesn't make sense. Boom, one, it's an electrical event, and that's not what they ever told you it was ever. But it is. We've already proven it. That's why we see that there's an oscillation and amplification, like an oscillation, which is an electrical oscillation coming from it. Red shift, blue shift, we see on either end of it. That's a magnetic difference in the dielectric poles. We can see that as well. The definition for they're supposed to be we're supposed to be in one of either three different theoretical big bangs, right? There's three of those, and there's four different types of black holes as far as isotonically curved, isotonically flat, things like that. And what they show you in these pictures, there is no isotonically curved black hole ever, nothing. All right, there's no flat one. There's none of the things that they're saying that the math would have to have exist. And nonetheless, by the way, none of those, because when you put the math together, none of those black holes, you can't have two different types of black holes in either one of the different three types of Big Bang theories. The math does not work. So there's another thing that must be considered. And most people don't know how to do the math at all whatsoever. But and the reason being is because that's the kind of math you never even need in your life ever for any reason, no matter what. Especially because it's theoretical math and it has nothing to do with a physical model of
Well,
anything
you
that they
you
see.
said the key
Yeah,
word in theoretical.
right. It's
You said
black holes are a
say the
theory,
word
and
again. Right.
science
Theoretical.
fails to remind you of that every time they make an announcement about black holes. It's still a theory, and it's a very false theory, right? So they fail to announce that, but they speak on it as if, oh yeah, we found another kind of black hole. It's like scientists are full of shit, especially the scientists you're calling the scientists. They don't take the name of all of the scientists because we do have like Stephen
But
Crothers and
that's
people
the
who
thing.
they get
Look,
kicked out of universities because they're talking about the truth. I mean, if the guy was wrong, why would they shut him up and kick him out and hide him from everybody if he was wrong? I mean, if he was
well,
wrong, they would laugh
there's
at him,
certain
point at him, and let
events.
everybody see him.
There are certain events that the Bible talks about and that does match up with real life, and people don't pay attention to. Like, for example, Babylon, the city of Babylon, which is a real city.
Yeah, like I said
And,
about Titus Flavius, you're going right into my trap. That's
well,
exactly what
wait
I'm
a minute.
talking about.
The Bible
That's
said Babylon would be
yeah, that's the
destroyed.
Gospels,
It would
right? You're
be,
referring
well,
to.
wait a minute. It said it would be destroyed and it would be never inhabited again, like past, present, and future. Never inhabited again. Now, the individuals in history that tried to inhabit Babylon, one was Alexander the Great. Adolf Hitler tried to go into Babylon. Stalin tried to go into Babylon. And more recently, the man that had his office there was Saddam Hussein.
All
So,
of which are inside plants for the pharaonic government in the first place, playing out their roles to change the rationale of the world consciousness.
but I'm just saying, it's just kind of ironic that
Everyone was
all
put
these
into
people,
every
wait
one
a
of those
minute,
names
they
were put
went
into
into
power, bro.
Babylon to disprove that Bible verse. That was the whole purpose of them
No,
going
that's
over
not
there.
there. The Bible verse is there. It's there to prove it.
Alexander the
So it
Great
looks like
was the first
prophecy. It's like
individual to
all of
read
their fucking
that in the
schemes and plans.
Bible. Wait a minute. Alexander the Great was the first person to read that and try to defy it.
He wasn't so great.
Right, because he went in there and died. He didn't make it.
No, that's
Hitler,
not what
wait
I
a
meant.
minute. Hitler was probably, look, he had enough muscle. He had enough ability. He had he had the church behind him. He had the physical church behind him.
Just like
And
everyone
all
else.
his luck changed as soon as he tried to inhabit Babylon. Now, like I said, Saddam, he was killing people for decades. His sons were running the
It
prisons.
wasn't
They
about
were
inhabiting
torturing,
Babylon.
murdering, all that. And so, look, he made a Quran in blood. Nothing happened. Nothing happened.
Quran is Catholic
But as
doctrine.
soon as he put his damn flags inside of Babylon,
There's a whole different world you got to see, man. I
no, I'm
promise.
just saying, his career was over.
It'll take you out of all of that.
So no, I'm just saying, like there's certain things that are in the Bible that affect the world and
Out of the
nobody
rat
pays
race.
attention to
When you
because
like
it's
step
coming
outside
from
of
the
the rat
Bible.
race, find out that everything.
No, wait a minute. I'm just saying, they want to discredit it because it's coming from the Bible. That's the thing. They don't want to look at it and say, well, damn, that actually matched
No,
up.
that's what. No,
That
the point is
actually
that's
matched
not the
up.
point at all. The point is
easier.
that's already written in another book before the Bible. So you might want to
But
look at
this
that
is
book
what I'm
first and see
saying.
the original
What
story before the
happens
alterations.
when you see
That's
things
what I'm
coming?
talking about.
Wait a minute, listen. But
The
what
Bible is a
happens?
reprint of all a bunch of other different stuff.
But look, what I'm saying. What happens when
Converted
you
to make
start
the
seeing
mind of
things
a good
coming
follower.
from this one source? What happens when you start
Conditioning
seeing
exercise.
events
It's the
that
media.
match up with this one source?
You're
It's
totally
different
missing
when
what I'm
you
saying.
go to those other sources and then it won't match up, and then you go back to that one source and it matches up. So you can't skip the source that it matches with just because it's that one. You feel what I'm saying? It's like, oh, I'm gonna discredit that one because it's matching. I'm gonna go to this other one because they don't match. That makes no sense.
No, that's called a comfort bias,
That
and
makes
that's
no sense.
yeah, that's disintellectual, unintellectual. You know, that's intellectual dishonesty right there. Yeah, nobody's. Now, I'm not doing that. So yeah, we'll put that
Well,
out
no,
there.
I'm saying this. Like as far as with
I
a
actually study the
newborn,
shit out of both sides before I put
anybody
out
that has a son, right?
anything.
Anybody that has a son, they'll tell you that he needs to be circumcised on the 8th day,
Why?
right? Just for scientific reasons. Because
Why does anybody
if you
say
wait,
that?
no, look, no,
A
I
lot of
said.
people don't think that you're supposed to
Oh, wait a minute, I'm
circumcise
just
at
talking
all.
about doctors. If you go at a later date, you know, it'll take
Doctors
you long.
tell you to vaccinate too.
No, I'm just
Remember,
saying.
doctors used to tell us to smoke Camel over Pall Mall.
No, I'm just saying you can look. This is biology. You can look it up. But I'm just saying it's something that they tell you that if you're going to get your child, your son circumcised, you need to do it on the 8th day. Okay? Because at that point,
They do it nowadays on the
still,
first day. I don't. They do it nowadays on the first day.
but you can't wait.
Day he's born.
Right. You know what I'm saying? They tell you it's a limit. You don't want to wait too long. Like 6 or 7 months. They don't want to do it. You follow me?
Well, the
Now,
Jews will do it. Yeah, I
now,
know.
wait a minute.
The
Now,
Jews wait until they're 17 sometimes.
Now, the only thing about that is that's also a commandment out of the Bible. That's what God told you to do. Now, you have to ask yourself, those people in the Old Testament, how did they know to chop off that extra meat just because
it says it in the Torah. The Torah told them to do it.
They had no scientific
Which was
evidence to
2,000
back
years.
up. Or
Yeah,
wait a
over.
minute.
Yeah, yeah.
Look, there were people
I remember.
back then
Sorry, excuse
that
me.
didn't
Not
believe
2,000.
in the Torah. Wait a minute. There were a group in civilizations that did not believe in that stuff. You just can't
Oh, I'm
say.
sorry, but did you, Vic? Maybe that I see where we're having a problem, Vic.
If they
The
all
Torah. Listen, Vic. It's my turn for like 1 minute. The Old Testament is word for word the Torah in English. Now you understand.
So you still have a group of people that did not believe in the Torah.
Yeah, but you're talking about the people who were believing in the Old Testament. That is the Torah, basically, just in English.
So that
Almost
God
word for word. There's
told
shit in there.
them to do it. That's all I'm saying. In that book, the God in that book told those people to do it, and they just said, okay. They didn't have any scientific knowledge of why they were doing what they were doing. They had no evidence. They had no reasoning on why they were doing what they're doing. Now, when we look at science, science tells us
Yeah,
why.
cut off all the nerve endings so the man doesn't want to have as much sex and keep having babies so they can keep their populations down.
You know, I don't know about that. You know, I mean, circumcision. You know, I think it's
That's why
about
they were
the
doing
bullets
it.
in your gun. Well, I think it's about
They
the
sold
bullets.
it under the guise of keeping you clean, but all you got to do is wash your pecker.
You know,
So, you know what I mean?
But yeah, look, there's all types of things that are in the Bible that have a lot to do with modern day science.
The Medicis.
Believe it or not, it's a
The
lot.
Medicis. Yeah, medicine. The Medicis.
Well, no, I mean, like the Bible talks about the various people that didn't believe. The
I'm not
civilization.
discrediting things that have been put in the Bible that actually come from other places that are real, but they didn't come from the Bible to be the way they're real. That doesn't make the Bible real, that those things that the Bible put in it are real, because the Bible's fucking not real. That's what I mean.
Well,
the Bible came. I got all those pieces you're talking about, but they're coming from other places that predate the Bible. Then the Bible put them all together to absorb as in one place where you get all this good stuff from, which also is a bunch of bad stuff because it brings on top with a bunch of rationale about how slavery and usury and fucking intolerance for other races are condoned and just normalized as if there would be no other way, when that's bullshit. It doesn't have to be that way. It's a rationale called a feudalistic rationale set onto us by the Pharaoh, that's why they disappeared, because they know we got fed up with it, and then they roll us through different proxy templates.
But wait, I know you're a social media junkie like me. So did you see Homeland Security cover up the mermaids? Did you see that?
No, see, I don't follow the random news articles that social media puts out. I do research on particular areas, fields.
Okay, if I tell a story, it might. You remember in Iraq, right? They were telling the story, talking about they had caught a mermaid on a rock, and the guy was filming down. You remember that?
Yeah, but to tell me stuff, for me to understand it, I'll have to say things in the middle of what you're saying, like they who, because they've CNN, and then that's CIA. You have to understand where I'm coming from when you're telling me.
First, then it was on World Star. Then
social media.
Yeah, it started on social media, and then a couple of like CNN, you know, they kind of featured it, right? So what happened was Animal Planet and Discovery Channel and National Geographic picked up the story because they were convinced that what they saw, you know what I'm saying, was real. So another video surfaced about this weapon that the government had shot off in the ocean, and when they shot it was like a sonar weapon. It made all the whales come up onto the fucking on the shore.
Yeah, we found out what that is, man. Those are exactly like you said, a sonar weapon. It's a sonar weapon.
Yeah. Okay, and remember it was like 100 whales from the bottom of the ocean just hit the fucking shoreline. That was a big story.
Tuna, all kind of animals, yeah.
Okay, now, one of those videos, right, there was a little boy, okay, and he's walking, filming the whales, because he's like right there. He's filming the whales on the fucking shoreline. Okay? As he's filming the whales, something got up out of the water that was like the strangest looking fucking fish you had ever seen in your goddamn life. Okay? So the
Deep sea
story
fish
broke.
exist.
So they start calling them mermaids, right? But it didn't look like no fucking mermaid, dog. Not no Walt Disney mermaid. Okay? It was basically a creature that was like they had that the lower torso was like a fish,
Cabra.
but the upper part had like shoulders. Okay? And the shoulders were like, there was like no neck. You follow what I'm saying? It was like all like one piece, and it had arms, but the hands, like it was all it was like all connected here, like gills, like a half like man fish, some shit like that. And like one was pushed out of the water with the whale. So this story breaks, right? National Geographic, Animal Planet, Discovery Channel up on it. They got motherfuckers going into the ocean searching for this shit, and they're picking up these sounds that are similar to a dolphin, but they said they never heard a dolphin sound like that. And when they played it over the loudspeaker, it was thousands of these motherfuckers. You follow me? At the bottom of the ocean. So a submarine crew in Iceland, okay, these motherfuckers come out and say, well, look, we've been on the hunt for this goddamn noise for over 2 years in the ocean. We want to know what this shit is too. So they had footage of one, because they was playing the noise back in the submarine, and one of the motherfuckers came up on the goddamn thing. So as soon as this shit happened, it's like, oh shit, here go a whole another species. Then stories break out about the fucking carnivals of the 19th century and the 18th century, and these motherfuckers had caught one. And then they start pulling stories showing the hieroglyphics in China, showing they had these type of descriptions of these creatures and things like that. Next thing you know, homeboy, Homeland Security comes in and shuts all this shit down. The first thing that happened was the blogs and vlogs went crazy. All right? Motherfuckers like, here go the information. They coming. They coming. They had the same people, right, that had went down and did all the research. These same motherfuckers came back on television and said the whole story was fake. They went to the little boy, right?
Thank you.
They went to the little boy and had the little boy say it was a fake. Look, this motherfucker in a third world country. They said he photoshopped it. Now wait, they wasn't done. All of the websites that had the information had Homeland Security warnings on them. I had never seen a Homeland Security warning before in my life. Okay? I never seen one before. But when they tap you on the shoulder, dog, trust and believe me. Look, that big ass warning came across my shit, dog.
Yeah.
I ain't never seen no shit like that. Now you have to ask yourself, if these creatures were fake, I mean Santa Claus is fake, why is Homeland Security covering up fake information? That makes no sense. Makes no sense at all. That a whole new species of amphibian was found at the bottom of the ocean.
I don't think we're sure about that. I don't think we're sure Homeland Security was involved in any of that.
Well, look, I wouldn't advise.
That's probably part of the guy's fakery, putting it on Homeland Security posts on his shit.
Bro, you can go and research this story. Animal Planet and Discovery Channel and National Geographic broke it first. They were the first ones to break the story.
Yeah.
Those are not internet trolls.
They're also the main programmers. No, you got to
All
listen.
they do is look for creatures.
They're also the main program outlets for the government propaganda. So if people see that they actually fucked up on some silly shit, right, then, you know, how are they going to, you know, maintain their respect and being able to
Bro, if
propagandize and
it wasn't
indoctrinate
for
the rest of
National
us?
Geographic, listen, look, there's a thing that science couldn't do. All right? And, you know, we're on the verge of trying to, like, defeat the Bible, right? Which, you know, science is trying to do every day.
I'm just trying to
But
defeat
here's the
GMOs
thing.
and vaccines, man. I'm not even involved in
But wait.
Bible bullshit.
Wait.
The Bible's defeated
Yeah.
itself. All I got to
Wait.
do is try to not
You
vaccinate.
know what a liger is, right?
People about these vaccines and shit,
Wait a minute.
and that the
You know what
government's
a liger is, right?
and the Bible is actually a conglomerate of all kinds of other fucking information. It comes from a bunch of different places.
Right, but I'm just saying, you say propaganda. I get it. I mean, you saying propaganda. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. But you know what a liger is, right?
Right, a tiger and a fucking lion.
And how do you, like, basically create a fucking, right, you have to mix a lion with a tiger.
Yeah.
Now, if you have a male liger, okay, your male liger does not have the urge nor the reproductive organs to reproduce. Why is that?
He doesn't? He can't reproduce? I thought they had only females or something. Like,
well, yeah,
I'm joking, like a pot plant.
If you have a male liger, your male liger does not have the urge nor the reproductive organs to reproduce. Why is that when it's a mammal? What happened there?
I don't know that that's true.
Go, man, you got a computer, man. You go look that up. That is fact. I am not lying. I'm not trolling you. I promise that is fact.
No, I mean, I'm not saying you're trolling.
The only way you can get an offspring from a liger is you need a female liger, and then you create something known as a tygon, because it becomes a whole other species then.
It's still just a hybrid.
A hybrid of a hybrid. The liger, okay, is
usually
something.
Die too at early age, and the organs fail, and they're not supposed to be bred.
The same thing with insects. Remember when the African bee was mixed with the what was it, the American or the European bee or something like that, and it created the killer bee. Everybody remembers that, right?
Killer bee. Look, you did the killer bee.
Now, this was something, once again, that was out of the order of what we know as nature, or how it was set in hypothetical God's plan. And every time man goes to fuck with that shit, there's no repercussion for the backlash, the outcome. I mean, I want you to think about stem cell research, right? Remember stem cell research? Remember when they told you?
I do it today. I just did some stem cell research today.
Oh, no, not that type of stem cell research. No, not that type of No. Remember when they were, hey, look, see, you remember, look, they had the commercials, right? Everybody remembers this, right before Barack got elected.
I'm not picking up what you're throwing down.
Wait a minute. They had stem cell research, right? And this is how they sold it. They said, hey, we want you to vote for Barack Obama, okay? We're going to legalize marijuana, and we're going to want you to vote for stem cell research. And you said, well, wait a minute, what stem cell research? And they said, oh, don't worry about that. We'll tell you about that in a minute. So then the campaign came out. So then Barack came out. Barack was out here talking about, yes, we can. And you know what I'm saying? Selling that shit. And then after that, he said, hey, we're going to legalize weed. It was like, oh, hell yeah. So wait a minute. Look, everybody hype off that, right? So then we came back and said, hey, we need you to vote for stem cell research. Look.
Hey, Vic, when you got hypey about legalizing weed, no one thought, oh, that means they're going to regulate it. Why wouldn't they just decriminalize it? That way we could end the drug war on the weed issue and decriminalize weed.
Look,
when there ain't nothing wrong with weed in the first place. I know, but I meant we all fell for it. I fell for it for a few years. Like, yeah, legalize it. And then I realized, oh, wait a minute. Legalizing it means that the state can regulate every aspect of it. Decriminalizing it means it's like a tomato. The only way they can regulate it is if I decided to sell it, but never
Right.
how much I have on me or how many I want or whatever I have.
And
Or
you're sitting here
grow.
talking about Satan's not real. Are you serious? See, look, see, no, I'm gonna have you believe that Satan is real in a minute. Now, wait
No,
a minute, look.
you
Now,
can
wait,
never do that because I'll tell you
wait,
who wrote the Satan stories and the
wait,
God stories, and you'll understand
wait,
that it was a fucking man that did that shit. And it's
wait.
about psychology on the first level and other levels of cosmology. And it's called typology, where there are multiple meanings and a duality. And it's like an artwork. It's like,
Well, wait,
it's not
look.
like something that
But
you
you
would have
remember? But wait a minute.
you
You
would
remember
see
stem cell
someone produce
research?
today,
Look, remember
because
the
with all the other
commercials.
distractions, there aren't that many. There's
But look,
people
remember
who
the
see
commercials.
writing as an art form anymore like that.
But look, bro. Remember the commercials for the stem cell research that was telling you, like, look, we could grow an arm, we could grow a leg. Remember that shit? Remember they were showing commercials for the stem cell research. They was like, yeah,
Or cloning skin and all that shit. Yeah, I
right,
know.
remember that shit? They were saying like,
I
we can make
remember they got a
better with
skin.
this shit.
They actually have a fucking stem cell sprayer. It's basically where they spray skin onto you because it
Right,
becomes skin in like
and heals
hours.
and all
Starts
that
to
shit,
become
right?
skin.
Now, I want you to notice something. After they promoted that shit, they never spoke on it again. After
Well,
everybody
you know
voted
why?
for it,
Because people like us spoke on it and said, you know what the fuck y'all are doing? You're making a commodity out of human babies. That's why you're sexualizing our youth so that you can take those abortions and use them for more of your fucking product. And the more, and when you bring it into where the human is a commodity, now we're in another area of sickness where now nothing matters. People sell
wait a
humans.
minute. There's only
That's
one type of sickness that points to this because they benefit from it. It's not like they're doing this and living, goddamn it, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre life. They're living in Beverly Hills doing this.
yeah, I
This
never
is
said that
something
one. Yeah.
that's benefiting them, and they are confusing the masses. So
That's
that's
right.
why I say that there has to be a source to this evil. Everybody collaborates to
Yeah,
one
but if you
source to push
yeah,
it
but
back out.
yeah,
You follow me?
again, you're going like there is a source to it, and it's you're actually by what you're saying is what you're saying is the opposite of what you're really doing, because you're saying you're looking for a source, but then you're going, oh look, it's a god, and then what are you gonna do? Spank your god? Oh, you bad devil! You spank him? What are you gonna
Well,
do? You're gonna get that culprit? No, you're not. But that's exactly why
no.
the secret fucking societies want you to think that way, so that you can do that and be lost at this spanking the devil idea, and you're
Wait
never
a
gonna
minute.
get the
The
fucking
secret
culprit.
societies are the ones that
Go
worship
spank the devil.
Satan. But wait a
Don't
minute.
tell him
The
he's bad.
secret societies are the ones that worship the devil.
They don't worship him. They want you to think that they worship him so that you will worship their God that they created for you.
Wait a minute. You think that they do all that Moloch shit for nothing?
I didn't say that was the issue. I said
Wait,
you are interpreting as worship.
whoa. Why do they
You
do the
are
Moloch?
interpreting it as
What's the
worship
point?
when they actually
Why do
get
they do the
physical
Moloch
energy from
shit?
the things that they're doing. Yeah, you interpret it as worship, but they see it as what it really is, at least a level of it where they're actually getting physical energy off of the fucking things that they're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
Like a blessing, like a gift from Satan himself.
Like
Like a
humanity,
gift. Wait a
like the
minute.
human
Yes.
etheric,
They
the
go
human.
and they
No, man.
pray to
Again,
Moloch.
you're
They do
so.
what he
They would
says,
love to
tells
listen
them
to
to
you
do.
talk. They would be
And
like, "Oh
listen,
yeah,
I'm
we
just
got that
saying.
one." I
And wait a
know.
minute.
You'd be so wrapped up.
But
You're
you're
so
agreeing
wrapped up
with me
in their
in a sense.
devil idea that they created for you. That Pharaoh created that idea for you to stay wrapped up in. That's why you're so wrapped up in it. You keep on
No, I'm
blaming the
not.
thing that
Look,
they fucking created. It makes them laugh. They're like, "Holy
the
shit, this guy
name, hold
cannot
on,
fucking."
bro.
Even
The
when somebody is
name
telling him the truth.
Moloch, hold on. The name Moloch comes from Leviticus.
Yeah, Leviticus, exactly the exact where slavery comes
So
from, right?
wait,
Exactly
hold
what
on.
just where it told you, where
Leviticus
your God
says,
told you that you could pick
whoa,
your slaves.
whoa,
In
Leviticus
Leviticus
says, do
in the
not
Bible.
give your children as offerings to Moloch. Jesus Christ comes back and says, hey,
It's
do
not
not
all
give
Leviticus says.
any offerings to Moloch. You look in
Show you.
2016 and you see Moloch still up right now.
We'll go to my channel
How
real
is
quick
that
and grab
not
one of my
relevant?
videos about
How is
this.
that not? That's what I'm saying. It's like you look at this stuff And it's right in your face. It said that Satan would be hiding right in plain sight, that he would look at you and you would not recognize him.
Right. And
So
how
as
better
this
for you to
so wait
trust
a
me
minute.
than to me
You
tell
see
you
the secret
that,
societies,
yeah,
okay?
how better for you to trust me than to me tell you, right? That
But wait,
somebody's going to
look,
come up and
there's
say
no
that I'm
cosmetology.
lying to you and all the stuff I'm
But wait
telling
a
you is a
minute.
lie. So
There's
he's the
no
devil when he
cosmetology
comes.
to power.
How easy was that to
There's
trick
no
you?
way for
So when a
us
real
as
truth
human
tries to
beings
come tell you
to
something,
draw in
you see him,
energy
he's the
to
devil.
become
And then
richer. But listen, there's no way
you
for us
think
to
that way.
stand here and draw energy to get rich. And these people go to these secret places and
Yeah, but
worship
that's not the
God
devil.
and get rich and powerful.
Ain't no devil
Some
like
of
that. That's what I'm
them
saying.
break away, tell a story, and get killed. So we shouldn't think about people like Michael Jackson, the people like John Todd, the people like Prince. A lot of these people ratted these folks out and got
Yeah, a
hit.
little late though, right? They sure enjoyed their fucking careers, didn't they? Until they finally decided to say something fakery. I don't believe that shit like that, you know. They they they,
Well,
they
I
rat them out a
believe.
little bit, but they still go with the program.
Well, I believe that they, like most people, right? Once they started worshiping those pagan gods, like they were so far away
So
from
fucking
the
slow.
real God, they said, well, shit, fucking right, I'm untouchable. And like Michael Jackson, before he died, he owned 50% of Sony, like the whole fucking company. He had Beyonce's contract. He had a lot of contracts up under him when he went over to London and started running his goddamn mouth. Now, when he did that, oh man, you follow me? The worst thing ever.
Yeah, man. Can you? Oh, is my mic on?
Oh
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I don't know. Can we uh
Oh yeah, I can see
Dre?
it.
Dre, I knew
I
that
think
was
Drake
him
coming
snoring.
through.
Yeah, I heard like.
Wait. Let's see. Wait. No, it's
Oh,
not Drake.
you got him. All right.
No. Who's sleep?
Yeah. Let me
It's
see.
Carlotta.
Well, I can't share with everybody, but
Yeah, I can see it.
maybe when when I talk or something, it'll come on or something. Maybe I don't know.
Can you
Seems
hear
like it's
me? I can
stuck
hear
on.
you.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Cool.
I like this. It's a horrible Bible scripture, Psalm 137.
Yeah. Look, 333. One of my videos too. So.
Happy
And that's
is
the one who takes your babies and smashes them against the rocks.
taken out of context.
Right. Sure. That was actually a part of the Jesuit promise to rid the world of non-believers as
Oh
well.
yeah, you got a lot of tyrants in the Bible.
Well, the Jesuits, the Society of Jesus.
But no, I'm just saying you have individuals. I mean, that
Look,
were in the
Leviticus
Bible that were
25,
tyrants.
44, and 46. This is what I was talking about earlier. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans born in your country, and they will become your property. You can will them to your children as inherited property, and can make them slaves for life.
Yep.
That is not nothing is meant to be about they meant serving your children as a slave or being a slave to you. That has nothing to do with that, and that's what I wanted to point out. That argument was vacuous.
Well, wait a minute. The element of slave in the Bible here, you're thinking about like whips and chains and beating and this, that, the other. The Egyptians had slaves. The Romans had slaves. Every king and kingdom had slaves. These were kings and queens.
And it was horrible the whole time, every time.
They weren't diplomats.
But they wrote that God's told them to do it so that they could
They
do it.
were kings and queens, and they had servants and slaves and peasants. This is how the things
And
were done.
noblemen and all that shit had slaves. They all
So,
did. And
right. So
all
every
races.
tribe had a different leader, and they treated individuals differently over time. Each scripture in the Bible is just a sentence in a verse. If you read the whole book of Leviticus, you would not
I
get that
did.
same feeling.
I did. And then I pulled this out later. This next verse.
Oh yeah. I
Not
like the
that one.
photo though. I like the photo. The photo is crazy. Look at white people selling white people. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, it's Arabs. Look, the Arab slave trade. People don't remember about that at all for some reason.
Yeah, the Arab
Arabs
slave
was fucking slaving whites for thousands of years, and nobody seems to remember about that. Because
well,
they don't make enough movies about
Arab
it, you know.
slave trade,
I guess they don't make a movie
they
every
did
year about it.
the Quran was written by them.
They don't want you to think about that. That's why. You know what I'm saying? They don't want you to think about that. Not here in the U.S. They want you to think about it as only one way, and it didn't go just that way.
Oh yeah.
Some people claim that slavery wasn't as horrible in biblical times as it was in more recent centuries, but that's not what the Bible says. Slaves, submit yourselves to your masters with all respect, not only to those who are good and considerate, but also to those who are harsh. In other words, it doesn't. And
in the Arabic version, it says to those who are perverse.
Now listen, do you notice how he just jumped from the Old Testament to the New Testament? I mean, just like that motherfucker jumped like 50 books and tried to make a comparison. That right there is just like
he's talking about religion.
Wait, that's trying to fit his argument. He literally
went fit his argument. It doesn't try. It does.
Right?
It's Hold on. That both books have horrible Bible scripture.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong with that, though?
But wait a minute. Leviticus and Peter to define his own argument. That's not. But wait a minute. Like I said before, earlier, like when Noah. Wait a minute. Noah
just because that's from the New Testament, that doesn't mean anything. He's not being sneaky. Don't try to insinuate that he's being sneaky or doing something like psychological. What he's showing you is no matter which book you choose, they both have horrible Bible scriptures in them. That's the point he's making. That's it. He's not trying to say that's from the same book.
Well, no, it is. It is. Every verse he's putting up is from the same book.
In other words, it doesn't matter how cruel your master is. Whatever he orders.
Well, that's Peter, yeah.
I'm just saying. Right. He's giving his own definition of what he feels the scripture means.
He's quoting the quote out of the Bible. It's not his definition. It is an actual Exodus 21:20-21. This is what it says.
Right, but listen, but from what you're saying, but wait a minute. Okay, so if you read,
listen, wait. I wanted to touch on. You made another point. I just wanted to show you. We'll go back to that point because you said, it was a different type of slavery and they treated it differently. But here's a rule book. Okay, if a man beats his male or female slave with a rod and the slave dies as a direct result, he must be punished. But he is not to be punished if the slave gets up after a day or two, since the slave is his property.
This was in the time of Pharaoh, Exodus.
Right, but this is also in the Bible.
So wait a minute. Yeah, so look how he's jumping around. You're acting like we're talking about one tribe and one people and everybody together.
No,
you're jumping.
The title of this is Horrible Bible Scriptures.
And now we go
around inside of the Bible. Yeah.
The
all right. But anyway, it's called Horrible Bible Scriptures, not Horrible Bible Scriptures of one particular time in the Bible. No, it's Horrible Bible Scriptures.
Look, give me another one. Go ahead, shoot them all to me.
Yeah.
Exodus, but like I know, Exodus is Pharaoh and Moses, right? We know what's going on here. Let's keep going. All right.
It's slavery rationale. God condoning slavery. Yes.
Oh Lord. You know what God said about graven images? You know what he said about these images? Images produce influence. That's what Satan does. Satan puts images in front of you to manipulate you. That's what it's all about. I do imaging. You know this. I put images and shit up. Oh yeah, pedophilia. Let's get into it. Now what the fuck kind of photo is that? Now that's not Christian.
Shortly thereafter. Oftentimes the husbands were much older than
That has nothing to do with Christianity.
because cultures were different in biblical times doesn't mean we should consider it acceptable.
The
That's
Quran is Catholic doctrine, but let's go ahead.
That is Hinduism. No, right there.
Yeah, I know what
Hindu-
he's doing. Yeah, what he's
That's
doing.
Hinduism. So
You-
now he's look.
You
now
can't
he's
hear
bringing
him
the
talking.
Bible
You can't hear
over
him
here.
talking though, because he's talking about what he's talking about, and you're acting as if he's trying to say another thing while you talk over him, but he's not saying that. He's trying to show you something, but you can't hear him because he's talking while you're
I'm
talking.
sorry.
I got
I'm
the
sorry.
video. That's why I tried to turn it to where I was holding my mixer to where I was putting the hangout on lower and then the video up a little higher so that you could maybe hear over yourself, because it's coming over my microphone from my speaker, so it's a horrible channel. It doesn't come out great. You know what I mean?
Hold on.
It's real soft and shit.
Well, let me play it on my side. Let me try to play the video on my side and see if we can hear it better.
Whether they married off their 12-year-old daughters to 35-year-old men. After all, slavery was considered perfectly acceptable then too, yet today we know such behavior is wrong regardless of cultural context. And if we know pedophilia, like slavery, is wrong, then God
He's showing modern slavery existing even today.
yet he did not forbid it. The Bible
Yeah, slavery exists right now.
sex workers,
Like sex slavery and shit for pedophilia and minors and shit. He's trying to talk about a little bit of that through a lot of those religious outlets,
God decreed that fathers could sell their young daughters into slavery.
but he doesn't really go into it.
Girls were worth much more than those who had had sex before. It doesn't take a genius to know that the only reason virgins were worth more was because the men they were sold to would get to deflower them. Rape is an unusually cruel act of violence that no good person would ever justify or consider acceptable. Yet God condones and even orders rape throughout the Bible. One example is, now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known a man by lying with him. But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves. Here, God orders his soldiers to keep the virginal female children after slaughtering their mothers, fathers, and brothers. First, consider what the soldiers would have done to those women and girls to decide which were virgins and which weren't. That alone can be construed as rape. And second, what do you think those soldiers were expected to do with those girls? Some biblical apologists insist God does not condone rape, but God also supposedly does not condone theft and murder either. Yet in the same chapter, he orders his soldiers to commit both. Does anyone seriously believe those girls had any choice in what happened to them, sexually or otherwise? In another example, Lot offered his own virginal daughters to a crowd to rape. Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. This coming from a man the Bible describes as just and righteous, and delivered just Lot, for that righteous man dwelling among them vexed his righteous soul.
Yeah.
And here God says he will give David's wives to another man to rape. This is what the Lord says, out of your own household I am going to bring calamity upon you. Before your very eyes I will take you.
Hey, hold on, pause right there.
You will lie with your wives in broad daylight. It's yet another example of how God's idea of justice is to punish the guilty by making innocents suffer. It wasn't David's wives who offended God, it was David, yet they were the ones who were raped. And here's
What now?
Okay. Now the pedophilia, the pedophilia clip, he didn't go to like anything in the Bible that condoned pedophilia.
No, I didn't know. Yeah, no, I didn't really see
Now on the element of rape, okay,
that. Is
the way he's even breaking down rape, okay, is trying to say that the Bible condones rape. And then he tried to use the example of Lot, okay, to say that Lot raped his daughters.
Well, remember the Lord had his wives raped.
No,
that's what's written. Yeah,
that's look. I promise you, I can take you to that verse right now, and that is not what was. This is what I'm saying. When
Out
it
of your
comes
own
to
household,
videos
I'm going
like
to bring
this,
calamity upon you.
wait
Before
a
your
minute.
very eyes, I will take your wives and I will give them, I being the Lord. This is what the Lord says.
Wait a minute.
2 Samuel 12:11. I'm just saying, anybody else can check it out too.
Samuel, the story of Lot is not in Samuel. It's not.
This is the story of Lot. This is David. This is what the Lord says. Out of your own household, I'm going to bring calamity upon you.
I'm
Before your
just
very
pointing
eyes,
out
I will
to
take
what
your
he
wives
said
and
about Lot. Hold
give
on, I'm
them
pointing out to what he said about Lot.
to one
Lot,
who is close to you, and he
wait a
will
minute.
lie with your wives in
God
broad daylight.
told Lot to
Not just
leave
one of your
the
wives,
city.
but every one of them.
God told Lot to leave the city of Sodom and Gomorrah.
What are you talking about right now?
That's what
Just
your
give me
man
my-
was just talking about. Your man was
No, he's talking about.
But
Okay.
wait, he was using an example of rape, and he went to and he brought. Go back to it. He went and brought up Lot.
Because
How
of David.
Lot.
Man, right? This
Go back.
is just and righteous choice in what happened to them, sexually or otherwise. In another example, Lot offered his own virginal daughters to a crowd to rape.
See?
Stop.
He stopped there.
Stop.
Lot offered his own virginal daughters to a crowd to rape.
That's his example, and that's a terrible, terrible thing. The way he just.
Oh no, it's not. Listen, Genesis 19.
Look, I have.
No.
Look, I have 2 daughters who have never slept with a man. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do what you like with them. Those are his
Okay.
words.
Hold
So,
on.
what do you want to do?
Right there, bro.
You
See,
seen
that's
that?
what I'm saying. That's like you writing an essay, right? And me discrediting your entire essay off of, like, a sentence that you wrote.
Again,
Because what you have, wait a minute. What you have is
I gotta use a
a
bathroom,
whole
bro.
group of people having a discussion, and then somebody coming and grabbing the worst part of the discussion and trying to say, "Oh, okay, it condones rape."
Oh yeah, nobody said we weren't doing that. Yeah, nobody said this video wasn't about that. It's about the horrible Bible scriptures. It's about the horrible ones.
But wait a minute.
I'll be right back, though.
How come he didn't point out the fact?
Don't ask me anything until I get back. I gotta piss,
wait a minute.
bro.
That men
I can't wait.
were coming to try to rape Lot and basically the angels that had came down to the city. Because that whole story, it has the whole, it has a whole like backdrop to it. And I mean, to just pick apart and say, well, I'm going to use everything I can find and say, like, this is bad, this is bad. I can do the same thing with science. I can do the same thing with anything to, like, fit a certain narrative. It doesn't really discredit it. I mean, that's all I'm trying to say. It doesn't really put any discredit when you're trying to literally break down something and say, well, this whole verse makes up the whole 77 books of the Bible. And to jump from Old Testament.
I don't care how many times you were good with my child. All that matters is you diddled him once. You understand that? And that's exactly what's going on in the Bible. Lots of good stuff in there, but a lot of bad rationale being seeded into your brain as well. And if that's there, you don't want any of that shit like that. And because the good stuff didn't just come from there. It already existed before they took it and put it in there to make you like it in the first place. That's my whole point. And I mean, it's really simple to see a lot of this stuff. I mean, you start doing comparisons between all of the different so-called God men, and they all have share the same outline of stories, the same things going on, and they all predate Jesus. At least 16 of them.
Well,
so we really got to figure this out. A lot of people are brainwashed into the because the Crusades were very, I guess, successful, and a lot of people got brainwashed. And it's been when your parents give it to you and they don't know any better because their parents gave it to them. A lot of people got pumped in with fluoride, and I mean, I don't know, man. It's just really.
What if I told you that I had a video? Wait a minute. What if I told you I had a video of proof of scientific
video
proof,
taking away all of the thousands of hours of my research onto this, making sure that I knew.
What if I told you I had a video that basically that NBC was the first one to show that they have found the tomb of James, Jesus' brother?
See what I mean? What does that mean to me? What does that mean to you?
Well, it means a lot.
No, okay.
Because people said that,
Because you
Mary
trust
didn't-
NBC,
wait a
or
minute.
you think
They
that's
said
a
that Mary didn't exist, and they said that, Jesus'
wait,
family didn't
NBC,
exist.
right? You understand what you're saying to me?
Wait a minute. And everybody said that this stuff didn't exist. So what if they found a little bit of DNA evidence that pointed out that it did exist, and they put it on television, and nobody cared, but they showed it.
No, NBC. That's enough said. Right after that, and Fox
Well,
News.
I mean, look, you
CNN,
believe. Wait a
all
minute,
the
you
same thing.
believed NBC when they told you the towers got knocked down.
No, I didn't believe NBC. Ain't the one who fucking somebody else. Nobody. What are you talking about now? I believed NBC when what happened?
Well, no, I'm just saying, like NBC.
You
I'm not gonna knock the
I don't
news.
believe in NBC at all. That's none of
I'm
that
just
shit.
saying they covered Hurricane
They tell
Katrina.
two
They
sides of
cover a
fake
lot of
stories.
shit. So,
Yeah, but I don't use them to get my information though. See, I don't use any of those outlets to get my information on purpose, because I know they're going to put out two different sides of a situation that isn't even the real situation. So you're not even looking at the real situation ever. So you're choosing what you think your emotional side should be on a situation that's all an illusion in the first place for most everything ever promoted.
Well, wait a minute. This is all I know. They turned around.
Fake wars in the fucking Middle East, all that kind of shit. They got all kinds of.
They made this discovery, right? And as soon as they made the discovery, basically the place got blew up. That's all I know. They discovered it, and then they dropped bombs on it. All right?
Yeah, that way, that taught you to never look for it. Don't worry about it. It's gone.
That could be an understatement. It's generating new interest this morning.
USA
so where some say could have been the burial spot for Jesus and his family. NBC's Katie Turs in East Jerusalem. Katie, people will be talking about this one. Good morning.
They will certainly be talking about this, Matt. I want to show you where I am exactly right now. Between two nondescript apartment blocks.
Perfect timing to get you ramped up and get everybody back on the war rationale between the.
Twice about, except a journalist and a geologist say they have new evidence that this right here, underneath this concrete slab, is Jesus' tomb.
Yeah, I've seen this. It's garbage, dude.
It could be the biggest
same people who stood in front of the blue screen and told you that the bombs are fucking going over their head.
This right here. This. It all centers on what or who was inside this ancient box of human remains, containing bone fragments with an intriguing inscription. James, son of Joseph, brother of Jesus. Are you positive that this is the family tomb of Jesus?
Oh, sure. Because they had J's back then. It wasn't the J sound, the brother of Jesus bullshit. And that's Hebrew.
This is
fucking Hebrew.
Jesus of Nazareth and his family.
Geologist.
What you think? What you think?
That was Hebrew, bro. That was Hebrew. That's those people are actually fucking Christian fucking scientists. They are. It's not even it's a garbage lie. You know what I'm saying? The people who are in there, they've got planted that. That's garbage. It's got nothing to do with reality. Because that's you're not thinking of the main thing. For one, it wasn't no J sound in that time, in that era. So there wasn't nobody named Jesus like that in the first place.
Yeah, it was. Look, I've proven this to people all the time because I had somebody say this to me in a debate.
But that doesn't matter. That's not the argument against it.
Wait. They said that the J, this is the argument. They would say that the J wasn't invented. That's why Jesus couldn't be real. And my argument to that would always be, I'd say, well, listen, was Julius Caesar a real person? And the individual would say, well, what do you mean? You trying to say Julius Caesar and Jesus is at the same time? I said, no. I asked you if Julius Caesar was a real person because he died 44 years before Jesus was born. So if his name was Julius Caesar, you couldn't say that the J or the Jesus sound couldn't be there because Julius Caesar died 44 some odd years before Jesus was even born. So the J sound was absolutely there. Julius Caesar was a real person. He was a real person, and he came before Jesus. So that sound, that turned out to be a straw man argument. Yeah, you know, people never looked at it like that. It's always, let's look at the information to disprove it instead of looking to the information that might say that, it could be real. It might be real. You know, I don't know. You know, that's the thing. That's the
Anyway,
thing.
the Jesus stories are actually exact mirrors of Titus Flavius's life and a lot of the research done by Joseph Atwill, and that you know, the Jewish Roman conspiracy, all right, was
Well, I have
to create Jesus as controlled opposition out
you
of
have
already
many
existing
YouTube
knowledge
names.
of Mithras, who existed as well, another mythical godmen to talk about what the sun is,
But
Mithra
wait a minute. See,
and
look,
Indra, and
we imitate on YouTube
no,
our own form of imitation of what the Bible would look at. Because, okay, I have many names on YouTube, but I'm still the same individual. Some people know me as Vic Damone. Some people know me as Ronnie Man. My mother might just call me Ronnie, but my wife might just call me Vic. My friends might call me Vic. You feel what I'm saying? But I'm still the same individual with 30 different names. You follow what I'm saying? It's just like you. You might have 7 or 8 different Gmails with
no,
7.
I understand so much that that's my argument about
But
this.
look,
And
so
that all of
if
those different names in
hypothetically
the
speaking,
Gospels are just different seasons of the sun. And what they're
but wait,
talking about is something totally different than what we think we're reading in the
but
literal
wait, this is
sense. It
all
has
I'm
nothing
saying.
to do with
When I
that.
did investigating,
As
okay,
above,
there's
so
nothing
below.
on, wait a minute, there's nothing on earth that can prove Jesus was here as far as himself. I went down that avenue. It's a dead end. But
You know.
like I said, my next search was for these so-called spirit creatures. Okay, that's what I went looking for. That's what I went looking for. And like I said,
Well,
according to
let's
the Bible,
let's get you into unraveling who actually put together all of the words in the Bible for real. There's a research avenue there that is real, and you will find much. And you start finding this out. You know, I've even given you some good leads, and then you start doing that research, because then you'll see that what's being told to you in the Bible already existed,
okay,
and other stories and other people's
well, this is what
God man and all of
evolution.
that, and they're all pharaonic, okay, and they're all just metamorphosizing to a new age. Like every 2,000 years, you got another one. Every 2,000 years, and the fact that there are at least 16 of them would give you the idea that there are at least 16 times of 2,000 years that have gone by on record.
Okay, so wait a minute now, but this is my argument to
During
evolution.
all of this,
Wait, here's my argument to evolution and the theory of evolution. Now, to point one, Cat Williams. All right, he brought up the best one, I think, on one of his comedy hours. He said if man came from monkeys, okay, then why do we still have monkeys? Are like these the retarded monkeys that never like developed or anything like that? If man came from monkeys, then we would no longer have monkeys. That was
hey, how do you know monkeys didn't come from man? You know what I'm
but
saying?
wait, this is all I'm saying.
How
If
do you know
man,
it didn't go the other way around? But my
but
point is it's
but
not.
wait now to
Yeah, my
another
point is
point.
that's not how evolution works
Wait. Now look. Now.
at
Here's
all.
another thing about evolution. If
No,
you have a
you're making
child,
assertions
wait.
about evolution.
Hold on,
Here's
wait.
another assertion you've made about
Look.
evolution. Go
This
ahead.
is a fact. Wait, this is a fact.
Well, wait. What was
When
the
it
fact
comes down
before?
to evolution, right? If you have a newborn child and you sit them in a room and close the door and only just put food in the room for that child, it will never learn anything on its own. It won't know how to go to the bathroom. It won't learn how to read. It won't learn how to write. It won't learn how to add or subtract. There's nothing that will evolve in that child's brain. It has to be taught. This is fact. There is no way, if you don't teach your child how to piss and shit in the
Right.
toilet.
That's part of that child's
Oh,
evolution. The
no.
bigger the
There is
brain,
no
the longer time
there.
it takes to
That is
develop. Right.
instruction that you are giving. That is a direction you are pointing that child into. Now, if the first humans were put on the earth, right? if
And
they
that's
were
not actually true because children
they
at
would
very
have
young
to be
ages.
taught.
Listen, hold on,
They
man. You're
would
trying to
have
make.
to
Hold on.
be
You're making a point. I just want to say something before you're done on that end of it because they also know how to swim. How's that? If they don't know anything and you got to teach them
But if you
everything. Well,
continue
you
to
said
put them in
everything,
that water,
but you don't
they
got to
will
teach them to hold
drown.
their breath and swim.
If you put them in that water continuously, at a certain point, they will drown because they don't know how to swim.
The point is, when you drop them in that water, they start to
Right.
swim.
Drop them in that
and
water
they
as
hold
a
their breaths.
newborn, but
Right.
at 6 months, they will drown. There's
Yeah,
nothing.
again,
There's nothing evolving at that
they
point.
are swimming.
So learning
Now,
them.
drowning isn't the same thing as swimming successfully, like to
Well,
get
once again, you can
out
put a
of the
newborn
water. Because I didn't say they had all the
inside the
skills.
water.
They
But
swim
how
though.
many 6-month-olds
You
jump
said
into
nothing. That they didn't know anything, and I was just trying to show you that I don't think you're looking in the right places. They
No,
they know how to drink
as
their
a
food. They know how to
species,
reach for a nipple.
look,
They know how to
hold on.
listen
As a
for their
species,
mommy's voice.
human
There's so many
beings
things that you're
don't
forgetting about a
evolve.
baby. They know
But
how to
wait,
listen for who's the mommy and who. So they if they particularly
but
want
wait.
something at that time, they'll speak up and start making noises and getting audible, right?
No,
So
look, what I'm
they know a
saying
lot
is
of
this.
shit.
When
I
it
mean, they
comes
learn a
down,
lot from being pregnant in the belly too. I mean, this depends on like variables that you're not including into your fucking equation. You know what I mean, bro? Because
wait
you're
a
like
minute,
thinking
look,
that is it
think
just
about
a
it like this. If you have a child, right? And like my daughter's 5 years old, okay? So in the 5 years in her life, I know I have literally dictated
if you just sit the
all.
child in the room and you don't give him a crayon or anything to start to stretch his own imagination, that I could imagine then he would, not know how to
Look,
express
but you
any of
see
the
what I'm
things.
saying? Look,
But
they
then you
won't
couldn't
come
really
out the
record
room.
what it is that
Wait
he's
a minute.
thinking
They
anyway,
won't
because
come
you
out
wouldn't
the
have a
room
way
a
to express it
scholar.
to you.
Wait
I'm
a
just
minute.
trying to
Hold
make sense of what you're saying.
on. Okay.
When you stumble into because I don't mean to say it like that, but to me, it's like you stumble into an area of thought, complete like stumbling and then making assertions about how things probably already are.
Okay.
So you're
Look,
wrapping
you should
yourself
do
in a
research.
parameter
Look, there's an
that I
orphanage.
wouldn't wrap myself
Wait a
in.
minute.
So I'm trying to
Hold up. There's an orphanage in
separate the
Romania. Okay, and you can
trains of
look it
thought
up.
because I'm
Hold up. There's an orphanage in Romania. You can look it up. Okay, where the children are dropped off there. Okay, and they don't have any educational system. They don't have any type of training for these children. What they do, okay, is they put them in a room with no windows and a diaper and close the door and leave the light on. Some of these children are tied up behind their backs because they are like wild animals. There is no evolution in that room. Some of those children have been there for
evolution. We're
anywhere
talking about
between, hold
evolution,
up, let me
like
finish.
within a
Some of
minute.
those children
No,
have been
okay.
there for
Let me,
18 to
is it
20
my turn to
years.
answer your fucking
For
statements?
the
Because you're making a
same
lot of points that
thing,
I'm not able
hold
to.
on,
I have a
hold on.
lot of areas
The
to stop you.
same thing happens in China. So when we
You
look at evolution,
again,
none of
you're
those
calling
children,
evolution.
hold
You're
up,
missing evolution,
had a
dude.
mental
I
talk
know. I
and
know a lot
said,
more.
hey,
Don't
this
come
is
on, man.
wrong.
Don't
What
cancel
the
me out
way
of the
they're treating me
conversation
is
over
not
talking
right.
me. Hold up,
This is
check it
what I'm
out. Check it
saying.
out.
When it
I
comes
gotta
down
address
to
your point. You're
evolution,
going to another two
wait,
more
wait,
points.
boy, hold on. We can look at
Why
the
are you doing
evidence
that
in
though?
front
You're
of us,
swamping me
right?
with all these different points that I need to address.
Well, yeah, look, I'm just throwing them out there
Yeah,
because
but
I'm
one at a
saying,
time, bro. You're going
well,
to now
we're
another
talking
one, and I
about
would like to address
evolution.
the
Hold
first one
on.
before you skip
Wait,
on. I
wait.
didn't
We're
agree
just
to
talking
it.
about evolution and a breakdown of
Right, and
evolving
I'm talking about how
in
your
a
definition of
human
evolution
being.
is
Wait a
entirely
minute.
different than mine
But
or
no,
the
no, no. What I'm
scientific
saying is, look,
establishment as well,
look, in a
and
human
anyone else's.
being, but no, look, in a human being, I
Yeah,
can
you don't
grasp
evolve
your kid.
like that's not the type of that's a metaphorical evolution or a fucking behavioral evolution, which is can happen over the time of one
No,
lifespan.
wait,
What we're
wait.
talking about is an
Children,
evolution in from one species to another species.
but hold
You're
on. But you're
yeah, I
talking,
know,
but
but
look,
calm down.
I'm talking about a level of
Yeah,
intelligence.
evolution. The theory of
Of
evolution means from
intelligence,
they
we're the
think in one
smartest
species.
creatures on the planet.
Right. Okay, you're not listening. The theory of evolution does not represent my theory of revolution. Okay, the theory of revolution talks about the human maybe coming from one species to another species and da 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 da. I'm saying we were the species that have evolved into this particular part of this species. And the monkey was also its own species that evolved into, and it was just similar in construct to us, but not, it didn't do what we did. Neither one of us came from each other. Just like we're so similar to like aardvarks, and we're so similar to fucking seals, and we're similar to fucking dolphins, and we're similar to all the plants and shit on the planet. And our stomachs actually need microbia that actually the same kind of fauna and flora that feed our roots in the ground, the microbia that feed our intestines. So we're like plants too in so many different ways. So there's so much to stuff that people just aren't realizing right now.
Everything that you just named can live outdoors butt ass naked. Everything you just named. Everything you just named can live outdoors butt ass naked.
Yeah, and then and so can
in all 4
human
seasons.
beings. Yeah.
Human beings can't do that. They
Bullshit.
can't.
You got to be on around the equator or a nice temperate environment, but yes, the hell you can.
Wait. But see, look, once again, we can't all migrate to the equator. You sure
Yeah,
can.
but once again, we didn't have north and south poles of freezing coldness when Saturn was our fucking star, or brown dwarf star.
See, there's elements.
We were enveloped in exactly. Remember the purple dawn of man when the sky was purple and there was no light or day and everything was a temperate. That story is real, but it's not because the Bible's real. It's because that's an ancient story told way before the Bible, and the Bible adopted it in order for you to make sure that you knew that the Bible had something real in it.
Well, no, we're talking about evolution in the sense of creation. So think about it like this.
Yeah. Wait, no, hold on. I never got to get to that point yet. We're talking about evolution. Now, we do have evolution. We can prove evolution in minutes in the blood in humans. So evolution does happen from species to species. Your bacterium and your enzymes turn into bacterium, which is a species of its own. And then the bacterium then mold. It's called pleomorphism. They mold into a yeast, okay, and then the yeast molds into a fungus, and the fungus into a mold. I mean, molds into a mold. Yeah, but the fungus into a mold forms. I meant not, and then the mold spores, pop off all over your body and create this bad shit all over the place as well, more mold, and then of course you're dead. And this is a fungus. A fucking candida. That's a cancer. And that's a fungus. The tumors that are present during the cancer, it's the fungus. And you attack the fungus, you destroy the cancer. And I try to show a lot of different people this stuff. It's not real easy to follow, but there's scientific research to back what up. But yeah,
believe it or not, hey, look, believe it or not.
But that's actually species to species evolution, but it's on the micro level, so it happens within minutes in the blood, and but it's not taught in schools unless like where I got it from a Harvard presentation. It was also in Oxford.
What you just said was in the Bible, believe it or not.
Right. Right. So species to species. Yeah. Back in the day before the Bible was ever written, they had statues of. Right. Do you hear what I'm trying to tell you? We had technology, bro, before the Bible was written. The Bible was written to make you think we were dumb as fuck before that. We had technology before that shit was going on, long time before. We had fucking stones, little stone, what do you call it? Carvings where they're microbia and shit, bacteria. You couldn't even see it with one of our, with a telescope, anything, a microscope that they've ever had or whatever that we ever thought. But they've got sculptures of these things. They've made them, and they're bacterium. And so you can't. This is what I'm trying to say.
But the thing is, like for you,
they were on a level. We got disconnected from our higher technology, right?
But no, I'm just saying.
We got sold a story.
In your case, you would have to see something like physically happen in front of you that would purely like change your life forever. Like you'd have to have one of those moments where you saw something that you couldn't put science around. Like you'd have to say, okay, that goes into the C column. Like what the fuck? All right.
Cognitive dissonance column.
No.
Cognitive dissonance.
I'm talking about something that literally would go outside of science altogether.
Right. See, for outside of your realm of paradigm of thinking, because maybe you don't understand what science is altogether.
Well, no.
Outside of your paradigm.
Well, no.
Cognitive dissonance because you column where you don't even work with it.
Well, no, I'm saying like supernaturals, it goes beyond science.
Yeah, as far as you're concerned, it does. Again, we have a parabola problem. We have different parameters of thought that you need to consider.
But I'm just saying, science will say the supernatural doesn't exist.
No, that's not the point. See what I mean? There's always that. Listen, what used to be supernatural yesterday is science today. Think about that.
Well, okay, the element that I'm speaking of it on.
What we thought was boogeymans and ghosts, you know, we realize are refractions, or you know what I'm trying to say. What you thought was aliens sparking off, firing in the sky, where now we understand were comets. You know, what we thought were mystical dragons firing across the sky, we see now they are comets. You know, from and what we thought they were ice balls, or we thought they were fire, but now we realize they're actually electrical discharges, and that's why the tails point away from the sun, no matter what angle they're at, always directly away from the sun, because the electrons are getting stripped off of it.
Like these,
because we've replicated it in a laboratory now, so it's not a dragon. So that's what I meant by what and mystical. What used to be one thing is now we're understanding electromagnetics, all this other kind of stuff.
Well,
so
no,
that's what I'm trying to say.
On supernatural was
science
on the level of intelligent creatures that were basically older than man. That were basically
that's now we're mythical.
That were basically
mythical realm of
long before
how do you know how old man was?
Well, I'm
right?
just
because that doesn't make sense. Long before man was sold to you as being man.
So if they're older than man, then they would be wiser than man. They would
got million-year-old men fucking
be able to educate man to a certain extent. They would have to
because it doesn't fit.
Basically, you know what I'm saying? Put some type of knowledge to man to basically give them an extra push. You follow what I'm saying? That's the level that I'm speaking on. Now,
you know, the Pharaoh, or before the Pharaoh, or whoever the fuckers were that wanted to control man, who did a very fine job, actually.
Well, no, these spirit creatures
were millions of years old
would have fallen on all 7 continents at one time. They would have dropped down on all 7 continents at one time. So all civilizations would have saw this event happen in the world.
Well, they all did. That's my whole point, bro. You're missing. All the civilizations did see the archetypes that they were talking about, and they wrote them down in on caves and on stone and all over the place. And we have lots of this evidence, but you're still not going to go look at it. But it's at the Thunderbolts Project, and this you'll have so many different fucking paleontologists and so many different fucking scientists showing you
that have built these religions like
another avenue of thought.
Buddhism, another one outside of Christianity and Islam.
The Quran,
the Hebrews, all of
the Quran is Catholic doctrine, right?
But yeah, I'm just saying
you don't know that. Most people don't know that. That's why.
But no, I'm just saying, but it's deeper than the Christian whole. I mean, these people are found. These creatures are found in the Hindu world. They're found in Buddhism. They're found in every different type of culture that has a different form of worship of God. And it's not all based in the Bible, but the individual creatures have a lot of relationship to the Bible, especially when we look at the characters that are being played here. Now, I'm speaking on the level of an evil source, not the happy-go-lucky source, the one that's fucking you up, that one. I'm not really speaking on the one that's going to, wave the banners for you. I'm talking about, the bad guy, the
fear porn. The fear porn they need to sell you. That's a good media read. That's media, man. They need to sell that. They got a lot of work to do.
I hear you always refer to this fake place called hell. And it's funny how everyone was taught that if you die and do bad things, you go to hell. And the Bible says that place doesn't exist. The Bible itself says that place doesn't exist. But a lot of people, when they hear the word Satan,
you'll burn in a fiery pit.
A dominion where Satan sits. Now, it's odd. If anybody really paid attention to the Bible and what it said that death and hell would be cast into the lake of fire. Now, if hell is going to be thrown into the lake of fire, doesn't that seem a little confusing? I thought the lake of fire was in hell. So how could hell be thrown in the lake of fire? That's what's in the book.
Because it was a place in, I think, somewhere in like Ireland area they were talking about, like.
Yeah, see, hell doesn't
it was like
exist.
Helena or some shit. I can't remember all of a
The
sudden.
Bible says when you die,
excuse me. It's some old fucking pagan shit.
The Bible says when you die, it's just like science says. That's it.
Valhalla or some shit.
But that's what I'm saying. The Bible agrees with science.
And it's free.
The Bible says when you die, that is it.
Yeah, all that shit.
Floating around, but you don't turn into a ghost. No spirit comes out your body. None of that stuff happens. That's what the Bible says.
Yeah, give this a sec. Give this a shot for a second.
But yeah.
Since you were talking about some comparisons, I threw something together real quick.
Oh shit! Oh, this from you. Now look, I'm gonna show you Satan in a minute. Watch, you're gonna laugh.
In the very middle of Egypt stands Cheops, the Great Pyramid, exactly in the middle. Amazing? Yes. But even more so when you consider that it had already been sitting there for 3,000 years before the Bible was written. In John 10:11, Jesus said, I am the good shepherd, and the good shepherd gives his life to the sheep. In John 10:14, Jesus said, I am the good shepherd, and I know my sheep. In the book of Hebrews 13:20, Lord Jesus, the great shepherd of his sheep. The book of Revelation 12:5, and she brought forth a man-child who was to rule all the nations with a rod of iron. And in Revelation 19:15, and he shall rule the nation with a rod of iron. Well, we've now established that Jesus is the good shepherd who shall rule the nations with a rod of iron. The Pharaoh was the good shepherd, was called the great shepherd, who looked after the shepherd's fold. The Pharaoh was considered to be the incarnation of Amen-Ra, who ruled for God on earth. And that is where we get the idea that there would be an earthly kingdom. And the Pharaoh was the king of the kingdom. Amenra. The Pharaoh said that when he prayed to God, he must pray through the Son of God. Amen-Ra. And at the end of the prayer, in the ancient temples of Egypt,
You can't even pronounce it right. I'm laughing.
In the scriptures, Jesus said, if your eye be single, then there will be light in you. This single eye was the symbol of Amen-Ra. The eye was always within the circle, the sun, the eye of God.
Jesus is called the Lamb of God. The Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world. Now, you talk about an old concept and an old motif. That certainly is. Virtually all the ancient religions in the world had a Lamb of God that takes away the sins of the world. Is God's Lamb that takes away the sins of the world. It's a very old and widespread concept. God's Lamb that takes away the sins of the world existed far before the Hebrews.
So much research.
Interesting, wasn't it? Amun-Ra, or Horus as he was called. He was all that was good and righteous, holy. And he had his adversary. His name was Set. Sound a little bit familiar? Like with Jesus of Nazareth, who had his adversary, Satan. Horus, Set. Jesus, Satan. In fact, the resemblances between Jesus and Amun-Ra, or Horus, and all of the other saviors of mankind are just too many. They go on and on and on. In fact, let's compare them, shall we? Let's compare Jesus of Nazareth with Horus of Egypt.
with Krishna of India, and with Buddha of the Orient. Horus baptized with water by Anna. Jesus baptized with water by John. Anna the baptizer, John the Baptist. Horus born in Anu, the place of bread. Jesus born in Bethlehem, the house of bread. Horus the good shepherd, with a crook upon his shoulders. Jesus the good shepherd, with a lamb or the kid upon his shoulder. The seven on board the boat with Horus. The seven fishers on board the boat with Jesus. Horus as the lamb, Jesus as the lamb. Horus as the lion. Horus as the black child. Jesus as the little black bambino. Horus identified with tact or cross. Jesus identified with the cross. Horus of 12 years. Jesus of 12 years. Horus made a man of 30 years in his baptism. Jesus made a man of 30 years in his baptism. Horus the Christ. Jesus the Christ. Horus the manifesting Son of God. Jesus the manifesting Son of God. Two mothers of child Horus who were two sisters. Two mothers of child Jesus who were sisters. Set and Horus, the twin opponents. Satan and Jesus, the twin opponents. Horus, the sower. Set, the destroyer of the harvest field. Jesus, the sower of the good seed.
I forgot I don't have to fucking type to you guys. Yeah, I wanted to point something out while we're thinking about it.
Contending on the mount.
Now,
Jesus.
Just because they're shills doesn't mean what they're saying is a lie. Now, that's part of the way they hide the truth in plain sight. I want to point that out for a lot of the new people out here that are just, you know, you've heard. So he's not, what's going on, and the way.
The video was actually going in another train of thought for some other stuff, but I just want to point out some of those comparisons, and it goes on.
Books, you can compare them yourselves as they are doing, going to.
Yeah, I remember they were talking about Horus, but I remember like Horus was a sky god. He was a god.
Listen,
sky.
Here's the scripture about Horus. Horus as the type of life eternal. Jesus, the type of life eternal. This is in Horus, the type of life eternal, right? And in the Bible it says Jesus, the type of life, eternal life. Okay, you got to see there's it's the same story. That's what they're showing you. It's side by side, word for word, the fucking same. You can't win the lottery like, oh, they said one of the random same things that happened. Like, no, not for everything. Like, that's crazy. Not
well, no, see, I mean, the message of Christ, but the message of Christ was to love your enemy. The weapon of Christ, I mean, the message of Christ was not to commit adultery, was to, you know what I'm saying, love your fellow, love thy neighbor, honor your mother and father. This is the message of Christ. I don't remember Horus ever having any of these things in his repertoire of things to do.
I guess you missed it because
like Horus. Because I seen they were talking about Horus the lamb, and I said, no, man. I said, I mean, any depiction of Horus was always in the form of a bird, and Horus to Christians, modern day Christians, represented Satan. To us, I don't look at Horus as ever being Jesus Christ. I look at him as being one of the fallen. You know what I'm saying? Like he was one of the fallen angels, because
gods, demons.
You know, that's just me. Like, you know, that's just me. Because Horus, I mean, like certain elements.
Scriptures. These are actual scriptures, right? From the
just because a shill takes
the Bible and the stories of Horus. Okay.
Well,
so
I'm looking at the top. It says the origin and evolution.
It's not something they're making up or anything. They're just putting you this origin and evolution of religion here. They're just showing you that, you know, they're the same. They're of the same. They're telling the same story. This one is older than that one, and so now you have to understand that the one that
Now I got some. Hey, look, I got some real like demon footage. If you ready for me to scare the shit out you.
This ain't nothing like that.
Yeah, I feel you. But look, Yeah, I got 2 demon photos, and you cannot tell me when I put this up that that guy is not a demon.
Yeah, I could because they don't exist.
All right, wait now. Look, you ain't.
You got a picture of a demon.
I got demons. Yep, I got demons. I have the fallen on video camera. Yep, it's the King of Trolls. I got him. I got him.
Sorry, man.
I have the
I've
fallen.
seen 1,000 attempts at someone trying to show me some shape-shifting bullshit.
Okay.
Through a digital fucking program.
Look, no special effects, no magic. The fallen. Are you ready?
No, I'm still showing you what you're ignoring every single piece of.
Well, no, let me know when you're ready. No, just tell me when you're ready, because I got it for you. And you are not going to be able to deny that this motherfucker is like one of the fallen when I show him to you. It's no way. You're going to look and say, well, you know what, Vic? I can't argue that. That's an evil motherfucker, and he's beyond, that's not natural. There's nothing scientific that can explain that form of evil. That is something that is unnatural.
Which still has nothing to do with the Bible. Now, Horace,
yeah, it does. Yeah, it has everything to do with the Bible. It has everything to do with the Bible.
It has nothing to do with the Bible.
Trust me. Trust me.
You're not. I don't think you realize that the way you think is one leap after another assertion. They're assertions because you've been trained to think in a particular way, and you've limited yourself the options necessary to make correct.
I believe what I see, man. I believe my 2 eyes. Right. I believe it's in front of me.
You believe what you see through the relation of things that you've been taught in your past, and there just isn't enough data for the process to know that that is something other than what you're imagining that it is.
All right. Well, look,
one of them who's been into technology and science and things for a very long time is very good, and another one who's just mediocre in that, maybe barely graduated high school or didn't really excel in that area, but then they both see something like from HARP or something. When one of them goes, oh, I've investigated what we're seeing, and I know that's not God's voice in my ear, that they're actually using the Schumer resonance so that I won't be tricked and but you're like, oh no, goddamn, it's God's voice in my head, and you really swear it is, because that's where we're at right now. It's just sort of like that.
Well, no. Look, all I'm saying is, bro, that I got a videotape of a demon on tape. That's all I'm saying. I ain't talking about hearing God. I ain't talking about Jesus Christ. I'm talking about a demon from the Bible that is like got a whole bunch of people riding with him. I got him on tape. I got him and a few of his friends on tape, and they are literally like, moving on the backfield, and nobody's stopping them. Like, you didn't see them probably before, and never really thought that was a motherfucking demon. And you remember I gave you a description of my theory of what a demon is, right? It's not this monster. It's a motherfucker that comes and makes you rich and makes you powerful and rich, like, elite rich. I gave you my theory on that, right? Now I have evidence to back up my theory. All of this comes from the Bible. That's all I'm saying. That we had these spirit creatures that's been here since the dawn of time, and they picked a few guys on the planet to roll with them. And those guys on the planet that roll with them, their families have always been protected. Their generations have always been blessed. They will never hurt anything on this planet.
I'm not arguing with you for a second, but imagine it's a little bit off. Just imagine this. Imagine if they're actually just the original humans, and that's their technology that you don't recognize.
Okay, well,
they're not aliens. They want you to think they're aliens, and they want you to think they're jinns or gods or something other than touchable originals, and that that's what I'm trying to get at. That's my theory for real. Like, if you broke down to everything that I've been trying to say, that's what I'm saying. That it is humans, but they're not demons, but they're using ancient technology that we can't even recognize today. We don't.
Okay, now wait. Now I want you to check out. Now I want you to check out.
The coffee's leaving me.
Oh man.
I'll be right back. Go ahead. Get it fired up. I'll turn this one off.
Yeah, because look, I promise, man, you are going to laugh when I show you this demon. You're going to be like, hey, okay, Vic, that's a demon. Damn it.
Hold on.
I got 2 of them. I got 2 of them. 2. Damn it, they didn't knock down my channels over these motherfucking videos right here. I got one video. Damn. That motherfucker I think I probably lost that one.
Yeah. All right.
All right. Are you ready? Are you ready to now look? You heard all the bullshit stories. You watched The Exorcist and all that shit, and Nightmare on Elm Street and Jason and all that shit. All right. But Victimone is going to bring specially to you your very first photo or video of a real life, like, demonic, demon possessed motherfucker walking around in a human body. Some shit like Jesus Christ, but on the opposite end. All right? Are you ready? This is going to blow you away.
Already too much production value for me to
I am
believe it.
blessed. I am strong. I am talented. I am disciplined. I am focused. I am prosperous.
Thou sayest, I am rich and increased with goods, and needed nothing, and knowest not that thou art wretched and miserable, and poor and blind and naked.
I am fearfully and wonderfully made. I am attractive. I am getting younger. You talk like that, and God will renew your youth.
For men shall be lovers of their own selves, covetous, boasters, proud blasphemers, disobedient to parents, unthankful, unholy.
When you expect His goodness, you will see His goodness. So I hope that you'll request this resource. I know it'll be a blessing to you to help inspire you in your faith. Also, pick up a copy of my new book, Every Day of Friday. We know.
This fucking evangelistic shit is hilarious.
Did you hear that nigga say every day of Friday?
Well, we need people to.
Oh, I started laughing at pick up a copy of my new book.
And it's amazing how people
I didn't even get the title across.
Sincerity, that's the most important thing. If you can fake that, you've got a mix.
He's known as the smiling preacher, likes the title, preaches a positive message.
I've been smiling in my smallest baby pictures. I got a smile on my face.
He is a best-selling author, successful life coach, and a preacher to the nation's largest church. So then why are so many people up in arms about Joel Osteen?
I mean, the ceiling, the crowd, the choir. This is totally and completely off the chain.
They come by the thousands to non-denominational Lakewood Church, a former basketball arena in Houston, Texas, filling it to the rafters. They come hungry to hear firsthand Joel Osteen's message of empowerment and inspiration. Osteen preaches his own version of what's known as the prosperity gospel. And God is a loving, forgiving God who will reward believers with health, wealth, and happiness. It's the centerpiece of every sermon. My message is a message of hope that God is a good God, and that no matter what we've done, where we've been, God has a great plan for our lives. And your future is filled with marked moments of blessing, increase, promotion. God has already ordained before the foundation of the world the right people, the right opportunity, time and chance of coming together for you. Why don't you get your hopes up? Why don't you start believing for what you have or haven't done, that your best days are still out in front of you?
See, that is a demon, sir. That right there. That was a goddamn demon. All right? This motherfucker just come out and look, he just take the Bible and make up whatever the fuck he wants to. But for some odd strange reason, he has a following, like I said, by the thousands.
Yeah, and promoted by the Pope and everything. Yeah.
Now wait, I'm gonna show you another demon. Look, let me show you another goddamn demon.
Dude, those are just people, just jackass fucking government, fucking, you know.
Oh no, look, he don't need the government. He's giving a message. Look, that God is a good, loving, kind, all that God. Didn't you hear him?
Yeah, that's all part of government. You know what the Hegelian dialectic is? It's a war technique where it's a fucking tactic where all sides are controlled already. So they have to have the other side of their own control.
Hey, wait, look, here's the other demon. Are you ready for this one? Check this one out.
Have you heard about the largest church in the world? The first service was March 2008 with an attendance of over 300,000. The attendance is now over 2 million, and they conducted the first ever mass trance on March 17, 2008. What do they teach? Who you are requires no belief. Heaven is not a location, but refers to the inner realm of consciousness. The man on the cross is an archetypal image. He is every man and every woman. A leader's website teaches these lessons. My mind is part of God's. I am very holy. My holiness is my salvation. My salvation comes from me. Let me remember that there is no sin. Do not make the pathetic error of, quote, clinging to the old rugged cross, unquote. The only message of the crucifixion is that you can overcome the cross. Have you heard of this church? Or maybe its leader? Years ago, she denied Jesus is the only way.
Anybody who has any of those kind of thoughts seem like they're part of that church.
One way to live, and that we don't accept that there are diverse ways of being in the world, that there are millions of ways to be a human being, and many ways, many paths to what you call God. That her path might be something else.
Their own fucking
But her loving and her kindness and her generosity brings her to, if it brings her to the same point that it brings you, it doesn't matter whether she called it God along the way or not.
And I guess the danger that could be in that, I mean, it sounds great on the onset, but if you really look at both sides,
there can possibly be just one way. What about Jesus? What about Jesus?
You mix them up in the book of John, and you say there isn't only one way. There is one way and only one way, and that is through Jesus.
That doesn't possibly be
You say there is that.
Today, she has turned her millions of adoring fans over to New Age doctrine. Christians are letting this into their homes and are being deceived.
So again, everyone, welcome to week number 3 of our New Earth web class. And again, I thank you, Eckhart.
Yeah, look, now she done took like her little shit and made up her own goddamn religion. Demon, look, these are the and these motherfuckers got money.
Television, all CIA control.
They got power, they got influence. Now Oprah Winfrey, she had a monumental moment. All right? Because you know the women outnumber the men in this country. You know, that's just stats, right? She had a monumental moment. Are you ready for her monumental moment? She took a preacher and put him on her goddamn show. And he said the most ridiculous shit I think I've ever heard in my life, coming from a so-called, and I say so-called, preacher. All right? I hold on to this video just for fuckery purposes.
Right here.
All right.
I'm in between listening and by the door smoking a cigarette.
Yeah, oh man.
I don't smoke as much anymore, but I don't smoke in the house anymore. So I got the microphone pointed at me and the speaker turned up towards the door so I can hear you. And I can comment back too. So if it sounds like I'm yelling, it's because I'm about far away from the roof.
Oh no, you good. We got clarity right now. It's just Snowflake. I hear him bouncing around in the background.
You can still hear me, right?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
HD baby. HD. Here we go.
Cedric is joining us from his friend's house in Decatur, Georgia. Hi, Cedric.
Hi, Oprah. How are you?
Oh, good. What's your question for our spiritual panel?
I'm a 33-year-old guy. I grew up in a rural part of Alabama, and I happen to be gay. And the troubling part of our culture, which is largely anti-gay, being gay is a gift from God, but our culture doesn't understand that.
Stop! Did you hear what that motherfucker just said?
pushing them bullshit. Yeah, I mean,
He
most of the
said
time,
that
motherfuckers
being
don't
gay.
even know why he's gay. It's because of BPA and the chemicals.
Wait. That was a preacher that was talking. He said being gay is a gift from God. Wow.
You can't even,
Wow.
that's why I said preachers are like government fucking shills. You know,
I said, I mean, you might as well say, being a murderer is a gift from God too. Fuck it. Let it all be a gift from God.
well, ain't it in that aspect? Ain't that the fucking truth though about the way the rationale is?
I mean, damn, this motherfucker. But look, the bad part about it is, it's like, why motherfuckers blame God for everything? Niggas can't blame God for every goddamn thing.
Fuck me over.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you shoot somebody, like, God, you should have stopped me.
You know, I've said that. I mean, not exactly in those words, but.
Oh, shit. Oh, no. You gotta do.
Yeah.
God look at you and say, nigga, you knew what you was doing before you did it, you dumb motherfucker. Yo, bad. That's how God look at it. Shit.
Look, man.
God just let you wake up the next morning. Like, you woke. You know you just did that dumbass shit yesterday, right?
Yeah, you see that little cut on your knuckles? Yeah.
Right. God to troll the shit out your ass.
Remember that motherfucker came apart like a bag of beans.
Oh, yeah, look. God will troll the hell out you. Oh, let me let this little badass motherfucker go. Crying, whining, and shit. This snowflake getting big, man. He turned into a terror.
Where'd the girls go? What time is it? 2 in the morning? Shit, I gotta jump out, man. Holy shit. Been up too long. It's been good talking with you, Vic. It's kind of fun, man. So, no, I don't want you to think that I, enjoy the conversation. It's good. I'm gonna go. Carlotta, thanks for talking. Chestnut.
Yeah, man, Snowflake getting big, man. Yeah. He getting big on me.
This fucking wrestler eating these fries is fucking.
Yeah, man. Oh, man, Snowflake getting big, man.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Who's Snowflake?
Oh, you remember Snowflake, man?
I can't see. Oh, there's.
I said, you remember Snowflake?
Yeah, I just saw it.
Yeah. Well, I got 2 pictures, huh?
Is Snowflake a female or a male?
No, Snowflake is a boy. He that blue pit. He started.
I thought we talked about a boy pit, but I couldn't remember the name.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. He ain't no baby no more. He getting big on me. He getting big on me.
Yeah, they do, man.
Let me see if I can get him to sit still. Oh, badass shit. Hold on. Snowflake, we're gonna put you on YouTube right quick. Be still. Oh, damn it. There we go. We're gonna zoom in. Shout out to the X-Splitter, man. X-Splitter is awesome shit. Oh, there you go. See that motherfucker, man? He got big.
It sounded like we were arguing through the whole thing.
Yeah, look. See, he got big, man. These motherfuckers dead. Remember when he was a little runt? He wasn't no bigger than my damn foot. Now.
Oh, that's a pretty puppy.
Yeah, 5 months.
Though.
Yeah,
Didn't lose all the baby teeth yet, huh?
Yeah, he just lost them not too long ago.
Oh, okay.
His fangs
looks
just
like he got some of them little sharp ones. Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, his fangs just starting to set in.
Motherfucker, careful. Well, he sure is a hand getter. He knows it's effective. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you see them? Yeah, you see them teeth. When animals attack. Oh yeah.
I like how they actually love you though. When people think, "Oh my God," and then he's really just like gets you a little bit, and nibbles on you.
Oh man, look, I've been fighting this damn dog ever since
Dude,
he
his
was
eyes are like getting in the screen. Looks so blue. Look at that shit glowing in this shit. When you cover it with shadow, his eyes glow.
Uh-oh, here comes their partner. Uh-oh.
Somebody's having fun without me, dang it.
Oh yeah. That's Twilight. Now that's the one I picked up. You know, she's like 2. Well, she's like 1.5 maybe. Yeah, man. You know.
Yeah,
These,
good looking dogs, man.
yeah, look. Yeah, these are my monsters. Stop biting.
Happy dog.
Yeah, these are my monsters.
He's like, motherfucker, you know I'm not even really biting you. This ain't biting.
Oh no, look, no.
This
Oh,
is-
trust me, he's biting the shit out of me. Look, when he snaps his jaws like that, look, yeah, that hurts a lot. He's putting a little bass in that when he bites you.
Oh yeah, especially because you got arms like mine right there. We got the bone is right there.
Right,
Dude,
shit.
hits that bone so fast, like on the blade. That.
Now she won't do that. Now she's all good. She'll just lick you and shit. You know what I'm saying? She act like a girl. But that motherfucker, with that motherfucker, yeah, man, he's hardcore.
You know what trained my puppy from doing all that? A squirt bottle, just regular ass water, not even on stream, just on the sprayer, the mist.
Look, you can hit him with your fist, that ain't gonna stop him.
Well, no, see, that's because that's the different kind of effect. The squirt bottle makes a weird little noise, and it's real different. It'll shock them if you don't overuse it. You can get away with a little bit of training.
Snowflake doesn't back up from water, balls, paper. He's a pit, man. He's gonna attack everything. There's like anything you swing or put in his direction. Like you notice how
try it one day and tell me if
you notice how
you gotta at least get a couple.
You notice how I raised my hand over him like that, and he showed his teeth and shit.
Yeah, he knows your hand is vulnerable, but he don't know.
Oh no, he doesn't. He's the type of dog that he doesn't like when you touch his face. Like, you know how you rub a dog's face and shit? He doesn't like it.
Be different than that, bro.
No, look. He doesn't like it when you rub his face. He's been like that ever since he was 4 weeks old. And, like, you can rub his back. You can rub his shoulders. You can hug him. But you can't hold him for a long period of time. He's not the type of dog you can lay on. You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he's not gonna let you just sit there like now. He's sitting on me right now, but after a while he'll get up and move. When he gets up and moves, if you go to grab him, he gonna fight back. You feel what I'm saying? You don't like all that. Like even now, like see I'm holding his head right now. He doesn't.
He don't want you in control of his body.
Right. Like some dogs, you can do that. See, look, he's fighting like a motherfucker. Look, see, he doesn't like.
Man.
He doesn't like to sit there and like rub his head and stuff like that. He doesn't like this stuff. Stop, baby. Stop.
He's a little confused.
Oh, sit down. Go sit down. Go sit down.
I'm gonna grab a bite to eat and hop offline for a little while. I had a good time talking with you.
Yeah, man. That's what's up, man. You gotta come to No DQ night, man. It's gonna be epic.
For sure.
Yeah, you know, I'll probably go live in a second. Stop biting. 'Cause I'm off today. I'm off.
Yeah.
So I'm free. I'm free to roam these internet streets. You follow me? These YouTube streets. And you know what? People are gonna be upset. But I don't care. I'm about to put on,
You're doing something right then, right?
Hey, wait a minute. Look, it's about to happen. Look, you know what happens when this comes out. You know what happens when this. Oh man.
Find out.
Oh man. No DQ night is coming. And people get so upset. I don't know why. I just like to have fun. You hear me?
Yeah. Make sure if I'm not following you, to push it on follow for another time.
Oh yeah, man. Look, some of the live shows I keep up, other shows I take down depending on what I done did in them.
Yeah, no, I'm not gross. Shit, yeah.
Hey, look, I'm not catching no. See, you know that was the thing about your boy, man. Only reason why he was getting flagged is he wasn't watching what he was putting up.
Oh yeah. See, that's my shit. I put up my own videos, so I wouldn't flag you. I would know not
No,
to.
YouTube will flag you.
Oh no, but they need my permission to go through with the
No, I'm talking about
flagging. I wouldn't let
you know
him.
how,
Oh
like
yeah, I
let's
know.
for
I mean
example,
the videos that I showed, I was just saying that I covered.
yeah, like
Put
you
my
know how
own.
you put a video up, right? Dog, in my fucking 2 years of being online, I remember getting a flag on a video that was like 8 months old, right? And I didn't pay no attention to it, right? Because I'm like, what the fuck? All right, fuck it.
Oh yeah, you lose your
They
channel
hit
quick
me,
when they pop two more on you. It was just,
then they hit
you
me
don't
with a
realize it.
flag, right? Then they hit me with a flag from a video that was like a year old. I was like, are y'all serious? You feel what I'm saying? It
Yeah.
was like they were flagging shit on my old channels that were like, you know, enough
Yeah,
for
yeah.
so these weren't like copyright infringement or you know like bullying harassment. Like these were flags from fucking YouTube, man. I was like, hell no, coming straight from YouTube.
Weird.
I said,
Hey,
okay. So ever since then, yeah, look, it's been a fight. You see, I've been doing all types of crazy shit on my show. Yeah, come on, let's fight. I'm fighting YouTube now, damn it. Look.
Yeah. Fuck YouTube.
Right, man. Let's get it. We about to go to war. Because then, look, if we had a
Move right
million
over to some
subs,
other shit.
bro, if we had a million subs, we could show whatever the hell we wanted to, right? We got itty bitty subs, so it's like we under the microscope and shit.
And vice versa. And if you're trying to show shit that's the truth that the establishment don't want seen, YouTube is controlled establishment. So it's gonna gatekeep all that good information, and it's gonna keep you in a throttled community where you stay throttled down and you don't get as many views. They don't promote your shit. They don't put you out there like they do everybody else, and it'll be like on purpose. You know, and they let some dumb shit go, but not no, real investigative shit. You know, they let the crazy, wacky conspiracy theories out there.
Hey, you know what's funny? And I'm not gonna lie, bro.
You don't hear many people talking about what we were saying about being million-year-old humans doing this shit to us. You don't hear a bunch of people talking about that. It's always fancy aliens or some other shit.
Bro, I've done this. I mean, I've done this 1,000 times. Like I'll make like a video talking about some real shit. Stop looking on me. All right, and you know that video get like 80 views. But let me make a video, and then like the next video, might make a video talking shit, and that video will get like 500 views.
Hell yeah, fucking debate gone bad where everybody's fucking cussing at each other and shit.
Yeah, you notice that?
Yeah.
Look on my channel and compare. You might see a video with like a real topic on it, right? That bitch ain't got no numbers. but look at the video I did on top. That bitch got 1,000 views.
Drama and shit. Yeah, for sure. Hey,
So,
Vic, good talking at you, man. I don't want to cut it short but I ain't really. We've been on for a while.
Do your thing, man. I'm about to jump off too.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, in a minute I gotta take my daughter to school, so I'm gonna dump her off and then go crazy.
All right, debating woes with Dre. I know everybody else is out. Seems like so. Good night.
All right, y'all.
Take care.